One night, I was driving home from work. I had worked pretty late that day and was tired from a long shift. By now, it was after midnight, and I drove along the quiet roads getting near my house. At this hour, I was about the only car out on these roads. The surroundings in this particular area was mostly just woods on both sides. Things were pretty rural over there. As I drove, I remember that I started to see what looked like someone standing on the road up ahead. There were no streetlights over here, so my headlights were the only thing allowing me to see. As I approached, I slowed down significantly, noticing that there was in fact a man standing right in the middle of the road. He was not walking, but just standing there, and he was facing the other direction mostly. It was really strange to see, because there was no sidewalk nearby or anything. I had no idea why somebody would be out in the street like that, especially at this hour. I stopped completely as the man continued standing there. Then the guy turned around and looked at me. He had long hair and a beard, and then slowly began to walk towards me. I rolled down my window a little bit and asked him if he was all right. The man kept walking over and said yes. He had one hand in his pocket, and he said he was trying to get somewhere, but he didn't finish his sentence. He said it like, "Yeah, I'm trying to get to, and right when he reached my driver's door, he suddenly took his hand out of his pocket and swung it at my driver's window. It happened extremely fast, and the next thing I knew, my window was smashed. Glass was flying everywhere, and the man quickly reached inside, I think for the door handle. I hit the gas and started driving away. This caused the guy to let go, and luckily he did not get my door open or anything. I kept driving down the road until I was far enough away from him. Then I stopped and I called the police. There was glass on me from the window breaking and stuff, but overall I was fine. The police came out to the road and met me on the side of it. They looked around for the guy, but he was gone by then. I had to get the window replaced in my car, but I'm grateful because it could have been much worse. I'm not sure what the guy hit my window with, but whatever it was, the window just completely shattered. I drove a different way home from work for a while after that. I'm hoping that the police found the guy at some point, but I really don't know if they did.
This is something that happened not too long ago. I was at home with my wife and we were in the living room together watching a movie. By this point, it was a little bit later. Our living room is at the front of the house, and behind our couch is the front windows. We were both sitting on the couch, and as the movie was going on, my wife and I were very focused on it. At one point, the entire TV screen went black during the film. This was part of the movie, but for this few seconds there was a reflection on the screen because of it, and we could sort of see ourselves. But then I noticed something behind us. I couldn't see well at all, but it appeared as though somebody was at the window. I turned around and looked out of our large living room window. When I did, I saw a man quickly move to the side and go out of my view. My wife turned around too and asked what that was. I told her that I saw a guy at the window, and this guy had been like right on the other side looking in. I didn't see any details about him or what he looked like really. It all happened so fast. So I got up from the couch and I paused the movie. My wife then covered the window with the shades. I didn't know who this guy was or why he was on our property, but I figured that I should do something. So I decided to go outside and see if the guy had left or not. I walked over to the front door, which was just feet away from the window. I opened it and then stepped outside. When I looked around, I did not see the guy. I looked along the front of our house and he was not there. So either he left our property entirely or had gone around to the backyard or something. I called out asking if anybody was there. There was no response. Trying to sound tough, I loudly said, "Whoever you are, get off my property." I looked around and still heard and saw nothing. So I figured at that point that he was gone, and I didn't want to be outside anymore as I was admittedly a little creeped out. But before I went back inside, I heard my wife yelling from somewhere in the house. I quickly went back in and heard her calling my name. She was towards the back end of the house and told me that the guy tried breaking in. I walked over towards our back door, and when I got over there, I saw the guy running through the yard out the window. He left our backyard and then hopped the fence into a neighbor's yard. I decided right then and there to call the police. I got the phone and dialed 911. When I reported what happened, I was told that police were already on the way to our neighborhood. I was sort of confused at first. A short time later though, the cops got there. When they arrived, there was like 4 police vehicles. One of them stopped in front of our house, and the others went to other neighbors on the street. The officer that went to our house told me that multiple other neighbors had called the cops. There had been reports of a man attempting to break into houses. I realized that our house must have not been the only one that he was at. The police searched the area, and the man was located hiding in someone's backyard at the end of the block. It was a crazy situation. When I had gone outside to look for the guy, my wife had heard someone trying to open the back door. Thankfully, it was locked. That's when she called for me. Prior to the man looking in our window, I guess he was in another neighbor's backyard and was pounding on their window. They ended up waking up, and when the lights turned on, he ran. They called the cops, and that's why the police were already on the way. I'm not sure who the guy was or why he was trying to break into houses in our neighborhood, but I'm really glad that he was caught. This is something that happened a few years ago. So, I live alone in a 2-story house about 10 minutes outside of the city. I enjoy living here, and one night I ordered a pizza to be delivered. I was certainly craving a nice pizza, and I was excited for it to arrive. A while later, I heard the doorbell ring, and I walked over and answered it. It was the pizza delivery guy, and I handed him the money, and he gave me the pizza and breadsticks. My hands were full, and I remember that after saying bye to the delivery guy, I was struggling with the door. He said that he would get it, and he shut the door for me as I walked to the kitchen with the pizza boxes. Then I went and got some pieces of pizza, went into the living room, and watched a movie while eating. It was a great relaxing night, until a few hours later. I was now watching another movie and still on the couch. Out of nowhere, though, I heard the front door opening. I was so confused at first. Obviously, I live alone, so nobody else would be entering the house. It was at that moment that I realized I hadn't locked the front door. Normally, it's a habit that whenever I close the front door, I lock it. However, my hands had been full with the pizza, and I hadn't closed the door. The pizza guy had. I had simply forgot to go back and lock it. I couldn't believe someone was entering the house, though, and I didn't know who. I did what made the most sense to me at the time. I jumped down from the couch onto the carpeted floors. Then I crawled over to the corner of the room, and I hid behind this large lazy boy chair. The living room was also in the back corner of the house, and the opposite end from the front door, so I had a little bit of time to hide. It was a pretty good hiding place, but if whoever was in my house really looked, they would find me. I heard footsteps, and I realized that I didn't have my phone. I had left it on the couch about 15 feet away from me. This was not good. Whoever was in the house entered and then started walking closer. They went into the kitchen area and then the dining room. Then I heard them start to enter the living room. That's when I got really nervous. However, whoever this was didn't get that close to where I was hiding. They stayed at the far end of the room and seemed to walk up the stairs. I didn't dare try to look and see who it was, and I stayed put. When I heard the person reach the top of the stairs, I decided to make a run for it. I knew that I would be able to make it out of the house if I was quick. So I got up, tiptoed to the couch, got my phone, and then ran over to the front door. I left the house, called 911, and then ran to my car and got inside of it. I drove a few blocks away and waited for the police. They arrived a short time later and entered my house with my permission. They ended up finding a man hiding upstairs in my bedroom. I had no clue who he was and had never seen him before to my knowledge. He obviously had just walked right in the house. I was really grateful that I was able to get away when he went upstairs. I'm also grateful that he was still there so the police were able to catch him. I had an encounter with someone at Starbucks that I would really like to forget. It was about 5 years ago now, and I was in college. During this time, I would always have a lot of homework and studying to do. I lived off campus, and I would go to the Starbucks to study sometimes. It was a very short drive from my place. So I was there one day, and I sat in this spot that was sort of out of the way. I was at a table by myself and had my laptop and started studying. I also had headphones in, and that helped me focus. However, about an hour in, and randomly, some guy came up and closed my laptop screen. I just saw it closing and then saw this guy quickly walking away. It made me angry, and I watched him walk very fast away from me and to the other side of the coffee shop. He was sort of tall, thin, had glasses and dark hair, and appeared to be fairly young. I decided not to walk over to him or anything. I didn't know why he randomly closed my laptop, and it certainly wasn't an accident. I was sitting way out of the way. After a few moments though, I just decided to forget about it and continue with my work. So I opened my laptop and then went back to work. Now, I was working for about another hour before it happened again. Randomly, I just saw someone getting close and then closed my screen again. I took out my headphones and looked up. The same guy was there, and he was now quickly walking away again. This time, I stood up and was going to say something to him, but he was walking away so fast that by the time I did, he was already far away. He wasn't laughing or anything, so I didn't know if this was a joke to him or what. I kept watching him, but he soon went out of my sight to another area in the coffee shop. So I sat back down again, opened my laptop, and continued for the second time. If he did it again though, there was going to be a major problem. After studying for at least another hour, I had mostly forgotten about the rude guy. I was almost done, and then out of nowhere, it happened again. He went up and closed my laptop and then started walking away really fast. I got up faster this time and started to follow him. Except, instead of going to the other end of the coffee shop again, he walked out the doors and left. My laptop and stuff were still at the table, so I did not leave. I was so angry. However, at least the man was now gone. I went back over to my seat and looked out of the window. The man had gone around the corner of the building to another area of the parking lot, it seemed, and was out of my sight. I finished up with my work and was there for maybe 10 more minutes. Then I packed up my stuff and left. I went out to my car and got inside. Right after I got in though, before I could drive away, I saw this car drive in front of me. Then it drove into the space next to me in a way where their driver's window was lined up with my driver's window. It rolled down, and I looked over and saw the same man who kept closing my laptop was driving. I was so mad, and I rolled down my window because I wanted to give him a piece of my mind. But I was also curious to see what he had to say. The first thing he said was, "Where are you going?" in a really creepy way. I said, "What's wrong with you? Why did you keep closing my laptop?" The guy didn't answer. Instead, he denied it, claiming he didn't do it. I was fed up with him, and I told him to leave me alone. Then I started to drive away. However, before I got out of the parking lot, the man backed up, turned his car, and started to drive after me. I was afraid that I was going to get followed. I slammed on my brakes and stopped. Before I drove out onto the busy roads and went home, I decided to confront the man in the parking lot. This probably was not a very good idea, but at least there were other people around. So I left my car and started to walk over to him. In this moment though, he hit the gas and veered around me as well as my car. He nearly hit my car, but quickly peeled away and left the Starbucks. It didn't really surprise me. I was glad that he was gone again though. At that point, I drove back home and thankfully never saw the man again. I didn't go back to that Starbucks either for a while. This happened back when I was in high school a long time ago. We lived in this house that was way out sort of in the country. Our property was pretty large and we did have neighbors, but their houses were pretty far away. It was a quiet town located near some farms and things like that. That's what makes this story so strange. I was a freshman in high school at the time, and I remember that my parents had to go to this wedding that was out of state. They left me and my older sister home for just a few days because we still had school and stuff. On one of the nights that my parents were gone, my sister went to her friend's house. I wasn't really sure how late she would be gone or if she was staying overnight or what, but I was just hanging out at home. I remember that I made a frozen pizza and I was in the living room. Our house was sort of a split level, so the living room was upstairs. At about 9 o'clock at night, I heard a knock at our front door. Immediately, this was very strange. This might not be weird for a normal neighborhood, but way out there we never had anybody knocking on the door. Our driveway was also super long and far away from the street. There would hardly ever be any cars on the street if it wasn't someone who lived there, and nobody really lived that close to our house. And that, with the fact that I was home alone, made me very concerned. I didn't immediately get up and see who was there, but after like 10 seconds, whoever was there knocked again. So at that point, I got up and I went over to my bedroom, which happened to sort of overlook the front door area. It was above it, so I felt safer looking from there. When I got to the window and looked out of it though, there was nobody at the front door. I looked around near the area and I looked around the driveway as well. I didn't see anyone. I didn't think that whoever had knocked would have had enough time to go all the way back down the driveway by then. I couldn't see to the street though, because we had these thick pine trees like a line in the front edge of our yard. That made me nervous that perhaps the person had gone someplace else in our front yard or something. I had absolutely no idea who could have knocked on the door. It wasn't my sister because she had a key to get in. I just went back to the living room after that and hoped that everything would be fine. And it was for the most part. I'm not going to lie, I was pretty nervous as it got later and later. I went over and checked the windows a few times, but I never saw anybody. At like midnight, I was still awake and my sister got home. I was glad that she was back. However, when she got inside, she told me that there was a car parked outside on the side of the street. You couldn't really see it from inside the house because of the trees. I asked her if anybody was inside of it, and she said that she couldn't tell. I told her about the knocks on the door. We figured that they had to be related, but thankfully nothing else happened. By the next day, the car was gone and there were no more knocks on the door or anything. It's still the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me when I was home by myself, though.
This happened to me 2 years ago, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I live in the countryside of Ireland, far from the nearest town, out in the middle of nowhere. It's usually pretty quiet, which is nice. Most nights, the only sounds I hear are the occasional cow escaping the field next door or my dog barking at someone walking by. But about 2 years ago, I heard something really strange. It was late spring, and the night sky was clear. I remember stepping into the kitchen around midnight for a snack. As I rummaged through the cupboards, I began to hear noises outside. At first, I thought it was just an animal, but the sounds only grew louder. I opened up the window to listen better, and I saw my dog standing by the back door. She wasn't barking, which was strange because she usually barks at anything, especially animals. Instead, she was focused on the forest behind our house. The noise was hard to describe, but it was like metal being scraped, but it had a croaky quality to it. I didn't like it, and the fact that my dog was scared made me uneasy, because she was a big dog and not easily frightened. I couldn't understand what could be out there, so I decided to bring her inside and go to bed. But as I lay in my room, the sound seemed to follow me. It shifted to the front of the house, which didn't make sense. I shut my curtains, hoping to block out whatever was outside. Just as I got comfortable, I heard a tap on my window. It was soft at first, but then it became a steady tapping noise. It sounded like stones being thrown against the glass. I stayed under the covers, just listening and hoping that it would stop. It went on for what felt like an eternity, but eventually I fell asleep. The next morning, I mentioned the night to my neighbors. That's when I found out a man had moved into a house just around the corner. They said he wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen, and he had a history of trouble with the law, so much so that whispers about him being a drug dealer floated around. About a month later, a massive stash of drugs was discovered in a shed nearby, and we never saw that man again after that. Thinking back, I can't shake the feeling that he might have been trying to scare me that night while he was high or something, but it was just all so strange. Like, how did he create that sound for hours, and how did the sound move around the outside of my house so quickly? What unsettled me the most was the thought of what could have happened if I had gone to check on the noise. I'm still not 100% sure of what it was, but it freaked me out. This is something that happened back when I was a kid. I think I was 8 years old at the time. I remember that one afternoon, my mom went to CVS to do some grocery shopping. I went with her like I often did when she went shopping. So we got to CVS sometime that afternoon, and it was pretty busy from what I remember. After going inside, we walked around and my mom started getting things. The store isn't very big though, so at one point, I left to look at the candy. That was about the most interesting aisle to me inside of a CVS as an 8-year-old kid. So I was just standing around looking at what I would buy if I had any money. That's when this random lady came up to me. I just remember that she started talking to me. She was asking me what candy I liked and stuff. I didn't really know why she was talking to me. I guess I just thought that she was being nice or something. She asked me where my mom was and stuff like that. This woman appeared to be maybe in her 30s, I'm not really sure. It was so long ago and I was so young. So anyways, she talked to me for probably 2 or 3 minutes. But then my mom came back into the aisle and the woman walked away. I remember that I asked my mom to get one of the candies, but she said no. So then I walked with her to finish up shopping. We were there at the store shopping for maybe 5 more minutes. I remember in another aisle noticing the woman who talked to me. She was walking a ways away and looking at me as well. Then later on, when we were checking out, I saw the lady looking at me again, but things got even crazier. So after we left the CVS, we got back to the car, which was parked at the side of the building. I got inside, and then my mom was putting the groceries in the back. When I was sitting in the car, I was just looking around. I noticed the woman leave the CVS and look directly at the direction of our car. The woman continued to watch us the entire time that she walked to her vehicle. She ended up getting inside of a car parked a good distance away though. I was thinking that it was kind of weird, but I didn't really think too much about it, being a kid. When we left though, I observed this woman leave as well, and she started driving behind us. I remember noticing that. So we drove all the way home, which took maybe 10 minutes. The entire way back, this lady was driving directly behind us. I don't know why I didn't tell my mom about it, but I didn't. Maybe I just thought that there was no way this woman was actually following us. I'm not really sure. But when we got back to our neighborhood, the woman was still behind us. Then we pulled onto our street. I was looking behind every so often, and the woman was still there. Soon though, we pulled into our driveway. When we did, the woman in her car kept driving past. Then we went inside. After that, I never saw that lady again. I still wonder about it though. Why did she follow us home, never to be seen again? I mean, I'm glad that she didn't come back, but it just seems really strange.
This happened just a couple of months ago. It was the weekend and I was up late watching TV. I was in the living room of my apartment and relaxing after a long day of work. My apartment is not that big. It's basically one giant room with a kitchen at the front by the door and then the living room past that. I think that's a pretty standard setup. Then there's one bathroom and one bedroom off of that down the tiny hallway. So as I sat there feeling relaxed and having an ice-cold drink, I suddenly heard a knock at my apartment door. I didn't know who would possibly be there because I obviously was not expecting anybody. I looked over to the door but did not bother to get up. I figured that it was probably a mistake. Maybe somebody was trying to go to another apartment. After maybe 20 seconds, they knocked again. Then I heard a younger man's voice say, DoorDash. Now, I did not order anything on DoorDash. In my mind, this was a simple mistake. One of my neighbors must have ordered food, and the delivery guy simply had his address mistaken. So I got up from the couch and started walking over to the door. My plan was to just tell the guy that he had the wrong place and to double check the address. When I got to the door, I opened it. But as soon as I did, I saw that there was not just one guy there, but there was 3 men. They were all dressed in dark clothing and had sweatshirts and jackets with hoods up. My door was open for literally half a second, and as soon as I started to open it, I thought better of it and began to close it. The main guy right at the door then went forward and tried to stop me, but he must have realized that he would have gotten the door slammed on his arm because he almost reached in and then didn't. After I slammed my door shut, I very quickly locked it. Pretty much the next second, the guy tried to open the door. Then I heard the other 2 guys get closer. They kept trying to open the door and then they started banging on it and kicking it as well. It was really loud and I thought that the door might break. So I quickly ran into the other room and then I got my phone and dialed 911. But the guys banging and trying to break in did not last long, because within probably a minute, it stopped. Then I heard them all running away down the hallway. I told the police what was going on and they said they would have an officer there shortly. And the cops arrived pretty quick. It was probably within like 5 minutes. However, by that time, the men were all gone. I'm not sure where they went, but they were no longer in the apartment complex. I assumed that it was an attempted robbery, but I don't know why they picked me. My apartment is just like all the others. I'm not rich or anything, so maybe it was just random. I'm just glad that I had fast instincts to close the door as soon as I had opened it, or else I think they might have barged their way in. When I was 19, I was living with my mom, her boyfriend, and my boyfriend in a desert town that neighbors Joshua Tree National Park. We lived in a small house on a dirt road right on the edge of the national park. Our backyard and beyond was all protected land. All the roads in the area were paved, but for some reason, ours wasn't. There was also no streetlights on our street, which made for great stargazing but very limited viewing capabilities at night. This happened in February, and it gets cold at night in the winter, and we even get a good snow every so often. It all started with noises outside my bedroom window late at night. I even heard a cell phone go off once. My boyfriend even said that he thought he saw somebody running away from my house once when he looked out the window to investigate. This went on and off for a week or so and seemed creepy, but so far harmless. Aside from the phone, which only I heard, it was blamed on the wind or animals in the bushes. Then one night, my boyfriend and I were on the back porch having a smoke. Suddenly, a small rock came hurtling off out of the dark, empty desert across from us. We looked at each other puzzled and startled, and then got up and went towards the door. Just as he opened it, a bigger rock the size of a golf ball came out of nowhere and hit him in the head. It bounced off of him and then hit me. We were both shaken and immediately told my mom and her boyfriend. As we were telling them, more rocks were being thrown, hitting the house, windows, and rolling off the roof. They soon after ceased, and though shaken up, we moved on with the evening. The next night around 10 p.m., the rocks started up again. We were all in a panic, and the guys decided to go out and look for whoever was doing this and teach them a lesson. So they went out into the desert with my big German Shepherd wolf mix to investigate. My mom's boyfriend was really into martial arts, so they had various weapons with them just in case. They had been out in the desert for about 30 minutes so far, and I was inside playing a video game. Suddenly, I heard a crash at the front door, followed by a yelp. I jumped up to see what was going on, and under the door, I saw my dog's foot sticking out on my side of the door, which was closed. My dog had run into the door with so much force that his foot went underneath it. I quickly opened it, and that giant fearless dog had peed himself. Tail tucked between his legs, he hauled it back inside the house and hid. Now, I've seen that dog chase off packs of wild dogs and coyotes. He wasn't afraid of anything. Whatever he saw in the desert that night, I'll never and probably don't ever want to know. I had never seen him like that before or ever again after that night. The guys came back shortly after with nothing to report. Right after they came back inside, the rocks started up again. This time we called the cops, but when they showed up, they said it was probably just some drunk person messing around with us and left it at that. A couple of nights after that, the guys would go hunting outside for whatever it was and never found a trace of anything. The rocks continued on and off for 2 or 3 more nights, whenever somebody wasn't searching outside. Then, one night, the guys decided to get a jug of wine and just sit outside on the front porch with all the weapons and just wait. They started yelling threats out into the dark desert, which got worse and more twisted as the wine began to flow. The threats were dark and disturbing as the night wore on, and had there been someone out there hiding, I imagine they were probably a little scared at this point. My mom called from work and wanted to talk to her boyfriend, so we went inside to take the call. Just as he answered the phone, I heard my boyfriend yell from outside, and I heard him running away into the desert. He came back a few minutes later with cactus prongs protruding from his leg. He said that he chased someone wearing all black through the desert until he drunkenly fell into a cactus bush. After that night, the rocks stopped. I'll never know who or what was hiding out there or why they did what they did. Who would hide out in the desert at night in the middle of the winter throwing rocks for hours on multiple different nights? It was such an elaborate prank if that's what it was for no reason. I still don't feel safe in the desert at night over 10 years later.
One time, I got back from work a little bit later at night. I lived alone in an apartment on the 2nd floor during this time. After getting back home, I changed and then went into the living room. I was sitting on the couch eating when I heard this loud noise coming from next door. It sounded like the next door neighbor was banging on the wall. It was extremely loud and went on for almost a minute. I was really confused when I heard this. I wasn't making any loud noises or anything. The TV was on, but the volume was really not that high at all. But yet the neighbor was pounding on the wall as if I was being really noisy and he wanted me to be quiet. I didn't really know why else he would be banging on the wall like that. And even if he was bothered by the TV, I didn't even think it was loud enough for my neighbor to be able to hear it. I wasn't hearing any other loud noises from anywhere else. Just to be sure though, I muted the television. For a short time, everything was quiet. But then, the loud banging on the wall started up again. I really had no idea why my neighbor would be doing this. I wasn't aware of making them angry or anything. And to be honest, I didn't even know who my next door neighbor was on that side. I never really saw them. I'd been living in my apartment for like 6 months, but I had never met or seen hardly any of my neighbors.
The banging stopped after a short time. I didn't know what to make of this, but for the next couple of minutes, everything was quiet, so I just kind of moved on from that. Except, about 5 minutes later, there was suddenly a loud knocking coming from my front door. It seemed as though whoever had been banging on my wall had now moved to my front door. After it continued for about 30 straight seconds, I decided to get up. I walked over to the door, and when I approached, the banging stopped. I looked through my peephole to the other side, but nobody was there. Whoever had been knocking had now left, and I had no idea who it was. I was just assuming that it was my next door neighbor, but I didn't even know what they looked like. I considered going over there and asking them what the deal was, but I decided not to. Based on how hard they were pounding on the walls and door, I just had a bad feeling about it. So instead, I just moved on again and tried to ignore it. I was hoping that there would be no more banging on my walls or door that night, and luckily there wasn't. So the next day, when I was leaving for work, I walked out of my apartment and went down the hallway. There was an elevator and a set of stairs right next to it. Now, I was always in the habit of just taking the stairs, and I very rarely used the elevator. So after walking down the hallway, I had passed by my next door neighbor's door. A moment later, I heard the door open. This was the same neighbor who had seemingly been banging on the walls and my door last night. I remembered the previous night, but I just kept walking. When I made it to the stairs and started to go down, I heard whoever it was walking behind me. The stairs turned, and I went around the corner and glanced up. I saw a man walking down the stairs, but I did not directly look at him. But apparently, that was the guy who lived next to me. After walking down the stairs, I went through the lobby and then left out the front door. The guy that was walking behind me did exactly the same thing. He followed me out the door and was walking behind me as I was on the sidewalk. I parked in the large parking lot that was at the complex. After getting to my vehicle, I got inside. I then saw the guy kind of standing there and looking in my direction. He was about 50 feet away, and I didn't know what his deal was. He just stood there as I drove off and went to work. I had never seen that guy before, but I guess that was my next door neighbor. So I worked that day, and when I arrived home afterwards, it was a little bit later at night once again. By the time I arrived back, I think that it was about 10 o'clock. So I went inside of my apartment building and then walked up the stairs. When I made it to the top, I walked down the hallway towards my door. Right after I passed by my next door neighbor's door, I heard it opening again. I just had a bad feeling, and I walked faster to get to my door. I heard his footsteps enter the hallway. When I arrived at my front door, I quickly unlocked it and opened it up. As I was closing the door behind me, I heard the footsteps still approaching. I closed and locked my door, and probably 5 seconds later, my neighbor actually tried opening it. Then, there was once again more really loud banging coming from the other side of it. I really couldn't believe this guy. I looked out and saw him relentlessly pounding at my front door. I moved away from it then, and was about to call the police. I went and got my phone, but then he stopped. At that point, I put the phone down. I didn't want to get in some war with my next door neighbor. Clearly, he had some problems with me, and he had tried entering my apartment, but I also didn't know if maybe it was just a misunderstanding or something. I decided that if I heard any more banging on the door or walls or anything, I was going to go over and give him a piece of my mind, and hopefully he wasn't dangerous. But after that, nothing else happened. So I would say about a week later, one day I saw another neighbor in the hallway. I went over and introduced myself to her. I had seen her a couple of times before and knew that she lived here. I told her about what happened and asked her if she knew the guy who lived next to me. She told me that nobody lived there, and the apartment had been vacant for a while. This was crazy to hear. I then went to the offices of the apartment complex and asked one of the agents. They confirmed that the unit next to mine was vacant and had been for several weeks. My mind was blown after hearing that. I never saw that guy again or heard anything else. I don't live there anymore, but I still get the creeps thinking back to that. I had a really strange event happen just last week. For some background, I live by myself and have an apartment. It's on the first floor of the building, but is still a little bit above the ground level. I was at home and having a relaxing night. However, it was all interrupted. I was just watching TV in the living room and eating when there was a knock at my front door. This was strange right away. I had never gotten a knock on my apartment door before. I've lived here for about a year, and nobody had ever knocked on my door to that point. I didn't even really know any of my neighbors or anything, so I had no clue why somebody would be at my door. Plus, it was like 10 p.m., so kind of late for that. My first thought was that it was possibly somebody at the wrong address. Still, I got up from the couch anyways and went over to look. When I got to the door, before opening, I chose to look through the peephole instead of opening the door, and I'm really glad that I did. Standing there was a man, or at least I thought it was a man, wearing a creepy old man mask. It almost looked real, and at first I thought it was an old man, but after a few seconds I could see how it was fake and a mask. It looked really weird. I obviously didn't know who this was, or why anybody would be knocking on my door dressed like this. I didn't answer the door, but I just kept watching him. After a short time, the guy knocked again. It was louder now. Then he just stood there looking right at my door. For a moment, I thought that he would somehow see that I was looking through the peephole. He seemed to be looking right at me. Then, after a little while of that, he turned and walked away. I thought that he might go and knock on someone else's door if this was a prank or something. However, I didn't hear any more knocking from the hallway. I was just relieved that he was gone though. Seeing him at the door was one of the strangest things that I had ever seen. I went back to the couch and was watching TV again, feeling better. But maybe 20 minutes later, there was a knock at the door again. It was the same guy. I went back over and looked, and he was there just like before. He knocked again. I, of course, was not going to answer the door, but I was very curious as to what he wanted. Then, to my surprise, he tried to open my apartment door, which was locked. This changed everything in my opinion. What would he do if he got in? I ran away from the door at that point, and I considered calling the police. However, I didn't hear anything more, and then went back over to look in the peephole again. He was gone now. So I put my phone down and I went back to the couch, hoping that he was gone for good this time. But he was not. It was later though, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. I was getting tired and about to go to sleep, but there was a loud knocking at my door again. I knew who it was. I didn't bother to go over to the door or anything. He knocked twice, and I did not hear anything after that for a while. It was only then that I finally went over to make sure that he was gone. He was, and I then finished getting ready for bed and went to my room. When I was in there though, I'm not really sure why, but I decided to look out of the window. It overlooks mostly the parking lot. It was very quiet now, but had many cars parked all over. However, on the sidewalk not far away, I saw the man with the old man mask standing there, and he was facing my apartment window. It creeped me out so much. I covered the windows again and then went into bed. I tried to fall asleep, but it was pretty tough to relax. After a long time, I was eventually able to go to sleep. Since then, I haven't seen the guy or anything, and I'm hoping that I never see him again.
I spend the nights working as a security officer. My job is to travel around to various buildings, mostly businesses that hire my company for security. I swing by each of these places multiple times at night, ensuring that nothing funny is going on and the building is secure. Honestly, my job is really boring. As you can picture that on a night-to-night basis, not much is going on around an office building. I'm required to walk around each entry point to the building, making sure that it's locked and secure. I have keys to all these buildings in case I need to go inside, but in the 3 months working this night shift, I never had to go inside a building. However, that all changed during a shift I had 2 weeks ago. I had reached my third building of the night, which was a smaller 4-story office building. I made my rounds around the perimeter of the building, shining my light up at windows ensuring they were intact, and pulling on doors making sure they were locked. I circled around to the back side of the building. When I did, I was shocked to see that a door was not only unlocked, but also propped open. I never had to deal with a situation like this before, and quite frankly, I was nervous to go inside the building. I maneuvered my way through the building, moving very slowly and shining my flashlight into every room and corner. It took me a while, especially since I was nervous, but I made my way through all 4 floors of the building without seeing anything unusual. I made my way back to the door that had been left open, removing the prop in the door and locking it behind me. I continued my rounds, making my way through the rest of the buildings that needed to be checked for the night. I decided to head back over to the office building that I had walked through earlier to make sure that everything was okay. I pulled my truck into the parking lot and began walking around the building doing rounds once more. To my surprise, the same back exit was once again unlocked and propped open. At this point, I was very confused. There wasn't supposed to be anyone still in the building this late, and there were no lights inside that I could see. I reluctantly entered the office building once again and searched it from top to bottom, this time even calling out multiple times to see if anyone was there. Once again, I saw and heard nothing unusual my entire trip throughout the building. I returned to the back exit and saw that the door was now closed. I hadn't unpropped the door when I first entered the building, but now the door was closed, and the brick that had been used to prop it open was nowhere in sight. Again, this was my first time having to enter a building while I had this job, so I was a little scared at this point. I quickly locked the door and hurried back to the safety of my truck. Nobody was supposed to be in that building, so I was relieved that I hadn't ended up seeing anybody during my rounds of the building. It was eerie to me, though, that during both of my searches of the building, somebody had been in there somewhere, evading me, and then slipped out the back door without me seeing them. I called the office building the next day, asking if anything important was missing or had been stolen, but nothing they were aware of was gone. I still currently work the security night shift job, but haven't had any nights like that one at the office building since then, thankfully. One night, I was out with some friends in a downtown area. We went to multiple bars and just enjoyed the night. I sort of lost track of time and also how much I had been drinking, so by the time I got back to my car, I realized that I was way too drunk to drive. I didn't want to spend money on a hotel or pay for an Uber back to the suburbs because it was a long drive and would have cost a ton of money, so I decided to sleep it off in my car until morning. I found the closest empty parking lot I could find, which was a small lot near the riverfront. It seemed like a nice enough area, and I figured it would be okay. After getting some clothes from the trunk to use as a pillow and cracking the windows just enough for air, I got as comfortable as I could in the back seat. I was able to fall asleep very quickly. A few hours later, I woke up to a tapping on my window. My first thought was that it was a cop going to bust me for sleeping there, but when I squinted out the window, I saw a figure standing right up against the glass. The light from the street barely hit them, but I could make out someone in a hoodie standing right up near my car. I tried to play it cool, thinking maybe they'd go away if I didn't react, but then they started circling my car, slowly dragging their fingers along the glass. They stopped at the driver's side door, and I heard them try the handle. I had locked all the doors before falling asleep, thankfully. Next, they moved to the back window where I was lying down, and pressed their face against the glass. I couldn't see their face clearly, just a shadowy outline of eyes staring right at me. I didn't move, barely breathing, hoping they'd get bored and leave. After what felt like forever, they stepped back, but I didn't hear them walk away. I stayed frozen, trying to figure out if they were still there. Finally, I worked up the courage to sit up and peek out the windshield. There they were, standing about 10 feet in front of my car, just staring, not moving. I grabbed my keys as quickly as I could and started the car, my hands shaking the whole time. The second the headlights flicked on, the person bolted and ran off into the darkness. I didn't stick around to see where they went. I drove until I found a busy, well-lit gas station. I pulled in, locked the doors, and kept my headlights on. I stayed wide awake, trying to shake off the adrenaline. I just sat there in my car, scared, until I felt like I was good enough to drive back home. That scene is still stuck in my mind. Every time I drive past or into downtown now, I find myself glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that figure again.
I live alone, and I still have a home phone. This is something that I've seen is less common nowadays because of cell phones, but I have a plan with the cable company where I get phone, internet, and TV in a bundle. so I still have a landline telephone in the house, but I will admit I hardly ever use it. However, something happened not long ago that is making me seriously consider getting rid of it altogether. I was at home by myself one evening not too long after arriving home from work. As I was watching TV in the living room, I heard the home phone ring. I wasn't sure who it was because I didn't get too many calls on that phone, and the ones that I do are usually just spam telemarketers or things like that. But it was nighttime now, so not the time when they usually called. I got up and walked over to the phone. I looked at the screen and it said, "Unknown caller." Now, this would be enough for most people to not answer, and normally I wouldn't either, but on this time, for whatever reason, I was curious and decided to answer the phone. When I did, I heard nothing at first. I said, "Hello?" and then said it again. There was still nothing. Then I heard a man on the other end of the phone who sounded upset. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." I said, "Okay, no problem." The man said nothing, but I could hear him breathing. It was really weird, so I hung up the phone. Then I went back to the couch. However, only about a half an hour later, the phone rang again. I went back over and it said "Unknown caller" again. I answered the phone once more because I was somehow even more curious now. It was the same guy, and this is what was really strange. Without me even saying anything, like right after I picked up, he said, "I think I have the wrong number," the same thing as he said before. Once more, he sounded borderline distraught. I was so confused. I said, "Okay, well, you called me again." He said nothing. I asked, "Who is it that you're trying to call?" The man started to say again, "I think I have the wrong number," but he hung up before he finished saying it, so he only said, "I think I have the and then he hung up. I was really weirded out by this guy. I didn't know why he kept calling me if he had the wrong number, and why did he sound so upset? Also, the fact that my caller ID said "unknown number" made the whole thing that much more creepy. I returned to the couch hoping that he would not call again, but he did. It was almost an hour later when the phone rang. I picked it up once more. This time, as soon as I picked up, I said, "Why do you keep calling me?" There was a long pause, and then the man said, "I think I have the wrong number." I said, "Call me again and I'm reporting you." Then I hung up on him. Now, I will admit, I do not know how to block a number on a home phone. I only know how to do that on a smartphone. So I just went back to what I was doing and hoped that he wouldn't call again. The phone rang again about an hour after that. By now it was getting to be later at night. I got up and saw that it was "unknown caller" again. By now I was fully freaked out. I thought about picking up, but decided not to. I thought that maybe if I didn't entertain this guy's madness, he would let me be. So I walked away. But then I heard the beep of the answering machine. I froze in my tracks and listened. The man started speaking. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." Then he repeated it again. "I think I have the wrong number." Each time he said it, he sounded more upset and distraught. He said it 4 times before being cut off during the 5th time and hanging up, ending the message. After that, he didn't call for over an hour. I figured my method of not answering the phone had worked. Soon I got ready for bed and headed to my room to go to sleep. I fell asleep without much problem despite being slightly creeped out, but I was awoken sometime in the middle of the night. As soon as I awoke, I heard the sound of the phone ringing. This was strange because although the phone ring could be heard from my bedroom, it wasn't loud enough to wake me up typically. Normally, I would sleep right through it, but not this time. I looked at the clock and it was 2 a.m. I heard the phone ringing and then it finally stopped and went to message. I was dreading hearing the voice again and could not believe that the guy was still calling me, especially at this hour. But he did not leave a message at all, which made me feel slightly better. However, the guy then simply called again. My phone was ringing once more. I still didn't answer. Then, after the phone ringing stopped, the guy called again about 30 seconds later. It was like he was just going to keep calling me and calling me. Finally, I got up and went to the phone. As it was ringing again, I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard nothing at first. Then I said, "Hello?" Then I heard the man again. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." It was too creepy. I instantly hung up the phone. Then I unplugged it from the wall and took the phone jack out as well. That made it finally stop. I was so freaked out that it took me almost an hour to fall back asleep. The next day, I was still thinking about how crazy that was. I left my phone unplugged for over a week. Since then, I've put it back in, and I have not received any more crazy calls like that. I still wonder who did that and why. Maybe it was just a prank, but whoever did that really went to great lengths if that's the case. I mean, to call that many times, never laugh, and to do it after 2 a.m. when I wasn't answering is pretty crazy. And I also have no idea who could have possibly done that or why they would have pulled a prank like that on me. I'm just hoping that that guy never calls me again.
I used to work at Subway years back. The job was exactly what you would expect, and I liked it. I remember that something really creepy happened one time though. I still randomly think about it here and there. One time I was working a closing shift. I think we closed at like 9 p.m. or something like that, and I had been working since sometime in the afternoon. Our Subway location was in a good spot and would get really busy during certain times. At around 5 p.m. it started to get busy, and by 6 there were lots of people in line. I remember that I was kept very busy during this time and was making sandwiches. On this night, I believe that we had 3 of us working, and then 2 of us would be there until the close. So we had 2 people making the subs and 1 person on the register at this particular moment. Still, even with this, the line was kept somewhat long for quite a while. I remember that the restaurant was overall crowded, but I looked up and I noticed this guy in line that was just staring at me. It wasn't like he was just looking at me or in my direction, but intensely staring at me. I did not recognize the guy, and I didn't look at him for very long before looking away. Then I focused back on what I was doing. Sometime later, maybe like 5 minutes, I looked up again randomly, and I noticed the guy still staring. I looked away again, and was not looking forward to when it would be his turn in line. However, like 10 minutes at least went by, and I didn't have to make a sandwich for the guy. After a while, I looked around, and I noticed that he was not in line anymore. But unfortunately, he was still inside of the restaurant, and he was still staring at me. I just looked away again and went back to work. We were all so busy that I didn't have time to point him out to a coworker or anything. I barely had time to wonder why this guy was staring at me. I just knew that I didn't know who he was or why he was looking at me. Finally, a while later, things quieted down a little bit. I realized the man was still there, and I decided to take my break. So I went into the back for a while, and when I came back out to work, the man was gone. I thought that was the end of it. At that point, I only had a couple of hours of work left. Things were very quiet for the rest of the night. There were a few customers here and there, but not many. It was just me and another coworker that were there until close. At probably like 20 or 30 minutes before closing time, I remember that the guy was back, but this time, he was outside of the restaurant. There are big windows at the front of the Subway, and the guy was staring right inside. When I noticed him, I got so creeped out. During this time, I was alone behind the counter, and my coworker was in the back. The man outside was just staring at me like before, and this was several hours after he had last been there. I was so creeped out by this that I went into the back to get my coworker. When we both came out, the man was gone. We closed up a short time later without getting any more customers. Then when we left, I looked around the parking lot for the guy in case he was staring at me someplace else, but he wasn't. I didn't notice him, and we left after that. I was a part-time employee, so I did not work every day, and I remember I don't think I worked for the next few days after that. When I returned to work, I did not see the guy again. I still don't know who he was or what he was doing.
I work at Starbucks, and something happened a few weeks ago that really freaked me out. For a little background, I'm an 18-year-old female and have worked at Starbucks for about 6 months. So I was working until close one day, and I was behind the counter making drinks for most of the time. For much of the shift, I was kept pretty busy. I didn't really notice many of the people that would be sitting around inside. Our location is large enough that there's a good amount of tables and seats. It's fairly popular for people to bring their laptops and work and things like that. At one point, I noticed a few of the people sitting around. One of them was this guy sitting alone at a table on his laptop. He was probably about middle-aged, had dark hair, and was wearing a blue jacket. When I noticed him, he was staring at me. He didn't look away though when I saw him. I had to look away because it was weird. But then I just kept working and I didn't think about the guy or look over in his direction anymore. Hours later though, when things quieted down significantly, I was not quite as busy. At that point, I noticed the very few people that were still inside. I think there were just 2 or 3 people sitting around. One of them was the same guy from earlier, and when I noticed him, he was staring at me again and once more did not look away. It was almost unsettling how weird it seemed to me. I also thought that it was weird at first how he had been there for so long, but I guessed it wasn't that strange for people to work all day in a coffee shop after all. As we approached closing time, it was now just me and another coworker. The other customers soon left, but the man remained. The closer it got to closing time, the more nervous I was. Was he just going to keep sitting here past close? Thankfully, with about 5 minutes left before we closed for the night, I saw him getting up to leave. Then he walked out the door, and I felt better. I stayed for a while longer until I was good to go. After I left work, I just drove straight home that night. The Starbucks is in an area with lots of other stores and restaurants right nearby, and it's always kind of busy over there. I live with my parents at their house, which is about a 10-minute drive from the Starbucks. So I drove home and then went inside. It was probably like 9 p.m. by that point. I just remember that maybe about 10 minutes or so after getting back, I noticed this car parked on the side of the street outside. It was pretty much across from our house and the engine of the car was running. What was strange is that it's pretty unusual for cars to be parked on the side of our street. It's not really in the city and everybody has large driveways. I saw the lights to the car turn off and I just decided to go over to the window and look at it. When I got closer, I noticed that there was somebody inside the driver's seat. It looked just like the same guy who had been at the Starbucks staring at me. At first, I thought that I was paranoid thinking about the guy and there was no way that it was really him. But then he looked over at the house. I saw him for like a second and then I quickly ducked down so that he wouldn't see me. I realized in that moment that it was for sure the same guy. This kind of freaked me out because of course I wondered if he had somehow followed me home or something. I went away from the window and I didn't want him to see me or anything. But a short time later, my curiosity got the better of me and I went back. Not only was the car still there, but the man was still in the driver's seat and appeared to be looking at me. I moved away from the window again and found my dad, who was thankfully still up. He decided to go outside and confront the man. However, as soon as my dad left the house and began to walk towards the car, it quickly drove away. I figured that was pretty incriminating and that he probably wasn't just there because he was lost or something. Since then, I have not seen the man. Not in my neighborhood and not at Starbucks, and I'm really happy about that. I'm hoping that I never see him again. I used to work as a pizza delivery driver for Domino's. The most insane thing that happened in my time there took place one late Friday night. Obviously, Fridays are pretty busy for pizza deliveries, and we were also open very late, I think to 2 a.m. So I started work at 6 p.m. and was working until close. It was a busy night as it went on, but I made lots of money in tips. When it was around midnight, things started to quiet down. I remember that we got an order and I was supposed to deliver it. It was just a simple medium pepperoni pizza, and I took it and went to my car. When I saw the address, I didn't think much of it at first. It was just an address. However, when I arrived, I realized that it was another Domino's pizza. I figured that this must be some kind of a prank or something. The Domino's location was less than 10 minutes from ours. But as you know, Domino's is an extremely popular chain, and they're all over the place. I wasn't quite sure if this was a mistake, or a joke, or a prank, or what. I parked in the parking lot, took the pizza, and then headed inside. I remember that this Domino's was in a sort of quieter street on the edge of an area with other restaurants and stores. The parking lot was mostly empty, and at the end of the small lot behind the building there was a steep hill going up with tons of trees on it. That led up to a wooded area. So I went inside the Domino's with the pizza, and the workers inside seemed confused. I said that somebody ordered a pizza there and asked if this was a joke. The 3 employees inside stopped making pizzas and all looked around at each other asking if they had pranked one of them. None of them had done it though. It seemed as though maybe someone else had. I asked if anybody wanted the pizza and they said no. However, the pizza was not paid for yet. I told them that I was just as confused as they were and I would take the pizza back and say it was a mistake or something. So I left the Domino's and started heading back to my car. Just then is when I heard a voice yelling from just inside the woods to my far left. It was a man's voice and he said, "Hey, over here." I looked and there was a guy standing a few steps on the hill. He said that he had been the one to order the pizza. So I started to walk over to him, hoping to get some kind of an explanation for this. I mean, what was he doing in the woods? Why didn't he just order from the Domino's that was right here? I figured maybe he made a mistake and ordered online from the wrong location or something. But But if he was there, why would he request for it to be delivered? When I got to him, he didn't give me an explanation though. He just said, "Bring the pizza up here." Then the man started to walk up this narrow path that was barely even there through the woods. So I took the pizza up the steep hill, nearly tripping over all the tree branches and stuff. When I reached towards the top, we were in this thick woods where I could barely see. It was like pitch black, and the man stood there and then took the pizza from me. I told him the price, and he took his wallet out of his pocket and started counting his cash. As he was doing that, I looked around and then noticed something strange. There was another guy sitting in one of the trees about 20 feet up. The guy was wearing a ski mask as well, just sitting on a branch up in the tree, seemingly looking in my direction. This situation was seeming really sketchy and not something at all that I had signed up for. As soon as the guy gave me a $10 bill, I just took it, said thanks, and then started walking away very quickly. The guy said, "Don't you want a tip?" I said, "Keep it," and then just started to walk back down the hill as fast as I could. I didn't stop and nearly ran back down the hill the rest of the way to the parking lot. Then I literally jogged to my car, got inside, and left. I drove back to the Domino's that I worked at, and I told what happened to everyone that was inside working. They found it very amusing. I could laugh about it afterwards, but the scene was just so bizarre and strange, and I have no idea what was going on there. Maybe it was just a prank to scare me. If so, it certainly worked.
I'm a female, and this took place one night about 20 years ago. At this time, my daughter was just 5 years old. One night, I left home to do some shopping. I was getting groceries and then was going to get my daughter a birthday present. She would be turning 6 in a few days. She stayed at home with my husband and I went by myself. So I got to the Toys R Us and it was sometime at night. I don't remember exactly when, but after going inside, things were very quiet and I think that they must have been closing soon. I knew one thing that I wanted to get for my daughter, but I was kind of looking around for something else as well. I don't even remember what toys they were. Probably some kind of stuffed animals or something else related to animals. After being there a little while, as I was standing in this one aisle by myself, I looked over and noticed this guy at the end of the aisle. It was a man who was wearing a large black coat and also wearing a hat. He was just kind of standing there and seemingly looking at me. Immediately, it struck me as suspicious. I'm not a paranoid person at all, but this just seemed really odd. I didn't really look at him and pretended not to notice, but I could see out of the corner of my eye him still just kind of standing there. After a little while, I looked over again. A few seconds after looking at him, he walked away. I didn't know what that was all about, so I moved on and was shopping for probably about 15 more minutes. I didn't see the man during this time. I then checked out and left the store. The parking lot was dark and quiet, and I made my way to my vehicle. But it didn't take me long to notice that there was a car parked right next to mine. It was an SUV, I believe a Suburban, and it was dark gray in color. Maybe it was because of the man staring at me in the store, but this also gave me a bad feeling. It seemed to be parked unnecessarily close to my car, especially with so many open spaces around. But I kept walking towards my vehicle. I then heard one of the SUV doors open, and sort of saw it, but it was at the side farthest away from me. I thought about stopping, but I told myself to just keep going and ignore it. However, shortly after this, I noticed a man walk around the SUV, and it was the same guy who I had seen inside. This was enough for me to turn around instantly where I was and walk back towards the store. I went all the way back inside of the Toys R Us. Unfortunately, not long after making it inside, I saw the man enter the store as well. I wasn't really sure what to do. The guy seemed to be following me, and I didn't know why. His car was parked right next to mine for some strange reason as well. I walked into the store and went down a random aisle. When I did, I saw the man walking a ways away, but in my direction. I just started walking through random aisles of the store. The man was not right behind me or anything. Occasionally, I would look back and see him off in the distance. I'm not sure if he was trying to make it seem like he wasn't following me, but I could tell. I decided to call my husband. I took out my cell phone and called our home phone. Thankfully, he was quick to answer. When I told him what was going on, he said he would be on his way.
We luckily lived pretty close by, and it was easily under 10 minutes. I continued to walk around the store. To delay time even more, I picked out another random toy for our daughter. Then I went to buy that as well. When I went to check out, I saw the man get in line right behind me. I'm not sure what he was getting, if anything, but when I left the checkout area, I decided to leave the store again. This time, I saw my husband's car was parked right across from mine in the SUV. I also noticed that the man was following me again, and I heard his footsteps approaching from behind. When I started walking outside, the man left the store as well. My husband emerged from his vehicle and also started approaching me. At that time, the man behind me actually changed directions. He went to the left, almost to the next row of parking spaces, but then quickly almost ran to his SUV, got inside of it, and left. After that, we both went home. I'm grateful that my husband was able to help me out. That man was much larger than I was, and I did not carry any pepper spray at the time. After that, I started to, but luckily, nothing like that has happened since.
I used to work at a Walgreens several years ago. The one that I worked at was open 24 hours, and I was working overnights. The store was generally very quiet during these hours. Only some customers would come in here and there. Most of the time, the store would be empty. I would also work by myself, which didn't really bother me much. That is, until one night when I was by myself, and it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. The store had no customers in it until this man walked through the automatic doors in the corner. The entrance/exit was to my left, and I watched the man walk in rather quickly. Upon entering, he glanced my way, but then he quickly disappeared behind an aisle. The guy had blonde hair and was wearing a blue shirt, I remember. So, moments later, I noticed the guy walking between a few other aisles. He was looking at me while doing so, and then he went out of sight again. He emerged another time about a minute later and looked at me yet again. He was still moving pretty quickly, and the look on his face appeared to be somewhat nervous. The fact that he kept looking at me made me a little bit concerned, though. I thought that possibly he was going to try to steal something, maybe. Still, I really had no idea. I just knew that his behavior seemed a little strange. I saw him one more time, further towards the back of the store, and once more he was looking at me. Then he went out of my sight for a really long time. Now, during this time, I didn't really have anything to do, so I was really curious and wondering what this guy was doing. Soon, though, I didn't see or hear him at all for at least 30 minutes. I almost forgot about him, but then I realized how strange it was. I really didn't know where he had gone. I couldn't see the entire store from where I was, but I could see a lot of it, and I definitely would have noticed if the man had left. After a few more minutes of nothing, I just got too curious. I decided to walk around the store and see where this guy was. I left my place behind the counter and started going down a few aisles. When I did, though, I did not see the guy. Soon, I had made my way all the way to the complete back of the store. I still didn't see anybody, but as I was back there, I heard something. It was the sound of somebody walking, more towards the front of the store. I looked over, but couldn't really see, so I walked closer, and then I saw the man again. He was now behind the counter, where I was supposed to be. When I kept walking closer, I noticed that the man was now trying to open the cash register. It was locked, though, because I hadn't had to use it for my entire shift yet, and I had forgot to unlock it. I got lucky there. Still, he kept trying, and when he saw me, he stopped and looked up. I asked him what he was doing, and then he stopped. He did not leave, though. Instead, he jumped right over the counter and was heading towards me. I was probably a good 50 feet away from him. I turned and sprinted to the other end of the store. Back there, the only place I thought to go was the back room. I was able to make it into the back room, and then I locked the door behind me. The man arrived and tried opening it, but then quickly seemed to walk away. I figured that he was going to return and try opening the cash register again. I got out my phone and quickly dialed 911. Then I reported what was happening to the police. In the meantime, I obviously waited in the back room and did not come out. When the police got there, and I finally did emerge, the man was gone. He did steal a few things, but did not get in the cash register. We thankfully had security cameras rolling, and I turned those over to the police. They were actually able to locate the man not too long after. I don't know what the guy would have done if he'd caught up with me, but I'm really glad that he didn't.
I'm a teacher at a high school, and this is my scariest experience from my time on the job. It happened in just my second year of teaching full-time. I had been hired at a high school nearby to where I had grown up. I was really happy to get the job, and the first year had gone well. Most of the students at the school were pretty good. There were a few that were not though, but I feel like most schools that size have them. One day, I was teaching class like any other. After first period was over, in between classes, I would check my cell phone. As I was doing so, I saw that I was receiving a call from an unknown number. I didn't know who it was, so I didn't bother to answer. I put my phone back down on the desk and then prepared for the second class of the day. After teaching that class, I checked my phone again and then saw that the number had left a voicemail. I decided to listen to it. When I played the message, it was what sounded like a younger male's voice, and they were talking in almost a whisper. It was creepy, and the voice simply said, "Answer my calls." Then, literally moments later, the phone started ringing again. Taking the unknown caller's advice, I decided to answer. When I did, I heard that same voice again. He said, "I'm inside the school and I'm gonna get you." Then he hung up. I was really creeped out by this. I didn't know if he was serious or not, but being a new teacher, I felt like I should report it. So I called the principal and let him know about the threat made against me. The principal said that the matter would be looked into immediately. A short time later, a lockdown was announced. I followed through with the procedure for my classroom, and a few minutes after that, there was a knock on the door. Thankfully, it was one of the school staff members to ask me some questions. They talked to me in the room quietly, asking me what happened and stuff. Then they left and said that they were searching the school. The lockdown lasted for about an hour. When it was finally lifted, I was told that nobody suspicious was found inside the school, and they thought that I was safe. And for the rest of the day, I was. Nothing strange or creepy happened, and I had no more texts or calls. After school, I did some grading and some preparations for the following school day. Then I went home. I lived in a one-bedroom apartment by myself at the time. That night, shortly before I was going to go to bed, there was a really loud knocking on my front door. I was really freaked out immediately. I remembered the threat that I had received at school. Now somebody was at my house. Whoever was there did not knock a second time. After a minute or so, I very carefully got up and walked over to the door. When I looked through the peephole, nobody was there. Whoever had done it must have left. I was really on edge and thought about calling the police, but I decided not to. I was on high alert for the rest of the night, but nothing else happened. It was tough to fall asleep, but eventually I was able to. The next day at school, I found out that the mystery had been solved. The number that I had received calls from had been traced to one of my students. He was a guy who hadn't shown up to class in weeks. I'm not sure if it was a prank or if he was serious, but he was kind of a troublemaker and hung out with a bad crowd. He had already been suspended multiple times and was suspended again for that. The really creepy part is that I'm sure it was him who showed up at my apartment. I have no clue how he got my number or address. Did he follow me home? That might explain the apartment, but still not the phone number. He was never in my class again, as he got expelled shortly after for selling drugs on school grounds. I'm glad that I never saw him again after that. I live alone, and I still have a home phone. This is something that I've seen is less common nowadays because of cell phones, but I have a plan with the cable company where I get phone, internet, and TV in a bundle. So I still have a landline telephone in the house, but I will admit I hardly ever use it. However, something happened not long ago that is making me seriously consider getting rid of it altogether. I was at home by myself one evening not too long after arriving home from work. As I was watching TV in the living room, I heard the home phone ring. I wasn't sure who it was because I didn't get too many calls on that phone, and the ones that I do are usually just spam telemarketers or things like that. But it was nighttime now, so not the time when they usually called. I got up and walked over to the phone. I looked at the screen and it said, "Unknown caller." Now, this would be enough for most people to not answer, and normally I wouldn't either, but on this time, for whatever reason, I was curious and decided to answer the phone. When I did, I heard nothing at first. I said, "Hello?" and then said it again. There was still nothing. Then I heard a man on the other end of the phone who sounded upset. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." I said, "Okay, no problem." The man said nothing, but I could hear him breathing. It was really weird, so I hung up the phone. Then I went back to the couch. However, only about a half an hour later, the phone rang again. I went back over and it said unknown caller again. I answered the phone once more because I was somehow even more curious now. It was the same guy. And this is what was really strange. Without me even saying anything, like right after I picked up, he said, "I think I have the wrong number." The same thing as he said before. Once more, he sounded borderline distraught. I was so confused. I said, "Okay, well, you called me again." He said nothing. I asked, "Who is it that you're trying to call?" The man started to say again, "I think I have the wrong number," but he hung up before he finished saying it, so he only said, "I think I have the and then he hung up. I was really weirded out by this guy. I didn't know why he kept calling me if he had the wrong number, and why did he sound so upset? Also, the fact that my caller ID said unknown number made the whole thing that much more creepy. I returned to the couch hoping that he would not call again, but he did. It was almost an hour later when the phone rang. I picked it up once more. This time, as soon as I picked up, I said, "Why do you keep calling me?" There was a long pause, and then the man said, "I think I have the wrong number." I said, "Call me again and I'm reporting you." Then I hung up on him. Now, I will admit, I do not know how to block a number on a home phone. I only know how to do that on a smartphone, so I just went back to what I was doing and hoped that he wouldn't call again. The phone rang again about an hour after that. By now, it was getting to be later at night. I got up and saw that it was unknown caller again. By now, I was fully freaked out. I thought about picking up, but decided not to. I thought that maybe if I didn't entertain this guy's madness, he would let me be, so I walked away. But then I heard the beep of the answering machine. I froze in my tracks and listened. The man started speaking. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." Then he repeated it again. "I think I have the wrong number." Each time he said it, he sounded more upset and distraught. He said it 4 times before being cut off during the 5th time and hanging up, ending the message. After that, he didn't call for over an hour. I figured my method of not answering the phone had worked. Soon I got ready for bed and headed to my room to go to sleep. I fell asleep without much problem despite being slightly creeped out, but I was awoken sometime in the middle of the night. As soon as I awoke, I heard the sound of the phone ringing. This was strange because although the phone ring could be heard from my bedroom, it wasn't loud enough to wake me up typically. Normally, I would sleep right through it, but not this time. I looked at the clock and it was 2 a.m. I heard the phone ringing and then it finally stopped and went to message. I was dreading hearing the voice again and could not believe that the guy was still calling me, especially at this hour. But he did not leave a message at all, which made me feel slightly better. However, the guy then simply called again. My phone was ringing once more. I still didn't answer. Then, after the phone ringing stopped, the guy called again about 30 seconds later. It was like he was just going to keep calling me and calling me. Finally, I got up and went to the phone. As it was ringing again, I decided to answer it. When I did, I heard nothing at first. Then I said, "Hello?" Then I heard the man again. He said, "I think I have the wrong number." It was too creepy. I instantly hung up the phone. Then I unplugged it from the wall and took the phone jack out as well. That made it finally stop. I was so freaked out that it took me almost an hour to fall back asleep. The next day, I was still thinking about how crazy that was. I left my phone unplugged for over a week. Since then, I've put it back in, and I have not received any more crazy calls like that. I still wonder who did that and why. Maybe it was just a prank, but whoever did that really went to great lengths if that's the case. I mean, to call that many times, never laugh, and to do it after 2 a.m. when I wasn't answering is pretty crazy. And I also have no idea who could have possibly done that or why they would have pulled a prank like that on me. I'm just hoping that that guy never calls me again.
This is something that happened just last year. So I live in a pretty average house with my wife. We just got married 2 years ago and moved into a suburban neighborhood. It's been a great place to live, and we're friends with most of the neighbors. On this night in particular though, my wife was out with friends, so I was home by myself. I was just sitting on the couch watching sports on TV in the living room. At probably like 10-something p.m., I recall hearing noises from the back side of the house. They sounded like they were coming from outside, and the living room is at the front of the house, so the opposite side. I couldn't hear real well, but it sounded like somebody may be in our backyard. I got up to go and look, and I walked out past the dining room and then into the kitchen. When I got there, the first thing that I saw out the back window was a man standing right in the middle of the yard. He was wearing black pants and a black sweatshirt and had dark hair. He was also wearing sunglasses despite it being nighttime. The guy was just kind of standing there, and it was really creepy. Our backyard is also not that big. It's completely fenced in, and it borders our other neighbors' yards on all sides. There's a patio right outside our sliding glass door, and then the rest of the yard is grass. There's only a couple of trees, so it's pretty open. The guy stood there and then faced me, probably noticing me coming up to the window. I half expected him to run out of the yard upon being discovered, but he didn't. He just faced me and kept looking in my direction. This made me kind of nervous, but still, I wasn't really that afraid of the guy, so I walked over to the sliding door in the back, now probably like 30 feet away from the guy. I opened it just a crack with the man watching me the entire time. I yelled at him to leave now and get out of my yard. At first, he just stood there, still looking at me. I didn't know if he was going to just stay there, charge at me, or do something else. After I yelled at him again, I threatened to call the cops. This time, the guy turned and then jogged over to the end of my yard. He hopped the fence and then went into our next door neighbor's backyard. I was glad that he was gone, but now realized that he was in our next door neighbor's property. I didn't want him to break in there or something, so I decided to give them a call and then call the police. I dialed the neighbors, and he answered. I told our neighbor about what happened, and he went and looked into his backyard, but he said he didn't see anyone. I told him to stay alert and that I was calling the cops, and then I got off the phone with him and dialed 911. After hearing that the guy was not in the neighbor's yard, I figured that maybe he had hopped their fence too and went elsewhere. Still, I went through with my call to the police, telling them that somebody was prowling around the neighborhood and stuff. They said that they would come down and check it out. So then I went back into the living room. I was wondering who this guy was and what he had been doing. Well, not even a minute later, I heard somebody trying to open the sliding door that we had in the back. I got up and went to look. The man was back, and he was repeatedly trying to open the door. He saw me and then knocked on it. It was really creepy. I yelled that I already called the cops and they were on the way. The guy did not immediately leave, but I left the room and went out of his sight. He didn't try opening the door again though, and I didn't go back over there until the police arrived. When they did, sadly, the man was gone. They looked around the area for a while. Unfortunately, I don't think that the man was ever found. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing other than trying to break into homes, I guess. I'm hoping that he never comes back.
This is something that took place back when I was about 12 years old. During this time, I lived with my parents and siblings in a neighborhood with lots of houses in it. However, not every house looked the same, and there were many different sized yards. I remember that there was this one house a ways down my street that was abandoned. I didn't know the story on it, but I know that one of my friends lived 2 doors down from it. This house had a bigger yard, and there were lots of trees on the property as well. So many, in fact, that you could barely even see the house from the street. It had been abandoned for several years, and I honestly don't know why. I had a few friends that lived in the neighborhood, and I went to school with them and stuff. One evening, I was hanging out with the friend who lived by the abandoned house. His name was Kyler. It was approaching sunset, and I was over in his yard. I don't remember how, but we got to talking about the abandoned house. I was curious about it, because I didn't know anything other than that it was abandoned. Kyler said that we should go over and look at it, so we walked along the sidewalk in front of his house and past the next door neighbors. Then we were standing in front of the abandoned house. There was a gate that was a little bit open and really rusty. The front yard was overgrown with long grass and lots of trees that needed trimming. I remember that Kyler just started walking up in the yard. I followed him, and then he walked past the gate. At that point, I asked him if we were allowed to go back here. He said, "Yeah, the property's abandoned, so who cares?" Then he claimed that he had been in the yard several times before. He started showing me the house and talking about it. We went all the way around it and into the backyard. There, the grass was also overgrown,
but there were patches of dirt as well. Then we noticed that a back door to the house was open a little bit. Kyler and I walked over to it. I think that we were both pretty curious as to why the door was open. We both knew 100% that the house was abandoned. Kyler said that the door was not open the last time he was back there. I asked him if he had ever seen the inside of the house before, and he said no. At that point, we both decided to go in. Kyler opened the door just enough for us both to enter. Once we were inside, we saw that all the lights appeared to be off. It was getting dark out now, so the visibility wasn't the greatest. I could tell, though, that there really wasn't much of anything inside the house at all. We were in what was maybe the dining room or living room. I saw a kitchen area to the left. We both walked in farther and saw that there were a few pieces of old furniture here and there, but really not much. I remember seeing a staircase going up, but we walked past it and went towards this hallway. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing, and I didn't really want to be there. To me, we had seen enough and probably should be going. But Kyler continued to walk through the house and went down the hallway into what I think was a bedroom. I remember that I stayed back a little bit. I was still in the hallway when Kyler walked inside of the bedroom. At that point, though, I suddenly heard these footsteps. It sounded like somebody was actually upstairs. I listened close and realized that somebody was definitely coming down the staircase. I quickly ran over into the room that Kyler was in. This appeared to be mostly empty as well. I told Kyler that I heard somebody coming down the stairs. At first, he didn't believe me and thought that I was just messing with him. But a moment later, we both heard the footsteps arriving at the bottom of the stairs. I went over and quietly closed the door to the room that we were inside of. We heard the person begin to walk around. The footsteps got slightly closer to us. My heart was beating like crazy, and I was literally sweating. The footsteps did not enter the hallway though. Instead, they headed to the front side of the house. When this happened, Kyler and I knew that we needed to get out of there. We felt that whoever was in there probably heard us, and they were now looking for us. I opened the door, and then we both sprinted out of the hallway into the back door of the house. Luckily, it was still open how we left it. Neither of us bothered to look back where the person had walked. When I was going out the door, though, I did hear footsteps approaching, but they were still a distance away. We both left the house, and then fled on foot around the house and back out onto the sidewalk. Then we both went back to Kyler's house. Whoever had been inside of the house did not leave or follow us. After that night, we never went back there again. I'm not sure who was in there. That was one of the scariest moments of my life, though. This is my scariest experience of being at home by myself. It happened back when I was 12 years old. It was a long time ago now, but I still remember it really well. During this time, I lived with my parents, older sister, and younger brother. It was very rare that I would be at home by myself, but somehow it happened. It was a Friday evening, and my dad was out of town until the next morning for work. He didn't travel for work a whole lot, but every now and then he did. I remember that my sister was at her best friend's house and was going to be sleeping over there. As for my mom and brother, they were at a birthday party my brother was invited to. I was not invited, and my mom went with my brother because she was basically helping the birthday kid's mom with the party. So that left me home alone, all by myself on a Friday night. My big plans were to just relax and play video games. I was excited about it though, because I rarely got the entire place to myself. Our house was pretty average for the most part. There were 2 levels, with all the bedrooms being upstairs. Downstairs was the living room, dining room, and kitchen. So after my mom left that afternoon shortly after I got back from school, she gave me instructions on how to make a frozen pizza. I had never cooked before, but I loved frozen pizza, and at about 7 p.m., I cooked it. Everything went pretty well, and then I went into the living room and sat in an office chair right in front of the TV and started playing on my PlayStation. This went on for several hours. At about 9 o'clock at night, I heard the sound of somebody stepping onto the front step where our door was. The living room was at the front of the house, so it really wasn't that far away.
when I heard the person walk onto the front step. I assumed that it was my mom and brother returning from the birthday party. I kept playing, expecting to hear the door open at any point. But after several minutes went by, nothing happened. Nobody entered the house. I got curious, and I got up and walked over to the front door to look outside. When I did, I didn't see anybody there. There was no one at the front door, and my mom's car was not in the driveway either. As I was looking there, though, something caught my eye to the left. I looked and saw what appeared to be a man walking through the front yard. He was just barely in my sight for about a second before disappearing past what I could see. He had gone towards the side of the house, or maybe the neighbor's yard. I was a little nervous after this, but I assumed that the man had left. I didn't really know who he was or what he was doing. I kept watching around the front yard for a minute or so and saw nothing more. So after that, I returned to my video games. I couldn't help but be creeped out by what I had seen, so I was trying to take my mind off of it. And after about 10 minutes, it was starting to work. That is, until suddenly I heard the sound of somebody trying to open the back door to the house. Our back door was connected to the kitchen and went out to the patio. This sound was much louder, and I instantly stood up. I ran over to the phone and called my mom's number. During this time, I didn't hear any more noises. I told my mom that somebody tried coming in the back door, and she told me to call the police. She told me that she would be home as soon as she could, but the birthday party was still going on. So after that, I quickly ran upstairs and then went into my bedroom. Once I was there, I called the police and told them that I thought somebody was trying to break in. After giving them my address, I went and hid behind my bed. I covered myself with tons of blankets. I was really too scared to want to know what was going on. As I waited for the police to arrive, I was hoping that the man had just left and not tried breaking in. I wasn't hearing anything, but then again, I was covered in blankets. It felt like forever, but maybe 10 minutes later, the police got there. I remember that I got a call on the phone and was told that they were there. I never would have gone down and left my bedroom on my own. When that happened, I got up, but heard people talking, so I stayed in my bedroom. I remember a while later, there was a knock at my bedroom door. I was terrified until I heard a voice on the other side say police. Then I answered the door and there was an officer there. He told me that they had caught a man who had just broken in. I was told that the police got there in the nick of time, and they really did. The man had somehow got the back door to the house open. He had literally just entered when the police arrived. The man was arrested, and luckily didn't get far into the house. I was honestly shocked when I heard it, but luckily everything turned out fine. He wasn't able to steal anything or do any damage. The back door needed a little bit of fixing, but it wasn't a huge deal. After that though, I didn't want to stay home by myself for a while. This happened back when I was in high school around 20 years ago. I still remember it pretty well though. So I was in a science class during my sophomore year. It was a pretty typical science classroom that was fairly large with chairs and small desks at them. Then to the right was a large lab area with tables and more chairs. For most of the time we would be sitting at the desks, and then like once a week we would do labs. My assigned seat was at the most far back left seat in the class. There were only 2 other kids in my row of seats, and I was closest to the classroom door which led out to the hallway. I was a pretty good student, but science was not my best subject. Most of the time in class, I found myself very bored and my mind would wander. So on this day, the teacher was teaching and writing on the whiteboard and stuff. I was bored and I wasn't really paying that great of attention. I was supposed to be taking notes, but I remember that I started looking around the room out of boredom. At one point, I looked to the classroom door to my left and to the window. It was one of those doors that has a small vertical window that was skinny and not that big. But when I looked over, I saw a man on the other side looking inside of it. It was a grown adult man who I did not recognize to be a teacher at the school or anything like that. He was staring right into the room, and then his eyes locked onto mine when I looked at him. His eyes were somewhat wide, and it seemed like he must be joking around, but I had no clue who he was. I looked around to the other students, and they were all paying attention to the teacher and didn't notice the guy. and where the teacher was, as well as most of the other students were, you couldn't see the door because there were shelves that blocked the view. So I looked back to the man and he was still there, but then he ducked down and went out of sight. I went back to taking notes and just kind of shrugged it off. But it still seemed like a really weird thing, and I wasn't really sure why the guy did that, but I was still under the impression overall that it was a harmless prank. Sometime later, maybe 10 minutes, the man returned. I'd been looking over to the window periodically. Number one, I wanted to see if the guy would come back, and number two, I was bored. When he returned, he just started to stare at me. I looked at him for an uncomfortable amount of time and then looked away. When I looked back again a short time later, he was still there. I thought about alerting someone but elected not to. At the time, as weird as the guy was and borderline creepy, I didn't want to talk in front of the whole class. It would be disrupting to the teacher's lesson, so I didn't say anything. A short time later, the man was gone again. I went back to trying to pay attention to the teacher. Now, literally 5 minutes later, a sound came over the school intercom. Our teacher then announced that the school was being locked down. She turned off the lights and instructed us to get on the floor and under our desks. Then she went over and locked the classroom door. I started thinking about the man and wondering if he was the cause for the lockdown. I was also afraid that he would come back to the classroom. I remember some of the other students whispering to each other, and I told some about the guy. Nobody seemed to know exactly what the lockdown was for, though. It lasted for about 45 minutes, which felt very long. Then finally, it was lifted. We were able to resume with our school day. At first, nobody would say what the lockdown was for, but by the end of the day, the word had spread and I found out. An adult man had actually been stalking a girl who was in my class. He followed her to the school and entered the building and hid inside. It was the same guy who I had seen looking into the classroom. The man was also on drugs, and he was arrested by the police when they found him hiding in the school. It was a big relief for everyone that he was caught. The girl in my class was not even aware of him following her. It's crazy to me that I saw him, and I thought it was just some guy joking around at first. I'm really glad that he didn't try to enter our classroom.
A few years ago, I was driving back from work pretty late at night. I was going home, and normally I don't work quite that late, but it had been a long one. At this point, I was extremely hungry, and I hadn't had a chance to eat in a long time. On the drive home, I didn't normally pass by many restaurants. I happen to live a little bit out in the country, and there aren't a bunch of places to go to, so I was keeping my eyes out for a place to stop, and I remember I pulled off the highway and I took an exit. My options there were a gas station, and then a little ways down the road I saw a sign for a Subway. At this point, it was probably like 10-something at night. I didn't know if Subway would still be open, but I thought that I would go and look. So when I drove down the road, it appeared as though the Subway was open. The lights inside were on, and I remember that I thought I saw somebody in there when I was driving into the parking lot. However, there weren't any other cars in the parking lot. I decided to park, get out, and go to the door to see. When I did so, the door opened up and I realized that it was in fact open. At least I thought. After walking inside the Subway, it was very quiet and I didn't see anybody inside anymore. I walked up to the counter where you start ordering. I figured the employee was maybe in the back or something, and after they heard me coming in, they would probably come out to take my order. Just a few seconds after getting to the counter though, the lights suddenly turned off, and it went almost completely dark. The only light was coming in from the large windows that they had in the front of the store. I looked around wondering what was going on. After maybe 30 seconds or so, I figured that I would just leave. But before I walked away, I heard some noises coming from the back, which was around the corner and out of my sight. That's when I saw a man coming into view. It looked like he had entered from the back room, and I thought that it was an employee at first. I couldn't see the man very well at all because of the dark, but with the light that I did have from the window, I noticed that this man was not wearing a Subway uniform in any way. He just stood there for a moment looking at me. I decided that I would leave still. This situation overall just seemed very strange, so I began to head over to the door. But when I did, I heard the man start walking from behind the counter. I didn't really know where he was going, but it actually sounded like he was going towards me. When I reached the doors, I glanced back and saw the guy swiftly walking my way. He was maybe 20 feet away from me. The man did not say anything, and neither did I.
I just left the subway and started going back to my car. I then heard the man actually leave the restaurant after me. I looked behind me and the guy was getting closer. At that point, I wasn't sure what else to do, so I just started running. I sprinted all the way to my car, unlocked the door, and got inside. Luckily, I didn't have to back up to leave because the parking lot connected to another one, so I just hit the gas and drove away from there. The man had almost reached my car, but I left him standing there in the parking lot and I drove away. I then went all the way back home, not bothering to stop any place else. I was too creeped out by the situation and made something to eat at home. Now, I still don't know exactly what was going on in that subway. I'm guessing that they were closed, but for some reason the door was open. Was the man that I saw attempting to steal from the place, or was he just chilling in the back? I really don't know, but I do know that he chased after me, and I'm glad that I got away. This happened back many years ago. I was in high school in the early 2000s, and one night my parents went out. They left me and my older sister at home, so it would just be the two of us at the house for dinner. Now, at the time, my older sister was 17 years old and I was 14. We lived in a house in a pretty typical neighborhood. Our parents left us some money to order a pizza or something, and that was the plan. When it got to be like 7 p.m., I told my sister that I was hungry and we should order from this one pizza place that was my favorite. She agreed, and then she called the store with our order. Around 20 minutes later or so, we were just in the living room watching TV, and the doorbell rang. My sister got up and answered with the money that our parents left us. I was like half paying attention as I was more focused on the TV. I heard my sister answer the door and the pizza guy say hello and stuff. I remember that I heard the pizza man ask my sister if she was home by herself, and she replied just saying no. The man said something like, "Oh really?" He couldn't see me from where I was in the living room. The guy said something else, but I couldn't really hear it. I heard my sister respond, but couldn't really make out what she was saying either, but it sounded like she was talking in a kind of rude way. I looked over at that point and saw that my sister appeared kind of annoyed. She handed the money to the guy, and then as he was still saying to have a good night, she slammed the door in his face. Then my sister locked the door as soon as it was shut, sighed, and started walking back over to the living room. I asked her what that was all about. She said, "I forgot about that creep." She went on to say that she was at her friend's house like 2 weeks prior, and the two of them had ordered a pizza. The same delivery guy was the one to show up. I guess that he acted really creepy, trying to flirt with my sister and her friend, and he even asked to come inside the house. They practically had to yell at him to leave and slam the door in his face. She said that she was planning to not order from that pizza place anymore because of him, but forgot about it. I thought that was weird, but I was glad that he was gone now and we had the pizza. I remember that just about 20 or 30 minutes later though, I heard a noise outside. It sounded like a car door closing. I looked out of the living room window and I saw the same pizza guy walking up to the house again. He had a small box in his hands and I wondered why he was at our house again. We hadn't ordered anything else. I warned my sister and she got up and said that she was going to call the police. Before she could though, the man started ringing the doorbell again. My sister and I ignored it at first. Then there was a knock on the door. My sister walked over to the door, did not open it or anything, but yelled at the man to go away. He yelled back from the other side, saying that he brought her a free brownie. She said she didn't want it and was going to call the police if he didn't leave now. What the man said next really creeped me out. He said that he knew my sister was alone and asked for her to let him in. That's when I knew I had to do something. This guy apparently really thought that she was home alone. I stood up and walked over to the door. Then, trying to sound tough, I yelled really loud in my manliest voice that I was also home and that I was going to come out and beat him to a pulp if he didn't leave. At first, I thought it didn't work. The man said something like, "Who's this tough guy?" He still stood around on the front step and didn't seem too affected, as my sister was now dialing the police. The guy laughed a little, as if trying to sound like the whole thing was a joke to him. Then, he finally turned and started walking off. I remember that he walked back to his car and then got in and drove away. The police still came to our house a while later though. My sister made a report and then the cops went to his work. I heard that the man later got fired. Thankfully, he did not come back to our house again after that. I'm glad that I was home that night and was able to help out my sister. The guy was a total creep, and hopefully he didn't harass anyone else like that.
I used to work the night shift at the front desk of an apartment building.
The lobby area had a desk, and I was in charge of buzzing people in through the door. I was essentially a layer of security. I would ensure that whoever was coming into the building lived there or was a friend of somebody and had received approval to enter. My shift was from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., so there wasn't usually much action going on during my shift, especially after midnight. One night, I was in the middle of my shift, trying not to fall asleep. Suddenly, I saw movement on one of the cameras from the garage. The garage was attached to the building, but to get inside, you still needed to come up to the main doors and be buzzed in by me. Someone was walking through the garage towards the stairs that would take them towards the lobby area. I hadn't seen anybody drive into the garage and park their car, but I was pretty tired and could have missed it easily. I watched as the person entered the stairs and made their way up towards the door to get into the lobby. They immediately tugged to open the door, apparently not knowing that they had to be buzzed in by me. It was a younger man. He was maybe right around his 30s. He looked in at me through the glass, motioning for me to open the door. It was clear that he did not live here, so I walked over towards the entry doors, motioning for him to leave. The man started explaining that he was here to see his friend and needed to get in. I had received no warning about this man, and there was no note that would indicate that he was supposed to be granted access to the building. The man glared angrily at me when I once again said that I wasn't going to be letting him in. He began pounding on the door, and while his arms were raised, I saw that he had a gun tucked into his waistband as well. The man was quite strong, and I was genuinely worried that the glass might break. I scurried back to my desk, alerting the authorities, and letting them know that a man with a gun was attempting to enter the apartment building. After a few moments, the man stopped pounding on the glass, and once again glared at me. He shouted that he would be back, and disappeared down the stairway back towards the garage. I watched on the cameras as he exited the garage and disappeared outside into the night. I ended up only working that night shift a couple more weeks, not seeing the man again. I have no idea if he ever showed up overnight again since I had stopped working there, but I wish the next night shift worker good luck if they ever did or do see him again.
For a little bit of background, I'm a female, and this happened a few years ago when I was 18. I was going on vacation with my family, and we were going abroad, so I needed to get a passport, which I did not have yet. I went to my local Walgreens to get my passport picture taken. So I walked into the store, went to the photo place in one of the back corners, and told the guy working what I needed. He came out and took my picture, and then a few minutes later, he had it printed off, gave it to me, and I paid and then left. The whole thing took under 10 minutes, and then I was out of the store. When I saw the photos, I was honestly really happy with it. I was nervous of how it would turn out, but it was one of my better pictures in my opinion. Now, a few weeks later, I had my passport, and not too long after that, I went on the trip with my family. When I returned home, not long after, I got a message from one of my friends. It was a link to an Instagram account. The page was using my name, and the profile picture was the same photo as my passport. When I saw the page, I noticed that it was a private account, so I couldn't see anything that it had posted. But I did notice that the account had made 10 posts. I also noticed that the account was following over 1,000 people, and it had over 1,000 followers as well. This creeped me out a little bit. Somebody was seemingly stealing my identity. I asked my friend more information about it. He just said that the account requested to follow him and sent him a message. The account had just said hi to him and he didn't respond. He also did not follow it and did not accept the follow request because he was suspicious that it wasn't me. I sent a message to the account after that. However, I did not get a response. I was wondering how this could happen because I never posted my passport photo online. As far as I knew, I was the only person that had it. But I then realized that the only other person who could have it was the guy who worked at Walgreens. I decided to go there and question him. So I went back to the Walgreens store and then headed to the photo department. When I got there, there was a different person working. It was a woman, and I asked her about the guy and when he was working next. After describing the man to her, she told me that he had been fired from the Walgreens. She also said that she thought he was a really sketchy dude. Then I left the store. After that, I reported the account, and some of my friends did as well. Eventually, the account was either taken down or deleted because it was gone. I still don't know for sure who was doing it or why.
I have a best friend named Samantha, and we hang out with each other all the time. When we aren't hanging out, we FaceTime with each other on a regular basis. This is something that happened a few years ago when we were in college. Samantha and I attended different universities. They were a couple of hours away from each other, so we were not able to hang out as much. We would often FaceTime with each other at night when we weren't doing anything. During this time, I lived in a house with 2 other roommates. One night, both of my roommates were gone, and I was home by myself doing homework. It was approaching the late night hours, and probably like 10 or 11 o'clock. I was FaceTiming with Samantha, and we were both doing homework at our desks. I was working on some sort of assignment and having a tough time with it. I had my phone propped up on my desk, and mostly facing me. At some point, I remember Samantha asked me if my roommates were back yet. I knew that they weren't, and I said no. Samantha then told me that she thought she saw someone in the hallway behind me. I didn't know what she was talking about at first. She told me to look behind me, and I did, but saw nothing. In my bedroom, I was facing the wall and my window. Behind me and to the left a little bit was my doorway, which was open. The hallway was dark because all the lights were off. After looking and seeing nothing, I asked Samantha what exactly she saw. She told me that she wasn't 100% sure, but it looked like a man was walking down the hallway and then looked into my room. When I heard this, it did give me the creeps. I checked on Snapchat to see if my roommates were back, although I was sure that I would have heard them. Neither of them were back yet. The lighting was not the best, so there was a chance that Samantha didn't actually see that, but I didn't know why it would look like there was a guy there. It was just hard to believe. I walked over to my doorway and looked out. The hallway was dark, but nobody was in it. My roommates' bedrooms and a closet and bathroom were also on the hallway. Every door aside from the closet was open a little bit, which is how things usually were. I closed my bedroom door and then went back to my desk. Samantha and I continued talking, and I tried to focus on my homework again, although it was hard now. Probably about 10 minutes later, I suddenly heard the sound of my bedroom door opening. It was very slow, and when I heard it, I suddenly looked behind me. For a split second, I saw someone at the door. It appeared to be a man, but as fast as I saw him, he moved back and disappeared. He went into the dark hallway, and my door was left slightly open. Samantha was saying that she saw the guy again. At that point, I called the police and then went back over and closed my door. Unfortunately, there was no lock on it. I went to my closet and hid inside of it. Luckily, in this time, the man did not return. I didn't know where he was at this point, but probably 5 minutes after I called the police, I heard a back door to our house closing. I didn't leave my closet though. Soon after, the police arrived, and they searched the house, but the guy was gone. I guessed I had heard him leaving, so I never found out exactly who he was or what he was doing. That was one of the scariest moments I've ever had for sure. When my roommates got back, I told them about it, and I think one of them had left the back door unlocked, so that's most likely how the man got in. I still don't know who he was though, and luckily he never came back. A couple of years ago, it was my senior year of high school. I had just turned 18 and was living with my older brother and my dad. We had recently moved into a beach condo right on the shores of San Diego. It was a strange setup where one unit was on the 3rd floor and the 2nd unit and 1st floor were divided in half, vertically into 2 units. We lived on the side open to the sidewalk. The other side had a gated boardwalk entry and was right next to another condo of similar style. The condo was a bit older and creepy when we moved in. There were 2 master suites and 1 regular bedroom, all on the 2nd floor. Since my brother only came home to sleep, my dad and I each had one of the suites. We were all happy and loved the new place, until I found a door. Again, this condo was a little strange. In my room, there was a sunroom. It had been a balcony at one point, you could tell by the concrete floor and drain in the middle of it, but it had been closed in by large windows. I liked to sit there and do my homework with my cat. She enjoyed the sun, and I enjoyed the view of the ocean. But as much as I had been out there, I never considered moving the bookshelf that had been there since before we moved in. That was until my cat was going ballistic and I noticed her chase a mouse behind it. I told my dad, and we bought a couple of mouse traps. We were going to put them behind the bookshelf and went to move it out of the way. When we shifted it, we saw the door. It was locked, and we were never given a key for it. Although we figured it was just a storage closet, my dad and I were both curious, so we asked the landlord. The landlord had no idea what it led to. We did the logical thing and hired a locksmith, who opened the door to reveal a hidden fire escape. It was a dark and creepy indoor stairway that led to a door in our shared garage. The only way to get to this door was from the third-story balcony or the door inside our garage. Either way, you had to already be in the building to get to it, so we weren't really worried about it. A few days later, my dad and brother decided to go on a small road trip. They left me behind because I was still in school and drove myself to class anyways. I had stayed home alone many times before. I was used to it and never really got lonely thanks to my cat and small dog. Nobody besides my boyfriend knew that I would be home alone, and nobody besides my dad and myself knew about that door, so I felt rather safe. I went to bed late. I was a night owl, and I cuddled up with my cat and dog and fell asleep while watching a movie on my laptop. I awoke to my small dog freaking out and a person trying to get into my room through that door. My dog attacked them and quite possibly saved my life. At the time, I went back to bed thinking it was all a dream. The next morning, I went to grab my backpack from the sunroom, and there was blood everywhere. The door was still open, and there was blood leading down the stairs. I called my boyfriend and dad, and then finally the cops, and my school to let them know I wouldn't be coming in today. The cops took samples of the blood and pictures of the trail. Then they got a good laugh when I showed them the dog who protected me, and from the looks of it, it took a good bite of the stranger's leg. My dad and brother cut their trip short, and my boyfriend stayed with me until they got back. I was terrified. I couldn't think of anyone who knew about that door, had access to it, and possibly was timing it for my dad and brother to be gone. The cops never came back with anything, and we put the bookshelf back. But it took a long time for me to be able to sleep easily in that room again. The only other people who knew about it was my landlord and the locksmith. Our landlord is in a wheelchair, so it wasn't him, but it very well could have been the locksmith. Who knows what would have happened to me if my dog wasn't there. Last year, I was living by myself in an apartment building. I lived on the second floor in a typical one-bedroom place. I worked many different hours at my job, and we usually get home sometime in the afternoon or night. On this night in particular, I left work sort of late. I just remember that I was tired and it had been a really long shift. I got back to my apartment, parked my car, and then went up to my place. When I went inside though, I realized that I had forgot my phone. It sometimes would fall out of my pocket when I was getting out of my car, usually on the driver's seat. I was annoyed but quickly left my place and went back down outside to the parking lot. I got my phone from inside of my car and then I went back in my apartment. After that, I was pretty tired. What I really wanted to do the most was just go to sleep, so I started to get ready for bed at that point. It was during this time that I thought I heard a noise from the other end of my apartment. I wasn't really 100% sure though because I was brushing my teeth. I didn't know for a fact if it was from inside my apartment or maybe from the neighbors next door. It really kind of sounded like it was from mine though. I stopped and then looked over but saw nothing. I didn't hear any other noises either, so I just continued to brush my teeth. After that, I went into my bedroom to go to sleep. Maybe it was because I was really tired, but I pretty much just completely brushed off the noise that I heard, or that I thought I heard. After going into my bedroom though, I was sure that I heard another noise. I couldn't really tell what exactly it was though. My lights were all off at this point now. I walked out of my bedroom and then I looked into the living room and kitchen area. The apartment was not that big, so if the lights were on, I would have been able to see the whole thing, but they were not. When I looked though, I saw that there was someone definitely walking through the living room towards the front end of the apartment. I was so surprised that I didn't know what to do for a second. I couldn't really see any details on them because all the lights were out, but I could just see the movement really. Then, as I was still standing there, I turned the light switch on. When I did, I suddenly saw a man who I did not recognize walking to the front door of my apartment. He quickly opened up the door and then went outside and left. After he was gone, I went over to the door and I locked it. I was so confused as to what had just happened. At first, I had no idea how the man got into my apartment, and I thought maybe he had been there all day. I figured that he had to have been hiding in the coat closet in order for me to not see him. I looked around and nothing was stolen or anything. I called the police and reported the incident. I was not tired at all anymore, but wide awake. When the police were there and I was talking to them, I remembered how I had forgot my phone in the car. When I went to get it, I was only gone for like a minute, if that, so I didn't lock my apartment door. That must have been how the man was able to get inside. I'm not sure if he had just been in the apartment building, or if he had maybe followed me home or something without me noticing. I hadn't been paying the greatest of attention to my surroundings. But after the police talked to me, they looked around the complex and were not able to find the man. I was really hoping that they would. Nothing else like that happened when I lived in the apartment. I moved and live in another apartment now. When I was in high school during my junior year, I took an elective advanced computer class. It was not a very popular class and only had 5 students in it total. I was one of the 5, and our teacher was a really chill guy who was also the head basketball coach. My school had a really good basketball team, and he was always talking basketball and talking to the other coaches. We were all pretty good students, so he gave us a lot of independence. He would teach maybe 1 or 2 days a week, and then we would work on the computers for the rest of the week. Not much would be said, and he would play music and let us work most of the time. And when we got done and had free time, we could just play around on the computers. There were times where either an assistant basketball coach would come into our classroom, or our teacher would leave and go to theirs. They would quietly talk strategy for literally the entire class period sometimes. It never bothered me. In fact, I liked it, because being able to just get my work done on the computer was nice. The teacher didn't care if we went around on our phones either. The classroom was a smaller computer lab, and it was kind of out of the way in one of the long hallways near the end of the school. One day, all 5 of us students arrived for class like usual. Our teacher went over the plan for the day, and then he said that he would be back in a bit. He was going to one of the assistant coaches' rooms to talk strategy again. All of us got to work and began doing our assignments. About 30 minutes later, there was an announcement over the school intercom. It said that the school was being locked down and for teachers to follow the lockdown procedures. After this, the 5 of us kind of looked around at each other. We were sort of confused as to what we should do. I didn't know if we were supposed to get up and go lock the door and stuff, or if our teacher would return. We all figured that he would be back soon though, so none of us did anything. After like 5 minutes went by, one of the other students got up and turned the lights off. We still figured that the teacher would come back soon though. After like 10 more minutes, there was still nothing. Then we heard footsteps in the hallway. I expected it to be the teacher. A short time later, the door opened. We were all sitting at the back side of the classroom behind computers and facing the front. What we saw was a man enter the room who was not our teacher. I just remember that he had a messy beard, long stringy hair, and looked somewhat disheveled, wearing a black jacket and jeans. He entered the room and then took a few steps in. Then he looked around and seemed to notice us. As soon as he looked at us, he said, "Nobody say a word." The way he said it was really threatening. I was honestly pretty scared. The man paced back and forth, looking at us for a few seconds. Then he said, "Am I understood?" We all nodded our heads, not knowing what the guy was capable of. Then he walked over to the door and looked out of the window into the hallway. It looked like he was keeping watch and hiding. We all just sat there, frozen in fear pretty much. The guy would look out of the door window for a while, then pace around a little bit, look at us, then return to the door window. This went on for like 5 minutes. I didn't notice hearing anything else in the hallway during this time or anything. Then the man went to the door, opened it, and ran out. As soon as he was gone, another student ran over to the door and locked it. Then I think we all called 911 at once. We reported the guy, knowing that he was more than likely the cause for the school lockdown. We were told that the police were there already and inside of the school searching for him. About 20 minutes later, the lockdown was lifted. Shortly after, our teacher returned. The man was caught and arrested after trying to escape the school. Why he was there in the first place, I never found out. Our teacher was watching film with another coach on the complete opposite end of the school. He tried to walk back to us, but the police stopped him, saying that he was walking where the suspicious man had been. The cops had been called earlier after another teacher saw the guy and he allegedly threatened him. So we were kind of left there wondering what to do, and unfortunately we did not lock the door. Thankfully, nobody was harmed though. I'm going to tell you the story of a really strange thing that happened a while back. This was 2 years ago, and I was living with a roommate named Mallory, who is one of my best friends. We're still good friends today, but no longer live together. So we lived in this 2-bedroom apartment on the first floor of the building. It was an average place. I liked the apartment because it had 2 bedrooms and a living room and kitchen in the middle. Mallory and I each had our own bedrooms as well as bathrooms which were connected to the bedrooms. Living in the apartment was fun. Sometimes the other friends in our friend group would come over and hang out. But one night Mallory was gone late as she had to work, and then told me that she was going to her parents' after for dinner. I remember that I had to work late that night, and I arrived back at the apartment at roughly 9 p.m. After getting back, Mallory was still gone, so I was there by myself. I changed and then sat down on the couch with some food and started watching TV. I wasn't sure exactly what time Mallory would be back. As I was sitting on the couch and watching TV, I started to feel relaxed, but that feeling quickly went away. Out of nowhere, the TV that I was watching shut off. It was really strange. The power did not go out because the other lights remained on. I grabbed the remote and then turned the TV back on, but within probably 5 seconds, it shut off again. I knew that I did not touch the remote and I didn't know what was going on, so I got up and walked over to the TV. I'm not sure what I was looking for, if maybe a cord was becoming unplugged from the wall or something like that. It was really strange, and now that the TV was off, the apartment was completely quiet. As I was standing, I was closer to our back window. This looked out to behind the apartment complex, which had a walking path, and behind that was trees and people's backyards in a nearby neighborhood. The blinds were mostly closed, but standing by them you could sort of see between them. At a distance, it looked just dark outside, but now that I was close up, I suddenly saw a movement out of the corner of my eye. It was coming from outside, and I looked over and saw someone or something moving farther down. I went over to the window and moved some of the blinds and looked out. I was just on time to see a man running away really close to the apartment. I only saw his back as he was illuminated by other people's backlights being on. He was wearing a sweatshirt and hood which covered his head from the backside. He jogged away and was quickly out of sight. The man had been so close to my apartment, and there was no way that he had just been out walking on the trail. That was about 50 feet away. For some reason, he was deliberately right behind my apartment. I stayed there watching for a while, and he did not return. After that, I turned the TV back on, and it did not turn right back off. In fact, it didn't turn off by itself at all anymore. I sat on the couch and continued to watch TV, wondering if it would turn back off, but it never did. About 30 minutes later, Mallory got back home. I told her about the strange occurrences. We concluded that the man that ran away was most likely right outside of our window, and he must have had a remote and turned the TV off for some reason. With Roku TVs, which we had, the remotes tend to work with all the other televisions, so that's very possible. But the question that I have is why? Was it just a funny prank? I found it to be really creepy, especially that hour at night, and I'm really glad that it never happened again after that. This happened a long time ago, back around the year 2000. I was 12 years old and I lived at home with just my mom and my older sister. At the time, my sister, who was 16, had gone to a friend's house for the night. My mom was gone working late, which she occasionally did, and I never really knew exactly when she would be home from work. It was a Friday night, and after getting home from school and doing my homework, I was getting hungry. By the time it was around 6:30, I decided to call my mom to try to find out when she would be home. If not, maybe she would let me order a pizza or something. Back then, I did not have a cell phone, but my mom did. Obviously, it was not a smartphone, and I had to dial the whole number from the home phone every time I were to call. So I remember that I dialed and then waited for my mom to pick up the phone. However, nobody answered. There was this robotic message that said, "This call has been sent to voicemail." I was sort of confused, but then I decided to leave my mom a message. I told her that my sister had left and I was home by myself, and I was wondering when she would be back or if I should order something. Then I hung up the phone. About 5 minutes later, the phone rang. I picked it up figuring that it was my mom, and sure enough, it was. She told me that she was still stuck at work and said that my sister could take me somewhere to get food if I wanted. I told her that she was gone and I asked if she had gotten my message. My mom said no, she hadn't got a message. I figured maybe her cell phone was broken or maybe the answering machine with it was broken. Back then, technology wasn't quite what it is today. So we talked briefly and my mom said that she would be home in maybe an hour or so. Then we hung up and I decided that I would wait for her. So I was in the living room about 10 minutes later and the telephone rang again. I thought that it was either my mom again or maybe my sister, so I picked it up. When I did, it was neither, but a man's voice on the other end. I did not recognize his voice, but he said hello. When I asked who was calling, the man said that I had left him a message earlier. I was confused and said no, I didn't. He said that I had and asked why I called him and started asking who I was and stuff. I said that it must be a mistake, and I remember that he said he was not mad at me. I was kind of getting creeped out by the guy, so I just hung up the phone. It was a short time later, though, that I realized that I must have called him after all. When I had tried to call my mom the first time, I must have called him by mistake. He must have been who I left the message for. It was weird, but I also thought that when the guy called me, he was acting kind of strange. I just hoped that he wouldn't call again, and he didn't. However, probably 30 minutes later, and my mom still wasn't home yet. I was in the living room when out of nowhere there was a knock at our front door. I got up and went to a window to look outside before answering. I saw this random man standing there. He was a little bit bigger of a guy and looked fairly young for an adult and had sort of large glasses. Because I didn't know who he was, I was not going to answer the door. The man knocked again and I still did nothing. Then I remembered that he did something that really surprised me. He tried opening the front door. Thank God it was locked. Now I was really creeped out and I was about to run to the phone and call the police, but the man stepped away from the door. He started to walk around the house, but then backed off. He walked back over to his car while looking around at both our house and the neighbors. After going down the driveway, he got into his car, which was parked out in the street. Then he drove away. I called my mom after that and told her about the guy. She was thankfully on her way home. When she got back, the man was long gone. He did not return. Since then, I feel like the man who tried to enter our house was the guy that I accidentally called. I don't know how he would have got our address though, but I think it's too crazy to be a coincidence.
One night, in the middle of nowhere, I had a freaky situation happen to me. I was visiting my grandma, who lived out in the middle of nowhere. She had a house on the lake, and to get there required driving down a long dirt road for many miles. It wasn't a very popular lake, so she didn't have any neighbors, the closest houses being at least a mile or two away. Because it was such a long drive, whenever I visited, I would just naturally stay the night in her guest bedroom so that I wouldn't have to drive long, tiring hours in the darkness. One night when I was visiting my grandma, I was sitting out on her back patio just hanging out listening to music. It was close to midnight, and my grandma had gone to bed already, so I was just enjoying the nice night air while sitting outside on my phone. Over the sound of my music, I thought I heard something banging or clanking around. There was a steady breeze that night, so I just expected it to be the wind moving something and making noise down by the boathouse. However, as the night continued, I also saw some quick flashes of light from down by the dock and the boathouse, and I knew that somebody had to be messing around down there. I was nervous because I was out in the middle of nowhere and isolated enough that there shouldn't be anybody nearby, let alone looking around down by my grandma's boathouse. I thought about calling the cops, but decided against it because it would take over an hour for them to arrive most likely. Instead, I turned off the music and went inside to grab my grandma's revolver, which I knew she kept loaded. Upon coming back outside the patio, I saw occasional movements of light down by the boathouse, so I decided to confront whoever it was now that I had a weapon. I called out to stop messing around by the dock and to reveal themselves and leave the property. I assumed that whoever it was would simply just leave without revealing who they were, but to my surprise, the figure of a tall, skinny man stepped out onto the dock. Illuminated by the moonlight, all I could see was his figure at first, but as he approached, I saw that it was an older gentleman. He casually began walking up the dock and towards where I was standing on the back patio, as if he had been doing nothing wrong. He didn't say anything as he slowly kept approaching, so I yelled out to stop and leave the property or else I'd shoot. I thought for sure that would be enough warning for him, but he just kept coming up the lawn towards me. I finally took a warning shot right above his head to stop him from advancing. After I had fired the shot, he put up his hands and spoke to me for the first time, saying to take it easy and relax. Fully creeped out by the demeanor of this old skinny man, I told him to leave immediately or I would shoot him. The man stood still for a couple seconds, and I thought that he might start walking towards me again and I'd have to shoot him. However, he turned back and walked out into the woods, back down to the left of the dock, and disappeared. I was worried the rest of the night and didn't get much sleep, half expecting him to come back, but he never did. I'm not sure what his deal was and why he was so comfortable and nonchalant about approaching me while at gunpoint. The following morning, I warned my grandma about it, just in case he ever came around again. This happened back when I was a kid. I was pretty young, I think about 7 years old or so. I remember that when I was a kid, I always loved going to Toys R Us. My parents didn't really go there too much, but whenever they did, I was sure to go along. I have a younger sister, and during this time, she would have been about 3 or 4 years old. One time, I went with my mom and sister to the local Toys R Us. I don't remember the exact reason why we were there. I don't think that I was supposed to be getting anything though. Still, I was glad to go with and look at all the toys. It was really the only toy store that I remember going to as a kid. So we got there, and I was walking around following my mom and sister and looking at everything. Most of the time we would go to a store, there would be 1 or 2 aisles of toys, and here it was the entire place. The store really was not that busy. I don't remember exactly what day of the week we went on or what time it was, but I do remember there being not that many other people around. So after following my mom and sister for a while, I found this area of toys that I was really interested in. My mom knew that I liked it, and she was going to go to another part of the store with my sister. I remember she asked me if I wanted to stay in that area or come with her, and obviously I chose to stay, because I think she was going to one of the girl aisles for my sister. She then told me where she would be and said she would come back to get me. Then her and my sister left. I stayed where I was, and nobody else was in the immediate area. After a while though, I wanted to go back to my mom. I don't remember exactly why, but I did. I should have just stayed where I was and waited for her to come back, but I was young, so I remember that I left the area to go and find my mom. I figured that it would be really easy. Unfortunately for me, it was not. I got lost pretty quickly and didn't really know where in the store I was. Then I started to get worried that I would not be able to find my mom at all. After walking around for a short time, this nice woman approached me. I'm not really sure how long she saw me wandering around, but she came up to me and asked if I was okay. She was very friendly, and she asked me if I was looking for my mom, and I told her yes. She told me that she had seen my mom and knew where she was. I don't know why, but I completely believed her. So the woman told me to follow her, and I started walking next to her. We went down a few random aisles. I remember the next thing I knew, we were near the front of the store and the entrance. It appeared as though this woman was just going to walk right out the doors with me. As we got closer, I remember seeing this man just standing by the doors. He was alone, and I remember he looked at me and also looked at the woman. We were walking closer and closer to him. Now, I knew that my mom hadn't left. She definitely would have come and found me before, and certainly wouldn't have gone outside without me. I remember telling the woman that my mom was at the girls' aisle, but the woman just completely ignored me. I had to have told her that like 2 or 3 times in a row. She did not stop walking and did not say anything. So when we got within like 30 feet of the door, I just stopped. I then turned around and just ran in the other direction. The woman did not run after me. I went as far into the store as I could, and as I continued to walk around, I remember finally noticing all the pink from the girls' aisles. So I went over there, and I actually found my mom. I remember that after that, I did not see the woman or the man inside the store, and they must have left. I also did not go far away from my mom for the rest of the time we were there. I used to work as a delivery driver for the local pizza place that was by me. It was a pretty good place and popular in the local town.
There would be a lot of deliveries that I would get, and I would have to drive all over. I still remember my creepiest delivery though. It was kind of like the stereotype delivery that I did not want to get when I signed up for the job. So we got an order pretty late at night, like 11 p.m. I got the pizza and then I got the address and headed out. I didn't know where it was, but I knew that I had never really delivered to that area before. At this point, I was still fairly new to the job, and I was also young, like 18 years old. Upon arriving to the neighborhood, I saw that it was really sketchy looking and run down. Many houses there had overgrown yards, and some had boarded up windows. There were old cars with duct tape holding up the fenders and looking all beat up. When I got to the house that I was to deliver to, it didn't look any better than the rest. I was already creeped out and didn't even want to leave the car, but I had a job to do, so I parked on the side of the street and then got out. There was also hardly any light provided by street lamps. There were just a few, and then I crossed the street and I walked onto the property. I made my way to the front step and then rang the doorbell. I saw that all the lights inside the house appeared to be off, which was not a good sign. As I waited, I was getting more and more nervous by the second. After probably a full minute, I still hadn't heard anything. I wanted to just bolt out of there and go back to the shop. Still, I forced myself to stay there because the pizza had not yet been paid for. Within a few more seconds, I started to hear movement inside, like somebody was walking around, but I still didn't see any lights turn on or anything. I just had a strong instinct to run and get out of there, so I did. I just set the pizza down and then bolted, like I had wanted to do much earlier. I literally ran off the property, leaving the pizza on the front step. Then I crossed the street again and made it to my car. After I got inside and started the engine, I felt much safer. Before leaving, I looked around. That's when I saw what appeared to be a man walking through the front yard. It was really dark, so I couldn't see very well, and the house was slightly behind me, but I saw a guy start to walk out and cross the street from the property. He was like 50 feet at least behind my car, and he wasn't walking towards me, but it still seemed odd. It seemed like this was the guy who had been in the house, and he hadn't even picked up the pizza. So at that point, I started to drive away. As I was making my way down the street, I saw the lights to this car that had been parked a ways behind me on the street turn on. That guy must have gotten inside of it. Then the car started driving. The first thing that I noticed at this point was how quickly the car accelerated, much too quick for the residential street that we were on. As I continued to drive, the car quickly caught up to me and was soon right on my bumper. That gave me a bad feeling once again. I turned off the street to a busier one, and the car behind me did the same thing. I realized then that I was likely being followed. I started driving around randomly and turning at random places. The car kept up with me and did the same things that I did. With it being really late at night, the roads were pretty quiet. That made it probably easier for the guy to keep up with me. It wasn't until I had been randomly driving around for like 10 minutes that I remembered to go to a police station, and it worked like a charm. The guy followed me until we were there. Then he circled around the parking lot of the station before leaving. I stayed there for a few minutes, called my boss to explain what had happened, and then went back. Luckily, I didn't get in trouble with my boss for not getting the money for the pizza. He understood that it could have been dangerous. I didn't have to deliver to that neighborhood again, which I'm really grateful for. Other than that, I enjoyed being a pizza delivery driver. That story still gives me the creeps to think about, though.
One time last year, I went to a Subway at night. I was just going to get a sub, and the Subway restaurant was only about 5 minutes from my house. It was located in a quiet strip mall that had several other businesses in it. So I went there at probably about 8 p.m. I remember that it was completely dark out because it was the springtime, and the area was also pretty quiet. Most of the other businesses in the strip mall were now closed. I walked inside of the Subway and I ordered. It didn't take very long because nobody else was there, and then I got my sandwich. I remember that when I was getting a drink from the fountain, I noticed a man passing by on the sidewalk out front outside of the Subway. The man was somewhat tall, had shaggy-looking hair, and was wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants. So I remember that he looked in the window at me as he was passing by, but then he continued walking and went out of sight. After I got my drink and stuff, I walked out and I left the Subway. I was starting to walk to my car in the parking lot when I heard somebody approaching me. There were footsteps a little behind me and to my right. I looked over and I saw the same man. He was approaching me, and before I knew it, the man was right next to me. I stopped to see what the guy wanted. When I did, he asked me if I could give him a ride over to the gas station and pointed in the direction. The way he pointed, there was a gas station within sight, and it really wasn't that far away at all. It was kind of in the direction of where I lived too. Obviously, I didn't want to give this man a ride though. I didn't know him or anything, so I said to the guy that I was in a hurry to get home. But as I started to walk away, the man followed. He said that it wasn't far, and he just needed to go to the gas station and was meeting a friend there. I finally said yes and told the man that I would give him a ride. I feel stupid saying that, because obviously it's not smart to give a ride to a random person you first see at night. But that's what I did, and I was just hoping that it would be a quick drive to drop the man off. I mean, it would take less than a minute to get to the gas station, and it was within sight. It was just a little bit to the left of the strip mall and almost behind it. And the gas station was open, and there looked to be several other cars there. So the man got in the passenger side of my car, and I got in the driver's seat. After getting inside, the man was nice and said thank you to me, and said that he was really cold and didn't want to walk all that way. It was pretty cold out with it being the early spring and nighttime. So I left the parking lot of the strip mall where the subway was. Then I drove out of the parking lot onto a busier street. After we went to the left, the gas station was just to the right, but the entire drive, neither me or the man said anything. It was just awkward silence. After I turned into the gas station, I pulled into a parking space in the back side of the parking lot. It had been a quick and easy drive. When I stopped though, the man did not immediately get out of my car. So I said something like, "All right, have a good night now." But he didn't get out. He just sat there. It was really awkward for like 30 seconds, and I was getting a bad feeling about this whole situation. At this point, I was kicking myself for letting a stranger get in my car at all. So finally, I said to the man, "We're here. Isn't this where you wanted to go?" The man finally spoke. He said this wasn't the correct gas station. He said it was another one that was a ways down the road, and he pointed to the east. That was not the direction that I was going. I thought the man needed to go to this gas station, and I was sure that's where he pointed. I told him this is where I thought he was going, and he said no, as if I was stupid for thinking that. I told him that I was not going in that direction and I had to go home now. He didn't respond, and he didn't get out either. This man seemed really annoyed with me that I somehow didn't know exactly where he was going. I told him I couldn't go there, and I wasn't going any further. He did not seem happy about it, and did not get out of my car. The man told me to drive him to the other gas station. I was getting pretty nervous. I didn't know if this guy could possibly be dangerous or something like that. I asked him to get out of my car, and he said no. At this point, I didn't really know what to do. Then, as we were sitting there, I noticed a police car pulling into the gas station. When I saw this, I was thinking maybe I should try to get the cops' attention. But as I was still thinking that, the man next to me suddenly got out of my car. He opened the door, left my vehicle, and then started quickly walking away. The guy started heading towards the building, and then I just left. I went home, and I told myself that I would never let a stranger in my car again. Looking back, I'm not sure what that guy was planning to do. I figured that when he saw the cop, he knew he was up to no good, and he left. I'm really glad that the police officer pulled into the parking lot when he did.
This is the story of something crazy that happened one time when I went to Starbucks. So, it was a day where I was with my husband and the two of us had been out for a long time. We were driving back to the city that we live in, and on the way back it was getting to be nighttime now and we were tired. We stopped off the highway in some random city and went to a Starbucks. It was in the corner of this shopping center parking lot that looked mostly empty by now, except neither my husband or I realized that the Starbucks was now closed. We drove to the parking lot, and for some reason my husband parked kind of far away. He always does that, probably because his truck is usually too big to park in the middle of all the other cars. Anyways, after parking, we started walking past the strip mall where all the stores were now closed. Then the Starbucks was just beyond that. There were like 2 or 3 vehicles in the Starbucks parking lot. 2 were parked on the other end, sort of far away, and then the other was this older looking 4-door sedan parked out front pretty close. When we walked on the sidewalk, it appeared that there were several people inside of the car. I remember for whatever reason looking over at the car a short time later. What I saw was about 4 men inside, and they were all wearing these black ski masks over their faces. They also appeared to be looking at me. It was sort of strange. and honestly, it looked very suspicious as well. So we kept walking down the sidewalk until we got to the Starbucks doors. Then we tried opening them. However, they were locked. Around this same moment, I heard the car behind us start to move. We looked back and saw the car making a U-turn, and then it started driving away through the parking lot pretty quickly. When the car was gone, we realized that Starbucks had closed about 10 minutes earlier after reading their hours on the door. My husband kept looking in the window though. Then I noticed him waving over an employee. He told me that he was going to alert them about the men in masks. The employee came over to the door and thankfully opened it. She said they were closed, but we told her about the car with the masked men. Then we left. We went to another place to get coffee before heading back on the road. Looking back, I'm not sure if those men were planning to rob the Starbucks or rob the employees or what. Maybe they were waiting for one of the employees to head out for the night, or maybe they were about to make their move and go to the doors. Possibly we foiled their plans by cluelessly trying to get coffee after close. Or maybe it was just 4 friends who like to drive around wearing ski masks innocently. I really don't know for sure, but I'm glad that we stopped there that night.
I'm retired now, but for a couple of years in my 50s, I worked a night shift in a mall. I was a custodian and would come in and clean once the mall had closed for the night. Most of my nights were spent cleaning up the food court areas as well as taking care of bathrooms. One night I was sweeping the floor in the food court area and I heard a fit of coughing coming from somewhere. I looked around the dimly lit food court area but didn't see anyone. A couple of times throughout my years working there, I would discover somebody or a group of people who had hidden in the mall and were doing a challenge of staying there overnight. I didn't see anyone, and I heard no further noises, so I just continued cleaning. If someone was trying to stay in the mall overnight, I'd see them eventually, unless they stayed put in one spot the entire time. About 15 minutes had passed, and I was wiping off tables now. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs startled me. I looked up and saw that a whole table and all the surrounding chairs had been knocked over onto the ground. I walked over to the items on the ground, which had happened near the edge of the food court. There was no one to be seen anywhere. I ventured down away from the food court a bit to see if I could see anyone running away or hiding. I was about to turn around back to the food court when I heard water running inside the women's bathroom. All the bathrooms at the mall had sinks that were motion sensors. Someone had to be inside of the bathroom, and I had a feeling that it was going to be the culprit I was looking for from the food court. The sink was still running as I slowly and as quietly as I could entered the bathroom. As I turned the corner into the bathroom, the water abruptly stopped running. There was nobody anywhere to be seen. I checked every stall and still nothing. I chalked it up to a faulty sensor on the sink and decided that I'd put in a work order for maintenance to fix it. Oddly enough, as I walked away from the bathroom, I heard the sink turn on again. I walked back to the food court, very confused and also a little spooked. I went about the rest of my night as usual, finishing my cleaning duties. A couple days later, I received an email from maintenance that there had been nothing wrong with the sink sensor and that it was functioning normally. From then on, at least once a week, I would hear the water running from the sink in that bathroom. For the rest of the time that I worked at the mall, I just accepted that I wasn't alone in that mall, and I stayed away from that bathroom. I never had any more incidents, though, with the mysterious knocking over tables and chairs in the food court. Thankfully, that spirit, or whatever it was, stayed in the women's bathroom. I used to work at a CVS several years ago. I would work mostly night shifts, and it was a job that I liked. But something really weird happened at one point. I'm still not sure how to explain it. So I was working a night shift, and I was all by myself in the store. Our store was open for 24 hours, and sometimes there would be a decent amount of people coming in overnight. However, on this night in particular, it was very quiet. A few customers occasionally came into the store until a while after midnight. That's when things became very quiet. At one point, there were no customers in the store for a while. Then, I remembered that I heard the doors open and I looked over. 2 men were walking in. Right away, these men struck me as odd. They were wearing all dark clothing with hoods, and they looked down, almost as if they were hiding their faces. Obviously, this looked sort of suspicious, but after walking into the store, they went down one of the aisles and went towards the back, still within my sight. After getting back there, the two men just stood there. Then they didn't move. The men were just standing, facing one of the shelves with products on it, sort of close to it. I looked away for a while, but when I looked back, they were still there. I didn't know what was going on. Some more time went by, maybe like 5 minutes, and they were still there. Still, I just ignored it. But when the men appeared to be standing there in the same positions after about 10 more minutes, I decided to walk over. They were just barely in my sight, and now they seemingly hadn't moved at all for about 15 to 20 minutes. They did not appear to be looking at products, like they weren't doing anything at all. They were just standing there like statues. So I got up from where I was and started to walk over. As I approached, they still didn't move. I said hi to the men, and I still couldn't really see their faces. They did not say hi back to me. They didn't move at all. I got even closer, and I asked if they were all right. The men still didn't say anything, but both at once they suddenly moved away. They walked around the corner and out of my sight and into the next aisle. I was still really confused, but now at least they had moved. I figured that I would just leave them alone and they would be gone soon. Then I walked back over to the checkout counter where I had been before. The men were no longer in my sight. I looked up every so often, but I never saw the guys. About 30 minutes went by, and they were still someplace in the store, but out of my sight. I was still obviously very confused. Then, suddenly, out of nowhere, the men sprinted for the door and left. It was like they were both running as fast as they possibly could. It really took me by surprise, and just that fast, they were now gone. I was wondering what on earth they were doing and why they ran out like that. I thought possibly they were stealing, so I got up and I walked around the store. However, nothing appeared to be stolen. I was left wondering what on earth happened there, and I'm still as confused as ever. Maybe it was some kind of a crazy prank. I really don't know. I just know that's the strangest thing to ever happen when I worked there.
Every summer, I go camping in Yosemite National Park with my cousins, and every trip we spend a night stargazing. There's a village with markets and restaurants down the road from the campsites. Across the road from the village is a large field of tall grass with a winding narrow boardwalk that leads deep into the field. Imagine a boardwalk dock that reaches out into a bay, but instead of open water, it's a field surrounded by towering trees. This spot is where we usually sit to watch the stars. This night of stargazing was uneventful as the sky was cloudy that night and we weren't able to see the stars at all, so we just sat there and talked for a bit. One of my cousins noticed a light deep within the woods that was still and bright. He pointed it out because he thought it was odd how there was a light in that direction to begin with, as that area of the woods has no buildings or campsites, which meant that there shouldn't be people in that area, and it was very late by this time. We moved closer towards that area of the woods along the boardwalk and were able to see that the light was twinkling. It looked as though the light came from a flame. It's strict in the rules of any wooded national park that you shouldn't light flames in areas that don't have a designated fire pit. My cousin was certain that where the light was coming from was empty and open woods, and was well out of distance from any campsites, roads, and housing. The flame must have been very deep into the woods, because no matter how close we got on the boardwalk, the light wasn't becoming any more clear to make out. We stopped when we heard commotion as though a large group of people were there. We assumed that there must have been a party going on until we heard chanting. It started as loud party sounds, but slowly turned into synchronized whooping and then howling. Not like a wolf howl, but more like harmonized groans and wailing. The voices became more guttural and seemed as though the people making the noises were almost in pain or misery. The sounds we heard were no longer ignorable, and it was obvious something odd was happening in those woods. Before I knew it, I was the only one closest to the end of the boardwalk, because when I turned around, I saw that all my cousins had retreated and huddled far behind me, staring with me into the trees. The faint sounds of wailing were enough to know that whatever was going on around that night was not a party. The next night, my cousins and I ventured into the woods in the general direction where we saw the light, and sure enough, it was empty woods in every direction for an acre or two. No signs of camps or cabins. The only evidence of any people being there was a large patch of dirt and pine needles where we found masses of bare footprints in the mud and soil. I think we experienced a cult that night, which is still strange to me that they even exist. I wonder to this day what type of cult they were, and deep down wish we had investigated more that night and gotten closer, even though that would have been scary.
This happened just last year. I live alone in a house with 2 floors and 3 bedrooms total. One of the bedrooms I use as a guest room, and the other as my home office. So one night, I got home from work. It was maybe like 7 p.m. or so, I would say. After arriving back, I went inside and then started to cook some food. The kitchen was at the back center of my house. I listened to the radio as I was cooking, and it took me maybe 30 minutes. When I was done, I decided to go upstairs and change and then go back down to eat. So I walked upstairs and was going to my bedroom, but I noticed that the door to the guest bedroom was closed. I always left the doors open and I didn't recall closing it. This was really strange to me, so I went over and opened up the door and took a step inside. The lights were off, but before I could reach the light switch, I saw something. There was a woman standing in the back side of the room and looking at me. It was really dark in there, so I didn't get a good look at her at all. But after about a second, she started to charge at me. I stepped back and closed the door and then ran back down the hallway. When I made it to the stairs, I heard the woman opening the bedroom door. I didn't have any time to think and guess why there was a random woman in my house and why she was now chasing after me. After going down the stairs, I really wasn't thinking at all. I don't know why, but I ran to the door next to it, which led to the basement. Then I went in there and closed the door behind me. I was standing at the top of the stairs, and it was completely dark down there, and I guess I thought that it would be a good hiding place. When I was there, I heard the woman go down the stairs, but then she seemed to turn and go in another direction, instead of heading towards the basement. I started to feel just slightly better. I took out my phone to call the police, and when I did, it lit up the surrounding area of where I was. I was standing at the top of the stairs still, and I saw that there appeared to be a man standing in the basement at the bottom of the stairs, and he was walking towards me. When I saw this, I opened the door back up and left the basement. Then I just ran for the front door. I honestly don't know where the woman was, but thankfully I did not see her. I left the house and ran for my car. Once there, I got inside and called the police. I then drove away from my house and did not come back until the cops were there. When the police got there, they went inside my house and were able to locate both the woman and the man. The crime couple was arrested. I'm not sure how, but they were able to get inside of my house. There was no sign of a break-in, so I never found out where they entered. Maybe I left a door unlocked, but I really don't know. Apparently, they both entered together though, and for some reason, the woman hid upstairs and the man hid downstairs. I'm not sure if I surprised them by getting home or what. I think they were planning on robbing me. That was by far the scariest moment of my life though. I still live in the house, but since then, I've taken just about every security measure there is, and hopefully nothing like that ever happens again. This is something that took place years ago, when I think I was about 19. During this time, I lived with my parents in the neighborhood that I grew up in. I was working only about a mile away from home at a store. It was a part-time job, but I remember that at one point, my car broke down and had to be fixed. I would be without it for a few days, but still had to work. During this time, I walked the mile distance to work, which was really not too bad. It was a little bit different route than I would take while driving though. So the first day that I was walking to work, I remember I passed by this old convenience store in town. The store was now abandoned and had been for several years. I went there a couple of times when I was really young, and seeing it brought back a lot of memories, but I walked right past it to work. However, when I got off work and I was walking home afterwards, I passed by the store again. This time, I was curious and I walked closer. There was a small empty parking lot in front and to the side of the store. The store was very small, and it was basically like a convenience store that you would see with a gas station, except there were never any gas pumps at this one. I walked up to the front and looked inside one of the windows. Inside, the lights were off, but things looked like they hadn't been touched in years. There was still a lot of things inside the store. It was sort of messy and looked really strange to see. It was interesting to me though, and I stood at the window for maybe 5 minutes. As I was looking around, I suddenly saw a man come out from behind one of the aisles inside. This was really strange because the building was abandoned. The man looked right at me, and I quickly turned and walked away. I kept going down the sidewalk back home. It was really creepy to see a person inside there. The man did not appear to be any kind of construction worker or anything like that. I went the rest of the way back home, and the next day when I walked to work, I went past the store again. But that night, I got off a little bit later than usual. I was walking right by the store again on my way home. This time, I got curious once more, and I stopped to look in the window. It was much darker now with it being nighttime. When I was looking though, once more a man appeared from behind an aisle, this time much quicker than the last time. This guy started walking towards me at the window, and I turned and walked away again. I left the parking lot and then went back onto the sidewalk. Then I crossed a nearby street and went onto another sidewalk. But it was about at that point where I heard footsteps behind me. The sidewalk that I was on was very quiet, and nobody else would ever really walk on it. So this was strange. I turned around and looked, and saw the guy who had been inside of the convenience store. He was walking a pretty long ways back, but appeared to be walking after me. It made me a little bit nervous, but I kept going home. I probably had about 10 minutes left of walking to get there. Most of it was straight, but I would turn several more times. The first turn that I made, I was positive that the guy would keep going straight, but he didn't. He turned with me, and that made me a lot more nervous that he actually was following me. He wasn't really gaining on me at all though, so I started to walk faster. The next turn, I didn't see him for a while after I had made it around, and I actually thought that he was gone. But then I saw him come around the corner and continue to follow me. By this point, I didn't have a whole lot farther to go. I kept walking, and soon my house was in sight. I looked back, and the guy was still there following me. At that point, I made a run for it, and it's probably something that I shouldn't have done. I started sprinting, but at the time that I did, for some reason, I looked behind me. The man also started to sprint. I ran for my house, and luckily it wasn't that far away. I arrived and struggled to unlock the door, but eventually I got it open and went inside. I looked out of the front window and saw the guy now walking down the sidewalk. He did not come into our yard, but stopped and was just kind of standing there on the sidewalk in front. He was not looking at me, and he wasn't even looking at our house, but he was just standing in front of it, looking down the street. Then, after about a minute, I saw him turn around and walk back. I don't know what he was doing. He was probably mad at me for looking inside of the store, but I really didn't mean anything bad by it. I was just curious. After that, I walked a different route to and from work until I got my car back. I'm not sure when it changed, but today, the convenience store is a newer one. This happened many years ago in the fall. I live in a very small and rural community where everyone knows everyone. I had made plans to hunt on my grandmother's farm one evening. Given that I'm a smaller woman, I had asked my husband to go with me in case I killed something, then he could help me with it. However, he could not go due to work obligations, so I ended up going by myself. I had hunted this property many times on my own before, and I know it like the back of my hand. My grandmother's farm consisted of corn bordering an alfalfa field along a river. I parked my car about a mile upriver from the fields, then began walking along the tree line towards the area where the deer had mostly been feeding. At the opposite end of the field, there's a large haystack where all the harvested alfalfa is stored. As I saw it coming into my field of view, I saw something unusual. Looking through my binoculars, I could see a very tall, large man walking briskly towards me from behind the haystack. I knew for a fact that I was supposed to be the only one hunting the farm that particular night, since I had just spoken to my grandmother about it. Something inside me told me that I needed to get out of the area as fast as I could. I initially tried to turn around and walk back down the trees to my Jeep. However, This guy was faster than me and quickly closing the gap. He was still several hundred yards from me though, so I decided to cross the river instead, but found that the river was too muddy and deep for me to safely cross. I thought my only option was to attempt to get a signal on my cell phone. When he walked across a small ditch and disappeared from my line of sight, I used it as an opportunity to quickly dart into the corn and hide. I could hear him walking closer and closer. I desperately tried to call my husband, but my phone still had no connection. By this point, the man was within 100 yards of me. I could hear him ripping corn out, stomping around and loudly cussing as he tried to find me. It was getting dark quickly, and I definitely did not want to be in the dark alone with this man. I watched him for a few minutes and was able to determine that he did not have a gun. After weighing my options, I decided to step out and see if I could de-escalate the situation so that I wouldn't be in the dark with this guy still looking for me. I stepped out of the corn, apologizing if I had ruined his hunt, and saying that I was on my way out. I made sure there was at least 80 yards of distance between us. His eyes locked with mine. It was obvious that there was something going on with this man. His clothes were absolutely filthy, stained with what appeared to be a mixture of dirt and sweat. His shirt was torn and had dried blood on it. He responded saying, "There you are," and he reached down and grabbed a massive stick. I stood my ground and grabbed my rifle from my back and pointed it at him. We looked at each other for a second when he began yelling. He was yelling stuff about how I had ruined his wife's hunt and to get off of his farm. He became so enraged he started making strange growling sounds and started spitting everywhere. I was running through the options in my head at this point when suddenly he started to lunge at me. I turned the safety off my rifle and loudly stated that I would shoot him if I had to. He froze in his tracks and just stared at me for about 30 seconds before dropping the stick. I told him I was sorry for ruining his hunt, but if he had turned and walked away that I could leave the property. I could see he was thinking about what to do next, but he finally agreed and began walking away towards the haystack. I was not about to turn my back to this man though. I watched until he walked away, and then I darted back into the corn. I thought back on how he said I had ruined his wife's hunt, but that did not make any sense since no one else should be hunting here tonight. I had a good view of the whole field, so I decided to observe him through my binoculars. I watched him walk back up towards the haystack and get into a small two-door white car. He quickly peeled out the lot by the haystack, and I was able to catch that the car had California license plates, but nothing more. I live nowhere near California. He took off down the road alone with no one else in the vehicle. I decided not to hunt that night and to just go home instead. I've never seen that man in my life, and neither had my husband based off the description I gave him. Like I said, we lived in a rural community and knew everyone who lived nearby. I called our local sheriff, and they came out to take a statement. I took them to the haystack where he was parked, and we found a knife laying on the ground. Nothing could really be done because I hadn't gotten the plate numbers or the name of the man. From that day on, I always took someone else with me when I went hunting.
This happened 2 years ago now. I'm a female and live alone in an apartment building. Like many people, I have an Instagram page that I post on pretty regularly. I would say I post on average at least once a month. I enjoy posting pictures on Instagram, but I know that occasionally you have to deal with a bot or a creepy person. For the most part, I hadn't had any bad experiences until this happened. One day I opened the Instagram app and saw that I had a direct message. It was from one of my followers, a guy named Tim. I didn't know him, and I didn't follow him either. I'm not sure how long he had been following me for, but he sent me a message asking if I could come and hang out with him. I found this to be kind of weird and did not respond. I mean, he didn't even have a conversation with me, and I didn't know him. He couldn't possibly expect me to just say yes. And based on his profile picture, I wasn't interested in him. I figured that he wouldn't message me again after that. But the next day, he sent me another message. He once more asked me to hang out with him and said that he could pick me up. This time I responded and said, "No thanks, I appreciate the offer though." Now he had to understand that I wasn't interested. Tim then tried to convince me, but I ignored him. I didn't really know why he was sending me these messages seemingly out of nowhere. The next day, I didn't get any more messages from him. I figured that he would stop communicating with me at that point. The following night, I went grocery shopping after work. I would go shopping occasionally here and there whenever I needed to. I didn't have a particular routine or anything. I was inside of the store shopping for about 20 minutes. The time was probably about 8 p.m. or so. After I was done shopping, I headed out to my car in the parking lot. By now, it was mostly quiet, but there were a few people here and there. I got all the way to my vehicle, only to see that there was a car parked next to me. I started to take my groceries out of the cart and put them in my car. That's when the door opened to the car next to me and a guy got out. I did not recognize him. He just seemed like another guy going shopping, but he didn't walk to the store and instead headed straight for me. At first, I was confused, but he then said my name and asked me why I thought I could ignore him. I realized that it was Tim from Instagram, and I did recognize him from his picture at that point. I was too confused to say anything though. He said that he was here now, and we were together, so we may as well hang out. I finally spoke and asked him what he was doing and how he knew I would be here. He claimed that it was a coincidence. I finished putting my groceries in my car and said that I had to get home. I closed my trunk and then tried to walk around him to my driver's door, but he stopped me by grabbing my arm. He told me to come on and go with him. I asked him to let me go and said that he was hurting my arm, but he started to pull me away towards his car. He was a lot stronger than I was, and we started moving towards his vehicle. Then I started yelling as loud as I could. I was yelling help and telling him to let me go. There were luckily a few people that were walking to their cars in the parking lot a ways away. They took notice of what was going on though, and when Tim saw this, he let me go and told me to shut up. I instantly ran around my car for the driver's door and got inside. Tim followed me, but I locked the door before he could get in. I didn't waste any time, and I drove out of there. Tim had to run back to his car, and I left the parking lot extremely fast. By the time he started his car, I had already left. I went around another nearby store that was out of his sight. Then I took some random residential roads until I was sure he wasn't following me. After that, I drove home. I was so focused on not letting him follow me that I forgot to call the police for a while, but eventually I did. I told them everything that happened, but when I got to my Instagram page, his account was gone. I think he deleted it. Still, after that night, I never saw Tim or heard from him again. This is something that happened back when I was in high school. It was my sophomore year, and I went to a pretty average-sized school. One day, my third-hour class ended, which I had with my best friend Josh. It was now study hall, which I had in another classroom that was on the second floor. Josh had another class at the other end of the school. Josh and I walked together to our lockers, which were down in the commons area on the first floor. The hallways were already pretty quiet during this time. As we walked down the stairs, we were talking to each other and taking our time. It didn't really matter if we were late to study hall, because it wasn't a real class. You would just sit there and do homework or go on your phone the whole time, and the teachers didn't really do anything. So when we got to our lockers, there weren't really any other students around. We were still talking, and we heard a sound come over the school intercom that was not just the typical bell sound. However, I didn't really hear it. We were mid-conversation, and when we heard some talking over the intercom, we quieted down. I didn't catch it, and I asked Josh what the announcement was. He said it was a lockdown drill, so we continued talking. Josh then said that he was going to his class and walked away. After hearing there was a lockdown drill, I didn't really want to go to my classroom right away. I figured that it would be weird to walk in during a lockdown drill, so I would just stay in the hallways until it was over. The drills usually only lasted like 5 minutes anyways. My teacher would figure out that I just went to another room for the drill probably. So I started to walk slowly down the hallways, taking my time. It was now completely empty and also silent. I did want to avoid anybody else in the hallways though, because I didn't want to get in trouble for being in the hallways during a lockdown drill. As I slowly walked down a nearby hallway, I heard footsteps a ways behind me approaching. So I moved down the hallway and then turned to the left. I started quietly walking down this hallway, which was very long. I hoped that the footsteps would move away. Unfortunately, they didn't. I heard the footsteps continuing to get close to me. I started walking down the hallway as quickly as I could as the footsteps approached the corner. But there was really nowhere to go, so I decided to quickly find a place to hide. I went in between a row of lockers out of desperation. I was out of the person's sight for now, but when they got even with me in the hallway, they would be able to see me. My heart was racing, and I didn't know what was going to happen. The footsteps got into the hallway, and I was sure that it was a hall monitor or a teacher and that I would be in trouble. I decided to look and see who it was, but when I did, it was not who I expected. I saw that there was a man walking down the hallway that I did not recognize. He wasn't a teacher or anything like that, and certainly not a student. It was some guy just wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. He was walking down the hallway and in my direction, but didn't seem like he knew that I was there. As he got closer and closer, I was starting to wonder what was going on. Maybe it wasn't a lockdown drill after all, but an actual lockdown. The man got within probably 50 feet of me. Then he stopped right in front of several lockers. What he did next was very unexpected. The man climbed on top of the lockers, now standing where he had to crouch to not hit his head on the ceiling. He proceeded to remove one of the ceiling tiles and then crawled up into it, going into the ceiling. I couldn't believe what I had seen. I quickly left my hiding place and then sprinted down the hallway all the way to my classroom. When I got there, I banged on the door and I was let in by my teacher. He asked me where I had been, and I told him that I saw a guy go into the ceiling. He called the vice principal and I later talked with him about it. The school was locked down for over an hour. Eventually, they found the man. He was a guy who had been living in the school for several days. He was able to move around in the ceilings and in back hallways. The school was kind of old and outdated, and had a decent amount of places he could hide, I guess. It was really creepy. Recently, my cousin Charlie was allowed to sleep over, which he wasn't allowed to do often, as he always had to look after his younger sisters. My parents were out late that night at a concert, so it was just me, Charlie, and my younger brother, who was 8. He stayed upstairs that night, as I made a deal with him that he could stay awake as long as he wanted, just as long as he left me and Charlie alone. So he stayed in his room all night. Charlie and I did the usual stuff, eating food, watching movies, and playing video games. At around 12:30 a.m., Charlie was fast asleep on the long sofa, as we were sleeping in the living room. Since he was taller, he got the larger sofa, leaving me with the small, uncomfortable one. After a while, I realized I wasn't getting any sleep anytime soon, so I turned the TV back on to see if there was anything to watch. The back door leading to my garden was connected to the living room. It had glass windows on it, so I could easily look outside if it wasn't dark and if I hadn't closed the blinds that covered the door. After about a half an hour of watching TV, I began to hear light taps on the back door window. I thought nothing of it, probably just the wind, I thought to myself. After a while, the tapping stopped to my relief. I turned off the TV and just lied there until I began drifting off to sleep. I was awoken by a gentle breeze. I sat up slightly, wondering where this sudden cold was coming from. To my horror, I looked over to the back door, and I began to realize that I either hadn't locked the door earlier or somebody had broken in. I don't remember if I had locked it or not. I crept over to Charlie and quietly shook him awake. After a short while, he slowly woke up and I covered his mouth so that he didn't make a noise. I let him know that I thought somebody was in the house, and we both got up and slowly tiptoed to the stairs. I began to regret not grabbing a kitchen knife or any weapon, in fact, to defend myself. First, we investigated my little brother's room. The room was only illuminated by his TV screen, and he was fast asleep. We checked the bathroom. No one was in there either, and then we walked over to my parents' room. Charlie put on the flashlight for his phone, and we walked to investigate the room. We used the flashlight to light up wherever we needed to look. However, my heart stopped as I heard the door behind us begin to creak open slowly. In a split second, Charlie and I dropped to the floor and snuck under my parents' bed. The sheets covered the bottom of the bed, so we couldn't be seen. I began to pant wildly. Charlie had put his hand over my mouth to stop me, and we both began panicking more as we heard heavy footsteps walking through the room. I couldn't control my breathing, and now neither could Charlie. We just hoped that maybe my parents would get home early or the man would leave. But he didn't. He walked closer to the bed. My heart rushed to my throat, and the footsteps stopped. Charlie peeked under the sheet that blocked our view, and he quickly got back closer to me and whispered, "He's right there." Tears began to roll down my face. I was truly scared for my life. I began to hear the floorboards creak as the man bent down on one knee. We could see his hands on the sheet, and he was ready to pull the sheet up, but for some reason, he let go. Then he walked away from the bed, and we heard him walking down the stairs. We crawled out from under the bed, and only then realized that somebody was knocking on the door. We went to look outside of my little brother's bedroom window, and we saw the blue lights of a police car flashing. We later found out that our neighbors had been smoking in their back garden when they saw somebody climbing over our back gate. Then they called the police. After a check on the premises, the police made it clear that the man was gone. I could tell that Charlie felt relieved. But I just couldn't stop thinking of what would have happened if our neighbors decided to have an early night. This happened a long time ago, back around the year 2000. I was 12 years old and I lived at home with just my mom and my older sister. At the time, my sister, who was 16, had gone to a friend's house for the night. My mom was gone working late, which she occasionally did, and I never really knew exactly when she would be home from work. It was a Friday night, and after getting home from school and doing my homework, I was getting hungry. By the time it was around 6:30, I decided to call my mom to try to find out when she would be home. If not, maybe she would let me order a pizza or something. Back then, I did not have a cell phone, but my mom did. Obviously, it was not a smartphone, and I had to dial the whole number from the home phone every time I were to call. So I remember that I dialed and then waited for my mom to pick up the phone. However, nobody answered. There was this robotic message that said, "This call has been sent to voicemail." I was sort of confused, but then I decided to leave my mom a message. I told her that my sister had left and I was home by myself, and I was wondering when she would be back or if I should order something. Then I hung up the phone. About 5 minutes later, the phone rang. I picked it up figuring that it was my mom, and sure enough, it was. She told me that she was still stuck at work and said that my sister could take me somewhere to get food if I wanted. I told her that she was gone, and I asked if she had gotten my message. My mom said no, she hadn't got a message. I figured maybe her cell phone was broken, or maybe the answering machine with it was broken. Back then, technology wasn't quite what it is today. So we talked briefly, and my mom said that she would be home in maybe an hour or so. Then we hung up, and I decided that I would wait for her. So I was in the living room about 10 minutes later, and the telephone rang again. I thought that it was either my mom again or maybe my sister, so I picked it up. When I did, it was neither, but a man's voice on the other end. I did not recognize his voice, but he said hello. When I asked who was calling, the man said that I had left him a message earlier. I was confused and said no, I didn't. He said that I had and asked why I called him and started asking who I was and stuff. I said that it must be a mistake, and I remember that he said he was not mad at me. I was kind of getting creeped out by the guy, so I just hung up the phone. It was a short time later, though, that I realized that I must have called him after all. When I had tried to call my mom the first time, I must have called him by mistake. He must have been who I left the message for. It was weird, but I also thought that when the guy called me, he was acting kind of strange. I just hoped that he wouldn't call again, and he didn't. However, probably 30 minutes later, and my mom still wasn't home yet. I was in the living room when out of nowhere there was a knock at our front door. I got up and went to a window to look outside before answering. I saw this random man standing there. He was a little bit bigger of a guy and looked fairly young for an adult and had sort of large glasses. Because I didn't know who he was, I was not going to answer the door. The man knocked again and I still did nothing. Then I remembered that he did something that really surprised me. He tried opening the front door. Thank God it was locked. Now I was really creeped out and I was about to run to the phone and call the police, but the man stepped away from the door. He started to walk around the house, but then backed off. He walked back over to his car while looking around at both our house and the neighbors. After going down the driveway, he got into his car, which was parked out in the street. Then he drove away. I called my mom after that and told her about the guy. She was thankfully on her way home. When she got back, the man was long gone. He did not return. Since then, I feel like the man who tried to enter our house was the guy that I accidentally called. I don't know how he would have got our address though, but I think it's too crazy to be a coincidence.
Way back when I was like 17, I think, I worked at a Toys R Us store. This was back when they were pretty popular and not going out of business yet. It was a typical store, and I had gotten the job because my mom's friend was the manager. When I worked there, it was pretty nice. We usually weren't that busy unless it was a weekend, and I mostly just worked as a cashier. But one time when I was working, something really creepy happened. It was early in my shift, and things were pretty quiet. I was the only cashier that was open at the time, and I think we had 2 other people working. I'm not sure exactly where they were, probably in the back organizing things or stocking a shelf. Things would often be very quiet earlier in the day, but then would get busy in the afternoon. On this day, I recall a customer came in the store and started to shop. It was a man, and he quickly went out of my sight, But not long after this, I saw him approaching and I thought he was maybe going to check out. But instead, he came up to me and asked me where the Hot Wheels were. I tried telling him the aisle, but he asked if I could just show him. I didn't really want to leave the check lanes unoccupied, but because not that many people were there, I did. I walked over and showed the man where they were, but when we got there, he started asking me more questions. I answered a few, but I soon told him that I really had to get back to the registers because nobody else was there. Then I walked back. I didn't quite know where my coworkers were, but I let the man know that there should be somebody else he can ask for help. I got back to the registers, and thankfully nobody was waiting or anything. Some time went by, and I noticed just a few people shopping from what parts of the store that I could see. After maybe 10 or 15 minutes, this one woman came up to me. She told me that some guy had been following her around the store. When she described him, I realized that it was the same man that I had talked to. Apparently, he had been closely following her, and when she asked him to leave her alone, he did not. This continued until the woman threatened to call the police, and apparently he finally backed off. She told me that she had just called the police and she wanted to let me know. The woman then waited with me until the police arrived, and in that time, I remember noticing the man quickly walking out of the store. Not long after, the police got there. They spoke with me and the woman, and then they left because the man did. I thought they were going to look around for him. After that, things pretty much went back to normal. Soon, things got busier, and another coworker joined me at the check lanes. I was kept pretty busy until several hours later, before close. When it was nighttime, things got really quiet again. Once more, it went back to me being the only cashier, and the store being very calm. I had some downtime where I was just waiting for people to check out. It was during this time that I noticed the man from earlier entering the store. I could not believe it. I wasn't sure if I should call the police right then and there or what, but instantly the man started walking in my direction. Surprisingly, he came right up to me and then asked me how much longer I had until I was off. I didn't really know what to do. I told the man I was working until close. He then started asking me a few more things, but the next thing I knew, I remember a coworker started to approach. When the man saw her, he just ran away and went farther into the store into a random aisle. I guess she had been there before when he had been stalking the other woman. After seeing him, my coworker started to chase after the guy. I then called the police and reported him for being back in the store. My coworker came back a short time later, asking me if the man had left. He had not, so we assumed that he was hiding someplace inside the store. The police got there quickly, and we told them that we thought the guy was hiding someplace. They looked around and were able to find him within probably 10 minutes. He had in fact been hiding in the store. He ended up getting banned from the Toys R Us. That was by far the craziest thing that ever happened when I worked there.
I live alone in a house and have lived here for 2 years now. This is an event that took place several months back and is still very fresh in my memory. So it was nighttime and I was alone in my house and in my bedroom. The house is not very large and my room is on the ground level. As I was watching TV and sitting on my bed, it was starting to get late and was maybe 11 or 12. Because it was late, things were very quiet aside from the volume on my TV, which was not that loud. All of a sudden, I heard this noise from the back end of my house. It sounded like maybe from the backyard, and it seemed like somebody had hit a back window. Before I could compute what was going on in my head though, I heard glass breaking. The sound was coming from the same area. Then I knew that somebody was breaking in. My first reaction at that point was to run to my bedroom door and lock it, which I did. I heard whoever had gotten in the house was still at the back side of it. Then my next course of action was to dial 911. I went over and located my phone, which was also on my bed. I quickly scrambled to dial for the police. Then I went to the back corner of my room. As soon as someone answered the phone, I said that my house was being broken into. I gave my address, but I spoke as quietly as I could. I didn't really hear anything during that time as far as where the intruder was, but maybe 30 seconds later, I heard the footsteps approaching the hallway where my bedroom is. Then, moments later, they arrived right outside my door. I muted the phone and tossed it aside in a panic. I didn't want them to hear me. Then the intruder tried opening my bedroom door. That got me really scared because I had hoped that maybe they wouldn't want to be seen. I felt like they knew I was in here, but possibly they just wanted to see what was in the room. Maybe they just wanted to steal stuff. But now they were coming straight for me. After the door did not open from being locked, I heard a loud man's voice. He yelled for me to open the door now. It was very angry, and of course, I was not going to do that. After a few seconds, he banged on the door very hard 2 times. At that point, I just wanted to get out of there. I debated trying to open my bedroom window and jump out of it, or I could look around and see if I had anything to use as a weapon. I didn't really have much of anything though. I was heading over to the window and the guy started to walk away. Then I stopped. If he was leaving, I didn't want to run into him out of the house. I wasn't sure where he was going though or what he was doing, but I was just moving off of instincts at that point. My mind barely was even thinking at all. I don't even know how long this went on, but I was basically just pacing around and listening for the man. I didn't really hear much though. After I have no idea how long, I heard my back door opening. Then, probably like 30 seconds to a minute later, I heard noises out front. I still thought that it was the man, but it was actually the police. They came inside and I finally left my room. After searching the house, the man had left out the back door just a short time earlier. Some other cops searched the neighborhood and were able to find the man. He was caught just a block away, which made me feel 100 times better. I didn't know who he was or why he chose to break into my house. I'm really glad that my bedroom door had a lock on it though. If not, I'm not sure what would have happened. Back when I was a freshman in high school, I will never forget the first ever lockdown I experienced. I was a short, small 14-year-old girl at the time. I had just finished my first hour class and was on my way to second. It was at the complete other end of the school, so it was kind of a long walk. I made my way over there like any other time. As I walked, I remember hearing the warning bell and the hallway quickly got more and more empty. I was still confident that I would be on time to my class though. But then, not too long after that, I heard another bell. I knew that this couldn't be the final bell because it definitely hadn't been 2 minutes since the warning bell, but I was starting to second guess myself. There was an announcement that followed the bell, and I could hear somebody talking. However, our speaker system at the school was old and really bad quality. It sounded like whoever was talking had the microphone in their mouth and I couldn't make out a word. It was just a bunch of nothing. I wasn't quite sure what was going on, but I continued walking down the hallways and I was very quickly the only person around. Finally, I made it to my classroom. When I tried to open the door though, it was locked. I was confused and not sure what was happening. As I stood around by the door, I heard a voice from a ways away in the hallway. Somebody asked me what I was doing. I looked over and saw a woman standing there. I didn't recognize her, but I thought she was a teacher. I was a freshman after all, and didn't know every staff member yet. After she asked me what I was doing, I told her that I was trying to go to my class. She called me over to her and told me that the school was in a lockdown. I hadn't known that, but now that she mentioned it, it made sense. I walked over to the woman, and she told me in a stern voice to follow her. I figured that I was in trouble for being in the hallways during a lockdown. We walked to the end of the hallway and then to the right around a corner. There was the exit doors and we walked right for them. I was confused as to why we were leaving the school, but I continued following her. Soon we walked right out of the doors. That was at the back sort of side exit to the school. It wasn't that commonly used and it headed out to the east side near the school. When we walked out of the doors, at first we turned to the right again. At that point though, I noticed a police car driving down the street that was in our view and it was driving towards the school. Almost right after noticing that, the woman quickly turned around and changed directions. She grabbed my arm and we started walking in the opposite direction. I really didn't know what was going on. I was so young, so I wasn't as quick to catch on to bad situations. But by now, I was pretty sure that I shouldn't be following this woman anymore. She started walking over to behind the school and in a grassy area. When we got over there is when I randomly just decided to run away. I just simply stopped following the woman, turned around, and sprinted back for the door of the school. I heard the woman call out to me, but she did not give chase. When I made it back to the school doors that I had left through though, they were locked. So at that point, I ran back around the school towards the front. I saw several police cars there and an officer stopped me from entering the school and asked me what was going on. When I told him, he waited with me by the police cars for the rest of the lockdown. Apparently, the reason for the lockdown in the first place was that very same woman. She did not work at the school or anything. They were able to find her walking on the side of the road about a half-mile away behind the school. I'm not sure if her intentions were to kidnap me or any random kid, but I realized how close I came to the possibility of getting abducted. That was the scariest moment of my high school career for sure.
This happened about 5 years ago. I was working and it was 12 p.m., time for my lunch break. I worked in an office building right near the city. From my job, there were a few places that I could go to get food. Sometimes I would also bring my own lunch. However, on this day, I walked over to Subway. It took me maybe about 5 minutes to walk there from my building, so it was very convenient and I went there all the time. I just had to walk down a sidewalk, turn, and go down another one for a short distance. But on this day, when I got inside of the Subway, I noticed that there was a really long line. I considered going someplace else, but decided not to. Most places were pretty busy at this time, because many people like me were on their lunch breaks. So I stood there and hoped that the line would move quickly. As the line moved, more people entered the Subway and the line grew behind me. It was moving at a decent rate though. I remember when I had been inside for at least 5 minutes, I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket. I was getting a phone call, and I took my phone out to see who it was that was calling me. But when I looked, I did not recognize the number. So at that point, I put my phone back in my pocket. But just moments later, after the call ended, I felt my phone vibrate from receiving a text. So I once more took out my phone and looked at it. At this point, it was nearing my turn to order, and there were maybe 2 or 3 people ahead of me. When I looked at the text, it was from the same unknown number that had just called me. The text said, "I'm in line behind you." I was confused after reading this. Was this a work friend pranking me or something? I instantly turned around and looked. By now, at least 10 people were in line behind me, but I didn't recognize anyone. The person directly behind me was a woman who I had never seen before, and she was not on her phone or anything. I didn't really think it would be her, but everybody else looked like total strangers as well. Some of them stared at me now because I had completely turned around and was looking at everybody. I turned back and texted the number asking who it was. However, they did not immediately respond. This was really weird, but soon it was my turn and I ordered. After getting my sub, I left the Subway restaurant, but before walking out, took a look at everybody in there once again. I still didn't notice anybody strange and didn't recognize anyone. So I left the Subway and walked back to my job. There was a decent amount of other people out on the sidewalk too, because we were so close to the city, but nothing stood out as strange there either. So I got back to work and went the rest of the day without anything weird happening. I left work at 5 p.m. and started to drive home. It took between 15 and 20 minutes to drive back to my house. I remember that when I was driving on the highway, I got another phone call. It was from that same unknown number. This time, I decided to answer it. When I did, a voice that seemed to be a male's spoke. He said in a whispery voice that he was driving behind me. I asked who it was, but the guy then hung up. Once more, I was very confused. I looked in my mirror and did not notice anything out of the ordinary. There was nobody riding my tail or anything. The highway was very busy though, and it was rush hour. So there were tons of other cars on the road behind me. It could have been any of them. I continued to drive home, but didn't want to go to my house. So when I got to my exit, instead of driving home, I drove to the police station. When I got there, I didn't notice anybody follow me in. Then I went inside and I told them about what happened. But unfortunately, there wasn't really anything that could be done. They said it was more than likely just a prank, but to not hesitate to call if anything else happens. So after that, I blocked the number that had been messing with me, and I drove the rest of the way home. I wasn't followed by anyone, and after that day, I received no more strange texts or calls. Maybe that was just a prank, but I still don't know who did it or why. I mentioned it to several friends, and nobody ever took responsibility. It remains a mystery to me to this day.
I used to work at Starbucks years back. It was an okay job, I was like 19 or 20, and this was a long time ago now, so I don't remember a whole lot, to be honest. But one thing that I do remember for sure was an event that took place one quiet night. The Starbucks I worked at was connected to a strip mall. We were on the far end though, and most of the other businesses were never that busy. We would get a decent amount of customers most of the time. So one day I worked a pretty normal shift. I don't really remember a whole lot from during the shift, but I was closing, and I know that after we closed at 8:30, another coworker, Jessica, and I were the only ones there. As we were cleaning up and preparing to leave, one thing that we had to do was take out the trash. I decided to do it, and I remember that the trash cans used to always get filled up really fast. They would also be very heavy. I took some trash bags, and I put one of them in a large trash bin out back behind the building. Behind the Starbucks is where it was, and other than that there was a small access road between a fence and some trees. It was normally very quiet back there. After I took out the first bag of trash, I went back inside for the other one, going just behind the counter. Then I made my way through the back room and outside again and tossed the second trash bag and then went back in. Jessica and I finished up with what we had to do over the next few minutes, but during this time, I remembered that we both heard a noise coming from the back room area. We both stopped what we were doing and looked at each other. At first, I was afraid that it was something like a mouse or a squirrel, because when I was taking out the trash, I had left the back door propped open between trips. The reason was because I had my hands full and I was only gone for like 30 seconds or so. The sound was not really that loud that we heard, but it was obvious. None of us knew exactly what it was, but I was very nervous about it. After it was quiet for like a minute, we decided to go look. So the two of us walked towards the back room and then entered it. We had a decent amount of storage space back there at our location. I remember looking around and at first seeing nothing, but when we started to walk around back there, suddenly I saw something. There were a few boxes sort of stacked in the corner. This man stood up from behind them and faced us. He had a beard and kind of looked homeless. Seeing him was really the last thing that I was expecting to see. I thought that maybe I had let a critter into the building, but no, there was a man here. He was holding a bottle of syrup in his hands. I finally spoke and said, "Who are you?" The man moved away and he was basically cornered. There was a shelf on wheels between him, Jessica, and I. The guy pushed the shelf over, nearly hitting Jessica and causing it to fall, and everything fell off of it, making a huge mess. Then the man jumped over the shelf and we both took a step back. After that though, he turned to the left and ran for the back door. Thankfully, he left the building after that. We were just glad he was gone, and Jessica and I went over and of course made sure the door was locked. Then we spent the next 20 minutes or so cleaning up the mess. After we were finally done and I was leaving, I saw the homeless guy walking through the parking lot. He was still holding the syrup bottle in his hands. I worked there at that Starbucks for a while longer and I never made the mistake of leaving the back door open again. However, I did hear that the guy used to hang out behind our Starbucks in the bushes quite often.
This is something that happened just a few months ago. It's still fresh in my mind. It's something that I hope never happens again. So I don't remember exactly when, but I got a random FaceTime one day on my iPhone. It was from a number that I didn't recognize. Now I have basically everybody that I know and text with in my phone, and I have their names in the contacts. So I figured that this must be a new person, but I didn't have any idea as to who it could be. Because of this, I did not answer the call. The number didn't bother to text me or anything, so at that point, I figured that it was a wrong number maybe. I mostly forgot about it until the number tried FaceTiming me again. I don't know how long this was after the first one, maybe a few days. But after that, this number kept randomly FaceTiming me, but I never answered it, and they would never text or call or anything. It was always FaceTime. The times were normal when it started, but then I noticed that it was often late at night. So after probably like the 5th FaceTime call, I decided to text the number and ask them who they were. Unfortunately though, I did not receive a response from them. I thought that was really weird. They tried FaceTiming me again the next night though, and at that point I should have blocked the number. I honestly don't know why I didn't, but I didn't. I didn't answer that one either. So then, one night, pretty late again, I got another FaceTime from the number. I'm not really sure why, but I just decided to answer that time. I was home by myself, just chilling in my bedroom. I lived alone in a house, and it was probably almost midnight.
so when I answered the call, I finally saw the person. It appeared to be a man, and he was actually wearing a black ski mask covering his face. So I found this to be a little bit strange, but I also noticed that the guy was outside. He looked to be walking down a street. I said hello and asked him why he kept calling me. The guy didn't answer though. Instead, he just kept on walking. I asked him who he was, but he didn't answer that either. Then, as he continued walking, he turned the camera from facing him to facing what was in front of him. For a second, I saw the street that he was walking on, but then he raised the camera up more, and I saw that he was going through a neighborhood. When he stopped and focused the camera on a house, I quickly noticed that it was my house. At that point, things got real, because I thought that he was just some random guy in a random city before that. But no, he was right outside my house. I asked once more who he was, but he didn't answer me then either. Then he hung up on me. By now, I was very nervous. I went over and looked out the front window in the living room. I saw the man standing out in the street. Then he took a step into my front yard. When he started walking through the yard, I moved away from the window. I really didn't know what he was planning to do. For the next minute or so, I didn't see him. Then there was a sudden knocking, not at my front door, but at my back door. I walked towards the back of the house and yelled that if he didn't leave, I was calling the police. He moved away from the back door, and I thought that he might actually be leaving. But a short time later, he then knocked on the front door. Then I did call the police, and I told them what was going on. I was just hoping that this guy would not break in. He returned to the back door a short time later and knocked on it again. But after that, things went quiet for a while. Then, a short time later, the police got there. They looked around my yard, but the man was gone. I guess he had left just on time before the police showed up. I told them the whole story, but not much could really be done. They said to call again if the guy came back. I was afraid for the rest of the night that he would, but he actually didn't. After that, I never saw him again. I blocked his number, and I never heard from him again either. I used to be a pizza delivery driver. It was a job that I had for about a year when I was younger. The pizza place that I worked for was pretty good. I enjoyed working there. I remember that we had this one customer though that got banned from ordering from us. He would often call and order pizzas to his house. Then he would act really creepy or rude to the delivery drivers. 3 different ones had all reported him, sometimes multiple occasions. So our manager ended up banning him, and there was literally a note on the wall saying not to accept his order, because he would try calling and ordering, or ordering online, and we wouldn't let him. A couple of times after he was banned, some of his orders got through because we had forgotten, and that led to more complaints. I personally never had to deliver to him, but I heard from the other drivers that he was just not nice at all. I guess he cursed out one of the delivery drivers for no apparent reason once. Another time, he called one of the drivers a curse word, and then another time he tried to get one of the delivery drivers to enter his house, and when they said no, he literally tried to pull her inside. We ended up getting a new manager hired though, who was part-time. His name was Andy, and overall he was cool, but kinda bossy. One time when I was working as a delivery driver, he gave me a pizza and an address and told me to deliver it. I immediately recognized it as the banned address. I took it up with Andy, and I told him how the guy was banned and we weren't supposed to deliver there. Andy said that he had already took the order. He said, "Look buddy, just do one more delivery there for me." So it was apparent that I had to go, so I took the pizza and then left. I was kinda mad at Andy, but I was also curious how the creepy man would act. I figured maybe I could just give him the pizza, get the money, and leave without a problem. How hard could it be? If he wanted to yell stuff at me for whatever reason, he could go right ahead. I didn't really care. I didn't know if the guy was just a grouch or if he enjoyed being rude to people or what. Eventually, I arrived. He lived in what looked like a pretty typical neighborhood. I took the pizza, got out of the car, and then walked up to the front step. Before I even reached it though, the guy opened his front door and was looking at me. He looked to be in his 50s or so, had dark sort of long hair and a handlebar mustache. He also had an open can of Miller Lite in his hand. "Who the F are you?" he called out as I was walking up. I said, "I'm the pizza delivery driver delivering the pizza that you ordered, sir." He then told me to just give him the pizza already and shut up. So I walked up to him and handed him the pizza. I could smell the strong smell of beer as well as cigarettes coming from inside the house. I told him the price, and the guy said, "You expect me to pay for this crap?" That's when I got worried that I wasn't going to get out of there with any money. I told him yes, I need the money. The man then said that he had the money inside his house and I could go and get it if I was brave enough. I thought about it for a moment and thought, no, I don't think I am. But then I realized that I really needed to get the money or Andy would get mad at me. So I tried to do a compromise and I asked the man to go get the money for me. He said no. Then I reluctantly said that I would go get it. The man stepped back and I entered the house. It was very cluttered. There were boxes and beer cans everywhere. I stayed just inside of the door. The man then said that the money was in the basement. At that point, I thought, heck no, and I turned around and just walked out. The man started saying something, but I didn't even care. I ran out of his yard and back for my car. He was yelling at me the whole time. I got in my car, left, and drove back to work. When I arrived back, I was furious with Andy. I told him that the guy was totally insane and we never should have took the order. Andy asked for the money, and I said how the guy didn't pay. Andy started to give me some kind of new employee orientation lecture about how I have to make sure I get money from the customers or the business will lose money. That really ticked me off. I literally started yelling at Andy that the guy was trying to get me to go into his basement. It got heated for a moment, but Andy ended up understanding, and after a conversation, he was cool about it in the end. After that, we never delivered to that guy again.
This happened back during my senior year of high school. For this particular semester, I remember that I didn't have a class during first period. This was a common thing for seniors, and it meant that I could wake up late and show up to school when first period was almost over. It always felt really nice to do that because I had been getting up super early for years. So one day, I arrived at school with about 10 minutes or so left in first period. I entered the school and then began walking the empty hallways to my locker. When I was doing this though, I heard over the school intercom that there was a lockdown. Now, I didn't really know what to do in this situation because I didn't have a class to go to, so I decided to just go into the bathroom, which looking back was a stupid decision. Obviously, I should have just found a random classroom, but that's easy to say now. I didn't know why there was a lockdown, but I thought that I could just go into a bathroom and hopefully school would resume shortly. After getting inside, there was silence for a minute or so. Then I heard footsteps approaching in the hallway. I thought that most likely it was a teacher, and I was slightly wondering if I would get in trouble if they saw me. But I wasn't too worried, because I would just explain how I had just got there and I wasn't in a class yet. The footsteps approached the bathroom that I was in, but they walked right past it. They went down the hallway and got quieter and quieter. I felt relieved that they had passed, but then they seemed to turn around. I heard the footsteps moving back and now heading in my direction again. I wondered why they had turned around. I also wondered who it was out there. I thought about going to see, but just had a bad feeling about it and decided not to. So I stayed where I was, and once more the footsteps got closer, but now they were from the other direction. Once more they passed right by the bathroom that I was in and continued down the hallway. This time they went just out of earshot and then they turned around. Once more they walked towards the bathroom and went past it. Then they passed the bathroom 2 or 3 more times. It was like somebody was out there pacing back and forth down the hallway in front of the bathrooms. I found it really strange, and other than those footsteps, everything was completely silent. Finally, they walked away and I stopped hearing them entirely. So this time, I decided that I wanted to get away from there. I was going to leave the bathroom and just go to the room where my first class of the day would be and hope to be let in. So after not hearing anything for like over a minute, I left the bathroom and went out into the hallway. However, as soon as I got there, I saw a man standing in the hallway right in the middle of it a ways down. The man was wearing a suit and a tie, but I did not recognize him to work at the school. He was not looking at me, but staring straight ahead. And the creepiest part is that he had this really large, fake-looking grin on his face. The whole sight was very unsettling. Then the man started to walk towards me slowly. He still wasn't looking at me and not walking directly at me, but in the general direction that I was in. He remained in the center of the hallway as he walked. I was so freaked out that I just took off running as fast as I could in the opposite direction. I went all the way to the end of the hallway, turned, and then ran down another one. Then I sprinted to the classroom where I had my next class period and banged on the door desperately. After a few moments, the teacher came to the door, saw me, recognized me, and let me in. I told several students as well as the teacher about the strange man that I saw. They all thought that it was really weird, but nobody seemed to know why the school was locked down, but I assumed him to be the reason. We all waited in the classroom for another 30 minutes or so, and then finally the lockdown was over. Then the school day was resumed as normal.
The strange thing is that I never got a good explanation as to what the lockdown was for. I didn't get confirmation that it was for that man that I saw, but I can only assume. I heard multiple things, but nothing confirming anything. It was really strange. This happened back when I was a kid. I think that I was about 10 years old or so. I don't recall the exact year. It was a long time ago though, and I lived at home with my parents. One night they were out, and I was left home all alone. To be quite honest with you, I was kind of nervous about it. I'm sure that this wasn't the first time I was ever left home alone, but it did not happen often. It was probably among my first 5 times being left home alone. With it being nighttime, that made me nervous. My parents were not going to be gone that long though, and they were supposed to be back by 10. Well, for most of the night, I just watched TV in the living room. At one point, probably around 9, my parents were still gone and I was still watching TV. The living room was at the front of the house, with the dining room being connected to that. Then there was the kitchen at the back end, which was not visible to me on the couch. I remember hearing some sounds coming from the kitchen area, sort of like from the window. I didn't know what it was, but I figured that it was our cat. He was always snooping around and climbing up onto random places. He walked on the sink multiple times, which was right by the window that I thought I heard the noise from. There was no doubt in my mind that it was the cat, so I hardly paid the sound any mind at all. I was just relaxing watching TV, and I wasn't feeling nervous or scared, but the noises got a little louder and different. After zoning out of them for a few seconds, assuming it was still the cat, I snapped out of it. I realized that these noises were not caused by a cat. I didn't know what they were, but I knew that they were far too loud. Suddenly, I was nervous, but I still hoped that it was my cat somehow, some way. I got up and walked over to the dining room. During this entire time, the noises were continuing. When I got within a few feet to the kitchen, I saw the back window by the sink. It was open, but there was supposed to be a screen on it as well. However, I didn't see the screen. It looked like it was open right to the outside. And as I was watching, I literally saw the window get pushed open further. Then I saw a man start to crawl through. It was a sight that I will never forget. That's something that I really thought that I would never see. In an instant, I took off and I started running back into the living room. Then I went to the stairs and ran all the way up. I didn't stop until I got into my bedroom and I closed the door behind me. Back then, I did not have a cell phone or a phone in my bedroom. The only landlines that we had were downstairs. My parents had cell phones, but I couldn't reach them because I wasn't going to go back down there. I was terrified and had no idea what to do. So I did the only thing that I could think of, which was to go into my bed and bury myself in the covers. I covered my ears and face and didn't want to see or hear anything that was going on. I just stayed like that for the longest time. I was trying to just block it all out, so I didn't hear anything, and I had no idea what the guy in our house was doing. This went on for a very long time. The next thing I knew though, when I finally decided to uncover myself, I heard a door open downstairs. I was scared at first and about to cover myself back up, but then I heard my parents' voices. This made me feel much better. Still, I did not leave my bedroom. I was still too scared. A short time later, I heard my mom calling my name, and I then answered, saying that I was in my room. She came upstairs and went into my bedroom. The first thing she asked me was what happened with the kitchen window. I guess she thought that I had broken it. I told her about the guy, and then she went downstairs and told my dad. He searched the house, and my mom also called the cops. The cops came to our house and searched it, however, the man was gone. Nothing was stolen either. I have no idea what exactly happened. I had really just been trying to block it all out. My best guess is when I saw the man enter our house, maybe he saw or heard me. If he did, if he had thought nobody was home, perhaps that was enough to scare him off. I'm just grateful that everyone ended up being okay. That was my scariest experience from being home alone as a kid. This was something that happened back when I was a kid. I was 8 years old at the time, but I remember it pretty well. So I have an older sister who is a few years older than me. I remember that it was a weekend and my sister was sleeping over at a friend's house that night, so it was just me and my parents at home. I remember that night we all went into the living room and were watching a football game. I really enjoyed watching the game with my parents, especially my dad, who knows a lot about sports. At halftime, I left the living room and went to go outside into the backyard. I was a really active kid and always liked to go into our backyard and practice sports. We had a pretty small backyard, but it had nice short grass and was completely fenced in with a sort of high wooden fence, so I would always be back there tossing the ball around or something. I remember that I left the living room, went through the kitchen, and then got to the back door. As soon as I stepped out into the backyard, I saw a man back there. There was this guy who I had never seen before just standing in the backyard about 20 feet away from me. As soon as I saw him, I just turned right back around and then went back inside the house. Looking back, I'm not sure what exactly I was thinking. Maybe I thought the guy must have been a neighbor, but for some reason, I seemed to assume that the man was not up to no good, but had a logical reason for being in our backyard. Maybe it was because he was just wearing normal clothes and looked like an average guy. Maybe I thought that if he was some criminal that he would be wearing a ski mask or something. I was a shy kid and just decided to walk away without questioning him or saying anything. In my second or two in the backyard, the man did look at me but did not say anything at all. So I got back inside and went straight for the living room where my parents were. Once I got back there, I felt safe again. However, I did not even bother to lock the back door or anything, which makes me mad at my younger self looking back. But as an 8-year-old kid, you don't always think the best. I continued to watch TV with my parents, now watching the halftime report. We were all on the couch, and maybe 5 minutes later during a commercial break, I just barely heard what sounded like the back door opening. You could not see it from the living room where we were, and I could just barely hear it. It sounded like the door was being opened very slow and deliberately. I had no idea that the man who was in our backyard would try to enter our house. This immediately creeped me out. My parents did not seem to hear the door opening at all. They were still just sitting on the couch and watching TV and chatting. Moments later, I thought I heard footsteps, so I decided to mention the man in the backyard. I told my parents about what happened, and when I went outside, my dad said that he would get up and go look. When he started walking over to the kitchen, we all heard footsteps quickly moving away. But the footsteps were not going back outside. They were moving farther into the house towards my parents' bedroom. My dad heard this, and I think he maybe saw the guy for a second too. I heard him say something like, "Who are you?" Then he turned back and quickly went into the living room. He told my mom and I to go down into the basement and to lock the door of whatever room we went in. He also told my mom to call the police. Then I saw him go back over towards my parents' bedroom. I went with my mom quickly downstairs, and we went into the bathroom down there and locked the door. I was pretty scared. About 5 minutes later, my dad came down and said that the police were on the way. He said that some random guy was in our house, and he basically chased him out of it. My dad wasn't hurt or anything, the guy didn't try to fight him, and nothing was stolen either. The cops got there a short time later. My parents talked with the police, and I told them what I saw as well. I learned a lesson to always lock the doors and stuff like that. After that, nothing else similar happened. Looking back, I wonder what that guy's plans were. It really creeps me out that even after seeing me and figuring that my parents were probably home, he still decided to go inside our house. Last year, I had a pretty creepy experience involving a wrong number, or at least that's what I thought it was. Randomly one time, I got a text from a number that I didn't know, simply saying, "Hey." I wasn't sure who it was, so I said, "Hey, who's this? I don't have this number saved." The person responded saying, "Hey Mark, meet me." My name is not Mark, so I knew that it was a wrong number. I responded saying that I was not Mark and they must have the wrong number. Very soon after, I got another text. They said, "Okay, who are you?" I realized then that it was probably a scam and they were trying to get my information. I heard about some of these sort of text scams and had gotten one once before. Most of the time, if somebody actually has the wrong number, they will just say, "My bad, wrong number," and then not text again. They wouldn't be very interested in you, but only interested in the actual number they're trying to reach. So when they asked who I was, I didn't respond. But surprising to me, they texted again a while later. This time they texted saying, "Answer me." This was strange, but I still thought that it was a scam. I responded and said, "I'm not falling for your scam." I thought then that they wouldn't respond to me, but I was wrong. Just moments after I sent the text, they tried FaceTiming me. At first, I didn't answer it. I thought that it was too weird, and I was not expecting it at all. But after I didn't pick up, they tried to FaceTime me once more. This time I was curious, so I decided to answer. When I did, it was hard to see at first who was on the other end, but after looking, it appeared to be somebody who was in a very dark, unfinished basement. I couldn't make out the details of their face because it was too dark and sort of blurry. The quality wasn't the greatest either, but I could tell that it appeared to be a man, and he started talking in an extremely deep voice. The voice did not sound natural, like he was trying to fake it. As he spoke, I couldn't make out any of the words that he was saying either. He was sort of mumbling, and it didn't make any sense. I said nothing because I had no idea what to possibly say. I just sat there watching him in shock. He continued to move around the dark basement and ramble incoherently in that creepy deep voice. He went on for about a minute or two, and I couldn't take it anymore. I ended the call, and then I blocked the number right then and there. It was really strange. After that, I didn't get any other weird texts or calls. Looking back at it now, I still have no clue who that was. I'm not sure why they texted me or called me. It was not the scam like I thought it was. But what was it? I'm still trying to figure that out.
I had been driving for hours on a rural highway close to sunset when suddenly my car broke down. My phone had no signal and I was far out from any town. My car had started sputtering down the road and then it eventually died completely. I was now on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. I tried restarting the engine a few times, but nothing happened. At this point, I was really tired and frustrated. I got out and popped the hood, but I wasn't much of a mechanic, so I didn't really know what to look for. Some smoke was rising from the engine, but that was about it. I had no idea what was wrong. I thought about just walking to the nearest town, but I had no idea how far it was. Just a bit earlier on the road, I had passed by a small road that led into a driveway a few miles back. I hoped there might be a house or some sort of help down that driveway. I grabbed a flashlight from the trunk and started walking. The light from the setting sun quickly faded. I finally arrived at the small drive, and when I got there, I reached a small old house. It was barely visible, hidden behind a bunch of trees. The house appeared to be unkempt, and there was peeling paint and broken windows. The yard was also overgrown, and the whole place had an abandoned look. I was a bit skeptical of the house, and not sure if anybody even lived there. I decided to go there anyways, though. When I knocked on the door, there was no answer at first, so I knocked again and waited. The door was sitting open a few inches, though, so I pushed it open and took a few careful steps inside to see if anybody was around. The inside was dark and smelled musty, and the only light coming in was from an old flickering lamp on a table. I was thinking that this was really weird, but I was desperate for some help and just hoped that somebody lived there. I heard a noise coming from the back of the house. It sounded like footsteps. I was nervous, but I called out, "Hello? Is anybody there? My car broke down and I was just wondering if you could help me." There was no response. Whoever had been walking around had stopped, and I decided to leave due to the awkwardness of the situation and the fact that I was actually intruding a bit. I hadn't heard it happen, but somehow the door had shut behind me, so when I went to leave, I tried to pull the handle, but it was locked. I started to panic. I noticed a small window near the ceiling, but it was too high to reach. I looked around for something to break the door open, but I saw nothing useful near me, and I wasn't going to venture further into the darkness of the house. As I was trying to find another way out, I heard a voice from behind me. It was a low, raspy whisper that said, "What are you doing here?" I spun around, but there was nobody there. My heart was racing, and I felt like I was about to faint. I kept trying the door, hoping that it would open, but it remained locked. I couldn't figure out how to unlock it either. It was like it was locked from the other side. Suddenly, I heard the footsteps again, but they were right behind me. I turned around slowly, and this time, I saw a figure standing in the shadows. It was hard to make out any details, but it looked like a person. The figure moved closer, and I could see that it was a man. His face was obscured by a hood, though. I backed away, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry. He just stared at me, and the silence was deafening. I tried to reason with him again, saying, "I'm sorry, I just needed help with my car." Once again, no response from the guy as he just stood there. I realized I had to do something before he came any closer. Grabbing a heavy vase from the small table, I threw it at the figure, hoping to distract him. The vase shattered, and the figure hesitated for a moment before moving towards me. In a burst of adrenaline, I managed to somehow force the door open. I bolted outside,
running through the overgrown yard and not stopping until I reached the road. My car was still there, but it was getting darker, and I felt completely alone. I walked back to where the car had broken down, hoping to flag down any passing car. I sat in my car with the doors locked for almost 3 hours waiting for a car to drive by on the lonely rural highway. Thankfully, the man from the house didn't follow me out to my car. When I finally saw the headlights of another car coming down the road, I got out with the flashlight and flagged them down. The driver was a nice man who offered to drive me to the next town. He dropped me off with no incident, and I finally had service there to call a tow truck and put an end to my horrible night that I was having. I realized the cabin looked sketchy, and it wasn't the greatest idea to enter it uninvited, but I was panicking about my broken down car and trying to get help before darkness came. I hope that I never have to go through anything like that again.
I live sort of near Chicago, and over here there are Walgreens stores everywhere. One night, a few years ago, I went to one to get some snacks. It was probably like 10 at night or so. I drove to the nearest store that was open, which happened to be a Walgreens. After getting there, I went inside and was looking around. The store only had a couple of other people inside of it, and 2 of these people were these 2 women who appeared to be around my age. One of them was blonde, and the other had dark hair. As I was in the drink aisle, both of the women actually approached me. They said hi, and then asked me if I would be able to give them a ride. I remember them saying something about trying to get an Uber, but it wouldn't work or something. I don't really recall exactly what they said, but they then said it wouldn't be far, maybe 5 minutes away. I ended up agreeing to give them a ride. I should not have done it, but I didn't have anything going on, and to be honest, I thought the women were pretty attractive. They also agreed to buy me the snacks that I was getting in the store. Had it been some random guy, I would have definitely said no. So they paid for my snacks, and then we left. They got into the back seat of my car, and I asked them the address of where they were going. However, they told me that it was close, and they would just direct me. I agreed, and we started driving. I was told to go to the nearest highway, and I did. Then I was told to just keep going straight for a while. After being on the highway for at least 5 minutes, I realized that it wasn't as close of a drive as they had led me to believe. During the drive, the women seemed to be mostly on their phones. After a little more driving on the highway, I was finally told to take the next exit. Then I drove down this one road for a while that I had never been on before. It was mostly quiet, and we were a little bit farther out. Finally, I turned again onto a road that was even more quiet. I was not feeling suspicious or anything though. I just figured that they had exaggerated saying that it was closer than it was, but this was getting way out there. So finally, we turned onto this really quiet road that had some houses on it. There was also a lot of trees as well. I was told to pull into this one longer driveway, so I did. About halfway up the driveway, they said I could stop there. I looked and saw a pretty average-looking house. The lights all appeared to be off, and it was surrounded by mostly woods. After stopping, both women got out of my car. When they were, though, they asked if I could walk with them to the front door of the house. They said they were nervous to walk there at this time of night. I said okay, and I got out of the car. We all started to walk towards the house, and just a few steps in, I saw on the edge of the tree line a man standing there. When I saw him, I stopped. I was about to say something, but the women kept walking. They told me to come on, and I started to point to the guy and say that there was a man in the woods. But before I could finish saying that though, the man emerged from the woods and started running for me. Both of the women kept going towards the house. I ran back for my car and was thankfully able to make it there. I got inside, and the man reached my driver's door literally a second after I had locked it. Meanwhile, by that point, the women had gone inside of the house. The man then started banging on my window and trying to open my door. I started the car and hit reverse as quick as possible. Even when I was starting to back up, the guy kept hitting my car and trying to somehow get me to get out. I was able to get out of the driveway though, and then I drove away from there. Obviously, I then dialed 911. I had to stop and look on my map to tell them even where I was because I didn't know. The police came out there, and I was able to soon drive back home. That's the last time I give anybody a ride who I don't know. This happened to me when I was in college. It was during my second year at my university. I lived in a small house which I shared with my roommate Thomas. The university I went to is rather large, and I think has about 20,000 total students. This took place sometime during the first semester. I remember that one day I went on Instagram and saw that I had a new follower. I clicked on the profile, and it was a girl named Rhonda. She had my school initials in her profile, as well as what I assumed would be her graduating year. She was also followed by two people that I knew from college. None of my really close friends, but some guys that I knew who they were and followed them. I realized that Rhonda must have went to my school, and I followed her back. On her profile, she didn't have too many pictures, a few selfies and some pictures of her dog. That was about it. After following her back, I went on with things and didn't think much of it. A few days went by. Then, one day, I noticed that Rhonda liked all of my pictures on Instagram. Now, I had about 40 posts or so, dating all the way back to my early years of high school. She liked every single photo, and I found that nice, but also a little bit random and odd. I thought that maybe she liked me or something. She didn't comment on anything or send me any messages though. Now, several more days went by after this. Then one night, Thomas was studying at a classroom and I was at home by myself. There was then a knock on the door. It was probably about 9 o'clock at night, and I wasn't expecting anybody and had no clue as to who it was. I had been in my room, so I didn't hear the knock very well. I got up and went out into the hallway, and then I heard another knock. But I realized then that the knocking was coming from the back door of the house, not even the front door. Now this was really strange. I walked over to the back door and looked out the window. When I did, I saw a girl standing there. It was Rhonda, but at first I didn't recognize her because I had only seen some selfies of her on Instagram. I don't think that I had ever seen her in person before. As I was standing by the door, she tried opening it up. Then I opened up the back door and said hi to her. I then asked her what she was doing here. She asked me if she could come inside. I had a bad feeling about it. Something about her was sort of creeping me out. Maybe it was the fact that she showed up unannounced to my back door at 9 o'clock at night. And by the way, she had no way of knowing where I lived. I asked her how she knew where my house was. She just asked to come inside again. I really didn't want her to. So instead, I told her that I was really busy with homework and I had to get back to it. She just stood there for a moment looking disappointed. Then she said that she was just going to go and walked off sort of angrily. I was glad that she was going, but more confused than anything. After she left, I went back inside and went into my room. Then I blocked Rhonda on Instagram. I felt that she had crossed the line by showing up unannounced like that. When Thomas got back home, I asked him if he knew Rhonda at all. He said no. I showed him her picture, and he still didn't recognize her. I told him what happened, and he was just as confused as I was. I was hoping that maybe he had known Rhonda, and she asked him for the address or something. But the fact that he didn't made it that much more creepy and weird. The very next night, I was pulling a late-night session of homework. I had some stuff due at 11:59 p.m. I was trying to get it done at the last moment. It was probably like 11:30, and I was almost done, when I heard Thomas call me from the living room. He was in there watching TV, and I asked him what he wanted. Then he told me that there was a girl standing at the front door. I knew who it was. I got up and walked out into the living room. I looked out the front door to see Rhonda just standing there, but she didn't knock on the door or anything. She appeared to look over and notice me. Then she turned and ran off. It was the creepiest thing ever. I went back and finished my homework and then joined Thomas watching TV in the living room. We kept glancing out the windows to see if she would come back, but luckily she didn't. After that, I never saw her again. I remember I asked Thomas to look her up on Instagram months later in the school year. She had a few more pictures then, and appeared to still attend our university. I still don't know what she was doing. It was really creepy behavior though.
I had this weird experience a couple of years ago. I was living by myself in an apartment and working in an office on the other end of the city. Most days I make coffee, but occasionally I get it from places. One day I stopped at the local Starbucks on my way to work. It was a nice morning and surprisingly quiet inside of Starbucks. There were just a couple of other people inside, and nobody was in line to order. Just one other person got there after me and went in line behind me. So I ordered the drink that I usually get. Then I took it and left and went to work. Now fast forward the rest of the day to the evening. It was like 8 p.m. or so, and I was at home in my apartment. Then, out of nowhere, there was a knock on my door. I had no clue who it would be, so I walked over and went to look out the peephole. Nobody was there. It was really strange. I opened up my door and I looked outside in the hallway to see. I didn't see anybody. However, I did notice that there was a Starbucks drink on the ground right next to the door. I was very confused, but picked it up. At first, I thought that maybe somebody had ordered Starbucks and it was delivered to the wrong apartment by mistake. But then I realized that was impossible, because the Starbucks drink would not just be delivered alone and set on the ground, and there was no receipt or anything. When I looked at the cup, I saw that my first name was on it, and it was the exact same drink that I had ordered earlier that day. I was very confused now. I didn't drink it though, because I had no clue who had delivered it to me. Something else strange happened the next day. When I was leaving for work, I noticed this guy kind of standing around outside the building. I didn't recognize him at the time though, and had never seen him around the building before. I was in the mood to get Starbucks again, and also confused about everything, so I went there. This time, it was much like the previous day. I guess that Starbucks location just usually isn't that busy, because it was quiet inside and there was no line. I ordered the same drink, and I noticed that as I was doing so, a guy walked in and got in line behind me. After I ordered, I got a better look at him, and that's when I put everything together. I realized that same man was the guy who was standing outside of my apartment. He was also the same guy who was in line behind me in Starbucks the previous day, and I realized that he must have been the person who delivered the drink to my apartment. Still, it all seemed to make sense in my head, but saying it out loud seemed crazy. I didn't say anything to the man. I just tried to keep better tabs on what he was doing. After I left, he didn't follow me or anything. I was at work and then went back home. That night, I did not receive another Starbucks drink at my door or anything. However, 2 nights later, I remembered that I noticed out my window seeing some lights. I can see part of the parking lot from my apartment window. So when I looked out, I could see that the police were there based on the blue and red flashing lights. However, I did not see exactly where they were. I was curious, so I walked out into the hallway and to the stairwell, which had a clear view. When I looked, I saw the police talking to a guy. It was the same man who I kept seeing. Why? I didn't know. I went back to my apartment wondering what the deal was with that guy. Well, I found out from a neighbor the next day that he had been stalking a woman who lived in the building, and the man didn't even live in the apartment complex. The woman he had been stalking had found out and reported him, and thankfully he was caught. However, I realized that it possibly could have also been me that he was stalking, and he seemed to know where I lived. Maybe things could have got worse if he wasn't caught.
I used to work at a restaurant for a while several years ago. During this time, I had my own little apartment in the city. I worked at a restaurant that was just a few blocks away from my place, so I used to walk to and from work just about every time. The city was pretty busy during the day, but could get really quiet at night. I never really felt unsafe walking home, but it did seem a little bit spooky sometimes. Well, one evening, I worked at the restaurant, and I ended up getting off really late at night. It was probably close to midnight. I had walked to work, so I was on my way back. It took about 10 minutes to complete the walk usually. When I left, it was a really quiet evening. There wasn't anybody else out walking, and there weren't really any other cars driving around either. As I made my way down the sidewalk though, just a few minutes in, a car did drive by. It was just a regular 4-door sedan, but I noticed the windows were super tinted. The car was also driving really slowly. It ended up passing me by, and then making its way to the next block and turning. I continued straight. But just a few minutes later, I saw the car coming back from the other way. It went down the street really slowly again. This was kind of weird, but it didn't stop or anything, and then just kept going. After that, I soon turned. Now I was headed away from the rest of the city and to a quieter area where my apartment was. I passed by a few city houses, and it was much darker over there. After walking down those sidewalks, I had almost arrived at my apartment complex. I was coming up on it, and it was a pretty large building with quite a few floors. There was also another one next to it, and there was a fairly large parking lot attached to it as well. So as I was walking down the sidewalk and approaching the apartment property, I heard a car driving. I looked back and noticed the same car slowly driving up beside me again. It once more passed me by, but then entered the apartment parking lot. I found this strange. I didn't recognize the car and had never seen it before. I found this to be really suspicious, but I hoped that I was just being paranoid. I kept walking, and the car parked pretty close to the building. When I started heading up for the front door, I heard the car door start to open. I decided at that point that I wanted to enter through the back door instead of the front. There was a back door that was used far less, so instead of walking to the front door, I took a right and made my way along the side of the building. I heard footsteps of whoever it was who had left the car approaching the building. I looked over my shoulder and saw a man wearing a jacket with a hood, and he soon went out of my sight as I went around the corner of the building. I wasn't sure if the man lived there, but it just felt suspicious to me. So I went along the side of the building and was soon behind it. There was an area of grassy space between mine and the other apartment building. So when I got around the corner to where I was, I saw on the other side the same man. He was coming around the other corner. It was like he knew I was going to the back, so he took the other side to get there. In an instant, I turned around and went back to where I had come from. I didn't waste any time, and I literally sprinted all the way back to the front of the building. When I got there, I went to the front door, used my key fob as fast as I could, and went inside. Then I shut the door behind me and started going down the hallway. As soon as I had turned around to walk down the hallway though, I heard somebody reach the door. I turned around and saw the guy trying to get in. He knocked on the door a few times, but I ignored it. Then I took the elevator up to my floor and went to my unit. I'm certain that the man was after me, but I don't know why. I fortunately did have a car, I just didn't use it much, so I drove myself to and from work for a while after that. Luckily, I never saw that man again.
I'm a high school teacher, and this is something that happened a few years ago. It's probably the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. So it all started one day when I was teaching. I taught 4 classes throughout the school day at the time. I remember during the second period, right in the middle of class, there was suddenly a loud banging on my classroom door. It interrupted my teaching, and I stopped, annoyed, and walked over to see what it was. When I looked out into the hallway, nobody was there. This seemed like obviously a prank by some kids walking by who were supposed to be in class. Some of the students in my class asked about it and thought that it was funny. I was able to laugh it off as well and then continued with my teaching. The rest of the class period went by without any problems. The next class period though, it happened again. I'm not sure if it was at around the same point in class, but it was sometime in the middle. There was a very loud knocking on the door once again. I looked over sooner this time and just barely saw through the window somebody moving away. However, I could not tell who it was at all or anything like that, just that somebody had been there. So I went over to the door, opened it, and looked outside. I was not on time to catch whoever had done it running away, so I went back inside my classroom and then told my class about how it had happened before. Then we resumed with class. As you might be able to guess, this happened yet again during the next class period. By now, I really couldn't believe it, and I was also getting frustrated. I thought about leaving my door open for the entire next class period, but ultimately I did not. And in the final class period of the day, there was actually no knocking, which surprised me but was nice. So I figured that it was probably a one-day thing and that it would never happen again. I didn't report it or anything because I didn't think it was a big deal. So the next day I was teaching my classes again. For the first 3 class periods of the day, they went by as normal. There was no knocking on my door or anything strange. Then, during 4th period, I got a call that the school was having a lockdown. I announced it to my students and started following the procedures. First, I locked the classroom door. Then I turned off all the lights in the classroom and instructed the students to leave their desks and go to the back end of the room. I also covered all the windows. Some students were asking why there was a lockdown, but I didn't know. I was not told a reason and was just told that there was a lockdown and to follow the procedure. The students were supposed to keep quiet, and overall everybody did a pretty good job. I heard some occasional whispers from my students, but other than that it was completely quiet. The lockdown continued for at least a good 30 minutes. Things were very quiet. Then, out of nowhere, I heard the same loud banging on my classroom door. I really could not believe it. The school was in a lockdown. Who would possibly be able to pound on the door like that? I got up and walked over to the door and looked through the small window. Nobody was there. Some of the students were talking about it now, and I told them to pipe down. So about 20 minutes after this, the lockdown was lifted. Class was let out and things resumed as normal. There was no knocking on my door for the rest of that day. When the school day was over, I talked with some other teachers because I was very curious as to why we had a lockdown. I was told that it was because a student in the school had made direct threats against another student. That did not really solve the mystery of the knocking though, unless that kid was out in the hallway banging on my door. How would anybody be able to walk around in the hallways like that during a lockdown? And why did they always bang on my door? I asked some other teachers and nobody had knocked on their doors. After that day, I never had any more knocking on my door during class. It was really weird and remains sort of a mystery to me.
This is something that happened recently when I was working at Subway. I've worked here for almost a year now, and I work in a Subway that I would describe as average. We're not in a super busy area, but we're also not in the middle of nowhere. So one day, at a quiet time in the afternoon, this man came in. I was working behind the counter, and there wasn't anybody else in the store at the time, except for my coworker who was in the back. I'm guessing that it was like 2 or 3 p.m., kind of between the rush of lunch and dinner when it was quiet. So the man walked in and came to the spot where you start to order. When I asked him what he wanted, he said that he wanted one of the $5 footlongs. Right away, the guy did not seem to be in the greatest of moods. I asked him what kind of bread he wanted and started to go towards the breads to get a footlong. But before he answered, I thought I should tell him that the footlongs are not $5 anymore. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the $5 footlong promotion hasn't been around in at least 10 years. When I told him this, the man was not happy about it at all. I kinda thought the guy was half joking when he said it in the first place, because it's been so long, but apparently he wasn't. He asked me what the price was, and when I told him, he basically started going on a rant. He said how we always advertised the $5 footlong for so long, and claimed that the last time he went to Subway he had got one. Well, I don't know when exactly that was. It could have been years ago, but we certainly never had $5 footlongs in the time that I worked at this Subway. I told him that I didn't make the prices, I just worked here. He started saying how he was going to call up Subway corporate and he was going to call my manager and stuff. I really didn't know what the guy's problem was. Finally, he asked me how cheap I was willing to go on the price of the sandwich, as if I was selling something to him at a pawn shop. I told him that I couldn't negotiate the price. I didn't have that kind of power. The man then cursed at me, which made me angry, and I yelled at him to get out, but this only made him more upset. He started ranting again about Subway and me, and ended it by saying that I should be fired. I told him to leave or I was going to call the cops on him. My coworker, who had been in the back, now finally came out to see what was causing the commotion. He also told the man to leave. Finally, the guy leaned into me and said that he would be back for me, whatever that meant. Then he turned and stormed out. It was the craziest thing. My coworker and I talked about the incident for a while. We were just glad that the guy was gone. Soon, we got some other customers and went on with the day. It got busy for a while in the evening, and then it quieted down again at night. My coworker left and went home, and then I was alone to close the store. Normally, things would be very quiet in the last hour. So we got probably just one customer in the final hour that we were open that night. Then at 9 o'clock, we were closed. I went over and locked the door, then headed back to clean up before I could leave. But as I was doing so, I suddenly heard the sound of someone trying to open the door. I looked up and saw the same man from earlier who was angry about the $5 footlong. I got a bad feeling when I saw him. He stood at the door and then started loudly knocking on it. He saw me behind the counter and then started to yell at me. I yelled at him to go away and said that we were closed. The man yelled something else, but I couldn't really understand it. Then I went into the back. I hoped that the guy would go away. I did some cleaning in the back area and didn't hear him for a little while. When I came back though, he was still there. Now he was just kind of pacing back and forth on the sidewalk out front. It didn't seem like he was going to leave. I finished up all the things that I had to do and then I was ready to go. But when I did, the man was still there, pacing back and forth out front. I knew that he was waiting for me, so at that point, I called the police. I told them the story of the guy and how he was out front. Then I just waited. When the police got there, the man was still out front.
They talked to him and eventually got him to leave. After that, I was finally able to go home. Looking back at that situation, I feel lucky that I locked the doors right at 9 p.m. when we closed. The man got there just minutes later. If he had gotten inside the restaurant, I don't know what would have happened. Since that incident, I haven't seen the guy, and I'm hoping that I never do again. This is something that happened back when I was in high school. I was a senior at the time, and one night I was at Chick-fil-A with some of my friends. It was a very nice night, and we were sitting outside. There were 4 of us, me, Jenny, Adam, and Cole. We were sitting around talking and having a good time. It was somewhat late, maybe almost 10 p.m., so things were fairly quiet. I remember that at one point I saw this man riding his bike down the nearby street and into the parking lot for the Chick-fil-A. The guy was wearing all black and was also wearing a hat and these sort of glasses that looked like goggles. Right away, to me, he seemed kind of strange. The guy ended up riding into the parking lot and then circling it a few times. Eventually, he parked his bike. I thought that he was going to go inside or something, but he just kind of stood around by the bike. I noticed what he was doing because I was sitting at the table in an angle that faced him. I just remember that the guy was standing next to his bike for a while, but then I never really paid more attention to him because I was talking to my friends. At some point a while later, I noticed that the guy was gone. I hadn't really been paying that close of attention to him or anything, so soon after, we all left. I lived really close to the Chick-fil-A, maybe like a 5-minute drive from there. So I got in my car and I drove back home where I lived with my parents and brother. When I got back home, I went inside, and then minutes later saw the guy on the bike again. I noticed him out the front window of our house, and he was riding slowly down the street on his bike. At first, I thought that it was just a really crazy coincidence that I was seeing him again. Our street was pretty quiet most of the time, and would occasionally get bike riders, but I had never noticed this man before. I kept watching out the front window, and the guy rode his bike back a few seconds later. Before long, it appeared as though he was just kind of riding his bike back and forth in front of our house. It seemed pretty strange. I quickly dismissed the thought that he had somehow followed me or even knew who I was though, because that seemed way too crazy and far-fetched. I certainly didn't know this guy, and I hadn't noticed him when I was driving home or anything. After watching him ride his bike back and forth in front of our house for a while, I was just about to go away. But then, I noticed him slow his bike down and then go just past our house. Then he made a right and turned into our driveway. Now this was really weird. After going into the driveway, he was out of my sight, so I moved to try to get to another window where I could see him. However, when I reached a window near the area he had gone, I didn't see anything. By this time, I knew something was up, so I went to find my parents. They were in the basement watching a movie. I told them basically what was going on. I remember that my dad came upstairs and then went outside the front door to look around. I followed him outside, and we saw the guy's bike propped up against the garage door, but the man was nowhere in sight. My dad took the guy's bike and then wheeled it to the front door and then brought it in our house. I'm not sure why. Then after we went back inside, I heard my mom say that she saw the guy in the backyard. Apparently, he had moved from behind the garage to the other end of the yard. We looked out the back windows but could no longer see him. My mom called the police at that point. For some reason, this guy was prowling around outside the house. We kept looking out the window but didn't see him. Our yard was decent sized, and we had a good amount of trees and bushes, and he could have gone into a neighbor's property as well. It also wasn't very well lit back there either. When the police got there, we reported what happened, and they looked around a little, but the guy was not found. However, we still had his bike. I remember that my dad put up an ad on Craigslist for the man to come and get his bike and explain himself. However, nobody answered the ad. I think to this day my parents still have the guy's bike. Thankfully, he never tried to break in or anything. Last year, I had a pretty creepy experience involving a wrong number, or at least that's what I thought it was. Randomly one time, I got a text from a number that I didn't know simply saying, "Hey." I wasn't sure who it was, so I said, "Hey, who's this? I don't have this number saved." The person responded saying, "Hey Mark, meet me." My name is not Mark, so I knew that it was a wrong number. I responded saying that I was not Mark and they must have the wrong number. Very soon after, I got another text. They said, "Okay, who are you?" I realized then that it was probably a scam and they were trying to get my information. I heard about some of these sort of text scams and had gotten one once before. Most of the time, if somebody actually has the wrong number, they will just say, "My bad, wrong number," and then not text again. They wouldn't be very interested in you, but only interested in the actual number they're trying to reach. So when they asked who I was, I didn't respond. But surprising to me, they texted again a while later. This time they texted saying, "Answer me." This was strange, but I still thought that it was a scam. I responded and said, "I'm not falling for your scam." I thought then that they wouldn't respond to me, but I was wrong. Just moments after I sent the text, they tried FaceTiming me. At first, I didn't answer it. I thought that it was too weird, and I was not expecting it at all. But after I didn't pick up, they tried to FaceTime me once more. This time I was curious, so I decided to answer. When I did, it was hard to see at first who was on the other end. But after looking, it appeared to be somebody who was in a very dark, unfinished basement. I couldn't make out the details of their face because it was too dark and sort of blurry. The quality wasn't the greatest either, but I could tell that it appeared to be a man, and he started talking in an extremely deep voice. The voice did not sound natural, like he was trying to fake it. As he spoke, I couldn't make out any of the words that he was saying either. He was sort of mumbling, and it didn't make any sense. I said nothing because I had no idea what to possibly say. I just sat there watching him in shock. He continued to move around the dark basement and ramble incoherently in that creepy deep voice. He went on for about a minute or two, and I couldn't take it anymore. I ended the call, and then I blocked the number right then and there. It was really strange. After that, I didn't get any other weird texts or calls. Looking back at it now, I still have no clue who that was. I'm not sure why they texted me or called me. It was not the scam like I thought it was. But what was it? I'm still trying to figure that out.
This happened back when I was a kid. I think I was maybe 8 or 10 years old. I lived in a neighborhood that had a cul-de-sac on it. There were several kids in the neighborhood that I was friends with, and we would all hang out. So one night, I was with some friends and we were playing several games in the street. We started playing hide and go seek, and we basically had the entire cul-de-sac to ourselves. My friends and I lived in almost every house on the cul-de-sac, except maybe 2 or 3 of them. One house though, the one at the very end, was abandoned. Everybody knew that, but not many people knew why. It was an old house, and I really couldn't remember the last time anybody did live there. So I remember that one of my friends stood in the street and began counting. We all started running away, scattering to find our hiding spots. I remember that I suddenly got this idea to hide behind the abandoned house. I figured nobody lived there, so no one would be mad that I went in their yard, and I also thought that my friend would never think to look there. I felt like I had almost found a loophole in the game and would easily win for sure. So I went onto the property and then into the backyard. Then I crouched down behind one corner of the house. The backyard to this property seemed to go back kind of far. There appeared to be a woods at the end of the yard that went on for who knows how long. Several minutes went by, and I knew that my friend was looking for everyone. I couldn't hear much from where I was, but I did hear a little bit of chatter from some of my friends off in the distance. As time went on, I felt more and more confident that I wouldn't be found and would win the game. I was just waiting to hear them say that everyone had been found except for me. So when I was just sitting behind the house back there, I casually turned around. When I did, I saw this man standing in front of the woods. He was staring right at me. The guy was somewhat big, and I couldn't tell many details about him other than that. It was really dark out. I had no idea who he was, and it really creeped me out. As soon as I saw him, I got up and ran back around the house. I didn't care about hide and seek anymore. After making it around the house and down the driveway, I saw a couple of my friends in the street. They saw me running and then looked behind me. The man had come out around the house and was standing sort of at the side of it. When we all saw him, I think everybody got really freaked out and just scattered. At that point, we all went running back to our houses and then went inside. Everybody knew that that property was abandoned, so seeing a random man walk out from the side of it meant it was time to go inside. After we all went back to our houses, it was already getting late, and we wouldn't be able to stay out for much longer anyways. So none of us went back out, and I was really creeped out by seeing the guy. I really never expected it. However, I didn't tell my parents or anything. That night, I don't remember much else until I went to bed. My bedroom was at the back side of the house, and I had a window out to the backyard. I remember waking up sometime in the middle of the night. The first thing I noticed was that there was a knocking sound from my bedroom window, and that must have been what woke me up. I looked up and saw a man standing there, looking in. He was the same guy that I saw in the backyard of the abandoned house. The guy was just staring at me on the other side of the window. I got up and ran out of my room to my parents' bedroom next door. I started banging on their door like crazy until they got up. When we returned to my bedroom, the man was gone. I remember that my dad went outside and looked around the property, but he couldn't find him. After coming back inside, my parents called the police. They arrived several minutes later, and I don't really remember much after that, but I know that the next day, I told one of my friends about it. She said that she also saw a man at her window the previous night. He went away pretty quickly though. This guy must have went to at least 2 of our houses. After that though, nobody in our neighborhood saw him again. It still gives me the creeps to think about it to this day.
Happened when I was a 17-year-old girl and in high school. I played volleyball when I was in high school, and it was a big part of my high school career. I remember that sometimes we used to have practice really early in the morning before school. It was because the gym had to be shared with the other sports teams and stuff. So we would have practice at like 6 a.m. and it would go until about 8. One day I got up early at 4:45 a.m. to get ready for the day. I lived with my parents at the time in a pretty average neighborhood. Obviously, it was still pitch dark outside, and I left home at about 5:30 because it was only a 10-minute drive to the school. I had a car back then that I drove to and from school every day. When I left, I backed out of the driveway, and when I did, I remember seeing a car that was parked on the side of our street. It was sort of in front of our house, which was strange because normally no cars parked on the side of our street at all. And when I started to drive away, the car's headlights turned on and then started driving down the street after me. I didn't really think much of it until I turned off our street and the car went the same way. When I turned again, it did the same. I was starting to wonder if I was being followed for some reason. I did not recognize the car and wasn't sure who it would be. I kept driving to school though, and the roads were very quiet with it being so early. Me and the other car were about the only 2 on the roads. Soon I approached my school with the car still behind me. I turned into the student parking lot and there were hardly any other cars there. The only other ones were my teammates. I drove around and parked pretty close to the school. The car that was following me entered the parking lot as well, but did not park near me. It went to the complete opposite far corner than me, a long ways away. This made me feel better because it was so far. Plus, now that I was at school, I felt safer because when I got inside, I would be around a lot more people. I was curious as to who was driving the other car though, so I sat in my car and waited for a minute or 2. However, nobody got out. The car was backed into a parking space, so kind of facing me, except it was just really far away. I got out of my car finally and then walked inside the school. Then I got ready for volleyball practice. By the time practice started, I had forgot all about the car following me. When practice was over, it was time for the school day. Now, the next strange thing that I remember was after my first hour class. At this time, keep in mind that I had forgot all about the car following me. Now, I specifically remember that I was by my locker and standing near it talking to some of my friends. When I was looking around the crowded hallway, I saw this guy a long ways away just staring at me. It was strange because I didn't recognize him, and he also looked a little bit older. I just assumed him to be a senior who looked old, but I didn't know why he would be staring at me. I looked away, and then looked again a short time later, and he was still staring at me. I was kind of creeped out, so I looked away again and then left for my next class. During this second hour class that I was in, I remembered that the school went into a lockdown. I had no idea what it was about. The lockdown ended up lasting for almost an hour. At first, even after it ended, no information was given. By the end of the school day though, I found out that it was for a suspicious man in the hallway. Somebody who was not a student, had no hall pass and no credentials or identification. When questioned, he ran away, causing the lockdown. The police got called, and after the guy ran from them, he was arrested for trespassing. Everybody was talking about it. I didn't get confirmation, but I realized that it had to be the same guy, and I think that it was also the guy who had followed me to school from my house. It really creeps me out, and makes me wonder if he was stalking me.
One night, I was riding alone on the subway taking a late train home from work. It was around 11 p.m., and the car was nearly empty. I was on my phone for most of the trip, but I would look up every now and then. Every time I would look up, I'd notice this guy on the opposite end of the train staring at me. He looked about 20 years old, dressed in a hoodie and jeans, nothing that would raise alarms. His face was neutral, but there was something in the way he was looking at me that sent a chill down my spine. It was like he was trying to be casual, but I could feel the intensity in his stare. I put my phone away and gripped my bag tightly. I didn't want to seem too obvious, but I could sense his eyes still on me. I wanted to get off the train, but I hesitated. My stop was coming up, and I needed to see if he was getting off too. The train slowed and the doors opened, and I took a moment to breathe. I sat there a little longer than necessary, seeing if he would get off at my stop. He didn't move, and eventually I had to stand up and leave the train before the doors closed. As soon as I had got off, he had jumped up out of his seat and made it out just before the doors closed, as if he had suddenly remembered that this was his stop. He had gotten off at the end of the train closest to the exit to the station, so he was ahead of me now, walking towards the exit stairs. I kept my distance, moving deliberately slow, hoping to keep an eye on him. He seemed to mirror my movements, slowing down, stretching, pretending to look around. I knew he wanted me to pass him, so that he could be the one following me. I decided I couldn't be trapped in that long, empty subway tunnel with him, so I quickened my pace and moved past him, making sure to keep a safe distance. He followed right after, maintaining that calculated distance. When we reached the top of the stairs, I walked towards the turnstile, my mind racing. There were some subway employees around, but once I stepped outside, it would be just him and me on the street, and I didn't want him to know where I lived. I had to think fast, and I just decided to try something. Suddenly, I stopped and turned to face him directly, staring right at him. He halted too, his expression shifting to one of frightened innocence as he looked up at the ceiling. He turned and headed back down the other set of stairs, the ones that led away from me. I stood there, my heart pounding, watching him go. Just before he disappeared onto the platform, he looked back at me. The mask had dropped, and his expression was pure malice. It sent chills down my spine. He had been sizing me up, and now he looked at me with contempt. It was like I had thwarted his plans, and he hated me for it. Finally, when he was out of sight, I made my way up the exit stairs, and I hurried home. I checked to make sure that I wasn't followed, and I was able to make it back.
My name is Emily, and this happened to me in the spring of 2022. I was living by myself at the time in an apartment, and I worked in the city. I have an Instagram page that has a few thousand followers. I'm not famous by any means, and I'm certainly not an Instagram model, but I do post there pretty frequently. One night, I got a text message from one of my friends. It was a link to an Instagram page, and my friend said, "This isn't you, is it?" I clicked on the profile, and it was an Instagram account claiming to be me, except it wasn't using my name, but a different name, and they had posted quite a few pictures that were all mine. I think the account had about 100 posts, and this had been going on for several months. Most of the pictures were pictures that I had already posted on Instagram. They had a decent amount of followers too. I think the account had about 500. I couldn't believe it. Whoever was running this account was just screenshotting my pictures and posting them to their account, and they were getting over 100 likes, and nobody seemed to realize that the entire page was a fraud. I looked at some of the comments, and they were just saying things like, "Wow, you're beautiful." As I scrolled through and looked at more pictures though, I noticed something strange. Some of the pictures of me that they posted were not from my Instagram page. They were pictures that I had of myself, but had never posted. These photos were on my phone, and I don't know how the person had them. The pictures weren't bad or anything, but I just had no clue how they got a hold of them. I sent a direct message to the page, asking who they were and why they were stealing my identity. Then I reported the page. Not long after I had sent the message to the page though, they blocked me. I told a few of my friends about it, and they said that they would report the page as well. Within a couple of days, the page ended up getting shut down. I was glad that it was now gone, but I still wondered who had done it. Well, a few days after the page was taken down, I left my apartment one morning. There was a note on my front door. It was folded on a piece of paper and taped to my front door, and when I looked at it, I realized that it was from whoever had been running the Instagram page.
The note talked about how this person could get any information from me that they wanted. They also rambled about how I thought I must be so cool because I was popular and some other stuff. When I got this, I went straight to the police. Whoever this was knew where I lived and seemed to be able to hack into some of my accounts. After telling the police all the information that I could, I created new accounts for almost everything that I had and changed all of my passwords. Luckily for me, I moved out of that apartment just a few weeks later because my lease was up. Since that experience, nothing else strange has happened, but I still don't know who was doing that. My theory is that it could have possibly been an old high school classmate who didn't like me or something. Or it could have been somebody totally random. I really don't know.
I'm a 29-year-old female, and I live with my husband in a house. Our neighborhood is pretty standard for the most part, and this happened about 1.5 years ago. I worked pretty normal hours then, but my husband's hours are more random. On this night, I recall that he was working late. It was probably sometime after 8 p.m., and I remember that I was in the living room. I was FaceTiming my sister and young nephew. The three of us were talking until her son had to go to bed, and then I hung up. At that point, I recall looking out the front window and noticing a car starting to pull into our driveway. A couple of things struck me as odd about this though. For one, it was not my husband's vehicle, and he wasn't supposed to be home yet. And for two, the vehicle's lights were off as it entered the driveway. Now our driveway is somewhat long and goes up to the garage. The garage is out of sight of the house though because it connects to it. So the car ended up slowing down and then just barely going out of my sight and parking. I kept watching and was now listening as well, but I didn't hear anybody getting out or anything. I called my husband and let him know what was going on. I was hoping that maybe this was one of his friends or something, but he had no clue as to who that would be and said that he would leave work as soon as possible. After hanging up with him, I wasn't really sure what to do. I then walked over to the dining room, which had a window that looked out to the backyard. It was very dark back there as well. But when I looked, I saw what appeared to be a man walking out from behind the garage and into the backyard. When I saw this, I left the room and dialed 911. I told the operator my address and told him the situation of what was going on. I was told that police were on the way. After that, I was walking through the living room when I suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. It sounded like the dining room window was being smashed. I ran the rest of the way to the bedroom and then closed the door behind me and locked it. I moved into the bedroom closet and shut the door there as well. Now that I was there, I really couldn't hear too much. Several minutes went by, and I thought that I was in the clear, but then I heard footsteps in the hallway. When that happened, I held my breath. The man got closer and closer and didn't go into any other rooms. It seemed as though he was heading straight for the bedroom that I was in. He then tried opening the door, which was locked. When it didn't open, there was a very loud bang at the door. Perhaps the man was trying to break the door down by hitting it with something. Then, after another loud bang, I heard police sirens in the distance. This caused the man to move away from the door and go back down the hallway. Within a minute, police were out front of the house. I didn't hear much more until I was sure that the cops were there. Then I left the bedroom and went out into the hallway. The police had found the man leaving through the backyard, and luckily he was caught. The man had in fact broken the glass to the dining room, but nothing in the house was really messed up other than the window. I'm not sure what the guy's plan was, but I'm really grateful that the police got there when they did. It was our 10th anniversary, so my husband and I decided to go camping, just the two of us, and of course our dog. There's a big national park and camping area near where we live, a little less than an hour's drive away, so that's where we were heading. It's basically a large forest with many small lakes, ponds, trails, and camping sites around. Pretty popular place during the summer, but we still saw some people even though it was late September and the weather was cold. We found a good spot next to a lake and set up our camp. It was a beautiful day, so we wanted to hike a bit in the forest. There was a nice long path that was going around the lake where we had our camp, so we chose to go that way. The lake was quite small, and there was another camping site by it. You could see from there a camp, and from there you could also see our camp, and the camps were almost on opposite sides of the lake. We walked past the other camp and saw a man there alone, just standing and staring at us, not answering when we greeted him. He was maybe in his late 20s, around the same age as us. I thought at that point that maybe he was just shy and a little weird. He had a small tent set up and some other stuff all around the place, so I figured he had been there a while. We just continued walking and didn't think much of it. Eventually, we got to our camp and started to set up our tent before it got too dark. We made some food by the fire and just sat there enjoying the peace. Suddenly, our dog started barking like crazy. She was tied to a long wire around a tree. We immediately realized that she wasn't just paranoid and there was really something in the woods and it was near. It had been very dark for hours at that point. I took the dog and leash and my husband started to look around with his bright headlamp. Our dog just kept barking. We were confused and sure it was some kind of animal, maybe a bear or a moose, but we couldn't understand why it wasn't scared of us and why it wouldn't run away. My husband went ahead to the path that leads to the other camp. Right when he got to the path, which was less than 30 feet away from our camp, he saw something on the ground. I told him to go check it out and followed with our dog. He stopped, turned to me and said, "It's a human laying on the ground." The first thing I thought was maybe they were hurt or dead or something. They just laid there not moving, facing the ground. We asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" And then they suddenly just stood up. It turned out to be the guy from the other camp. He was very scared of our dog and told me not to let her near him. I was kind of relieved that it wasn't some bear or something that was going to eat us, but I soon learned that a bear might have been less scary than this guy. After he stood up, he walked straight to our campfire and sat down. My husband tried to ask multiple times why he was sneaking in the dark forest without any light. He didn't give us any answer. We even laughed a bit and told him how we thought he was a bear or some wild animal, but he didn't even smile. He just stared at the fire, looking annoyed. His right leg was soaking wet. He had probably stepped off the path and dipped it in the lake on his way to our camp. He sat with us for 30 minutes, not talking much. He also clearly wanted to know where our dog was always. I saw he had a knife hanging from his belt, but I guess that's not that weird when you're in the woods. Every few minutes he put his hand in his pocket and just peeked at whatever was in there. It was kind of like checking the time on your phone without taking it from your pocket, but it didn't look like he had a phone in there. I felt very uncomfortable and anxious by the whole situation. So when the 30 minutes had passed, he again stood up and mumbled about going back to his own camp and left. He never gave us any explanation as to why he came to our camp or why he was stalking us in the dark. He had tried very hard not to be seen when we found him. When I thought he was far enough, I told my husband that there was no way I was sleeping in that tent. Fortunately for me, he agreed and said that the guy might come back when we were sleeping. I just wanted to leave as soon as possible, so my husband started packing things up and I was standing with the dog and looking around with the light if he decided to come back. Just when we almost had all our stuff in the car, I saw a quick flash of light on the path from the guy's camp towards ours. He was coming back. Maybe he thought that we went to sleep because he couldn't see our campfire anymore. So yeah, we got into the car and left quick. I don't know if we overreacted, but I had such a bad feeling about him. Who crawls in the dark, wet forest alone just to talk to some strangers? I'm just glad we had our dog with us. This trip made me realize that people are probably the scariest thing to find at night when you're camping. Ever since I was a kid, I would work for this old woman who lived down the road from me. I worked there for so long it got to the point where I could just walk in, ask her for the car, and ride off with it. I did a lot of dog sitting for her because she liked to take long gambling trips out to Vegas and other places out there. By this point, I had been taking care of the dog for a while, and I had the routine down like the back of my hand. Wake up at 6, go down and let him out, feed him, give him his shot, and go home. I did that twice every day for about 2 weeks when I started to notice some weird stuff. Car keys were not where I left them, food cans moved, and little things like that. I just played it off as me being forgetful until one night I was late getting back into town to take care of the dog. I came racing into the driveway and ran to the front door to find that it was propped open just a crack. That already put me on edge, and I slowly entered the house and immediately knew the dog was gone. The only reason I knew right away was because he was blind and barked at the slightest sound. I could also feel a cold breeze coming in, and I went back out and grabbed my deer rifle out of my truck, and I did a room-by-room search of the place. Nobody was inside, but the big glass sliding door that I had never opened once in my years of dog sitting there was wide open, and big boot tracks were in the snow. Luckily, the sheriff picked up the dog, and I was able to get him back that same night. So the next night, me and a friend of mine stayed in the house after taking care of the dog for the night. Both of us sitting in the pitch black, armed with our double-barrel hunting rifle and a crossbow. We waited until right around 12:30 a.m., when we heard what sounded like big feet stomping up the stairs to the front door. Then we saw the door open, and there was a man just standing there. There was a nightlight right by the front door, so we could see someone standing there, but we couldn't make out his face or anything about him other than that it was a big dude. So he was standing there, and I finally mustered up the courage to scream, "Get out of here before I start shooting." He just stood there and stared at us for a few moments, and then backed away and walked into the woods. I called the owner to inform her of what happened. It turned out the guy was known locally. He was a bad guy who would frequently sneak into people's property and take pictures of their animals to make it seem like they were being abused. I changed the locks on the house and took the dog home with me until the woman came home. I didn't sleep well for a long time after that day, until one day this past winter at lunch, me and a different friend were driving down to the grocery store and saw an ambulance and multiple police cars. I came to find out that the guy who we confronted that night was walking on the sidewalk when a passing truck driver had a heart attack and veered off the road and hit him. Both men passed away that day, and while the loss of the driver was sad, the whole town, including myself, slept a little easier knowing that the other crazy man was gone. I don't know how he wasn't in prison for breaking into people's houses. I think he had served some jail time but was free somehow.
This story takes place way back when I was 8 years old. It was my first time ever going to a Toys R Us store. In the city that I lived with my parents and siblings, there was no Toys R Us. The closest one was probably 40 minutes away. Well, one time, pretty close to my birthday, we went to visit my grandparents who had a house in a different city. They lived not too far away from a Toys R Us store. I remember we were staying at their house for the weekend or something. My grandparents offered to take me to Toys R Us to get me something for my birthday. I was really excited, and it was just me and my grandparents going. When we got there, I walked in the store for the first time, and it was one of the coolest places that I had been to that point. For a kid, it was probably my favorite store that I had ever seen. I walked around with my grandparents, and we got a few things that I wanted. I don't remember everything, but I would say we were inside the store for like maybe 30 minutes. We got my gifts, and my grandparents also got some small things for my siblings as well. Then we left the store. Now, this is when things got strange. After getting back to my grandparents' car, we left. I was sitting in the back seat, and they were in the front. So I was just looking around, and for some reason, I noticed that this car was driving behind us. I was watching it for no particular reason at all. But I happened to notice that this car started driving back with us for basically the entire way. And we had to make quite a few turns. My grandparents were talking to each other, and the radio was also on. I guess they were distracted and just didn't notice. There were kind of a lot of other cars out on the road too, from what I could remember. And the only reason I think I noticed was because I had been watching the car the whole time. It wasn't following super close or anything, but it was definitely following us. I could tell that a man was driving, and he was wearing sunglasses, but beyond that, I couldn't tell many details. I wasn't sure if he knew my grandparents or something. That was pretty unlikely, but as a kid, for some reason, it didn't seem too wild. I did not bother to tell my grandparents, and I'm not really sure why. I guess I was just a shy kid, or I felt it wasn't too big of a deal. I really don't have a great explanation for it looking back. So we finally arrived back to their house. My parents and siblings were already there. When we got back, I remember the car behind us did not pull into the driveway. Instead, it kept going down the street, but pretty slowly. We then parked and all went inside. Not too long after this, I remember being in the living room, which was at the front end of the house. I saw the same car parked just a ways down the road. I didn't think it to be a neighbor for some reason. Well, I saw the man walk out of the car. He started going up my grandparents' driveway. However, he never came up to the front door or anything. He went out of my view, and I wasn't sure as to where he had gone. My dad happened to be sitting nearby, but was not looking out the window. I pointed out the car to him, and we got to talking. I mentioned the guy walking up the driveway, and then my dad went and told my grandparents, who did not know who the car belonged to. I just remember that the police ended up being called, and the man ran away on foot, but I believe he was tracked down. It was crazy. I really don't remember what exactly the guy was doing, or why he followed my grandparents. For some background, I'm a 36-year-old woman, and this happened 20 years ago. I was 16 and in high school. I went to an average high school with about 800 students that went there. It was a school that was close to my house, and I enjoyed going there. I had a nice friend group that I hung out with all the time, and overall things were going well for me. Until one day at school, something so crazy happened that it seared into my brain forever. So to explain it, one school day was going by like any other until we had a lockdown. I remember hearing that it was not a drill, and that made me kind of nervous. My mind was thinking of all the possibilities of what it could be, but in reality I had no clue. And this was before every student had a smartphone, so information wasn't quite as fast and we weren't able to just look things up. We sat in our classroom with the lights off and everybody was really quiet. The more time that went by, the more and more nervous I became. I tried to tell myself that everything would be fine. I was safe and in a locked classroom with a bunch of other people. I thought maybe some criminal guy snuck into the school, or maybe some student had turned violent. In reality though, I had no clue what was going on. So after like literally an hour of the school being locked down, the phone rang in our classroom. My teacher answered it and quietly talked. Then she hung up. A short time after that, there was a knock on the classroom door, and I saw the principal, 2 cops, and another man who I didn't recognize. They all looked around the room and then called my name. I didn't know what they wanted, but I got up and walked over to them. They walked with me all the way to the principal's office and told me what was going on. I was told that several students had been planning to kidnap me, and they had stopped it. This was a shock to me, as you could imagine, because I was completely unaware of it. I was told that several senior guys, as well as 2 of their friends who were 19 and 20 years old, were all in on it. They were a group of guys who I was not friends with, but I did know who they were. I had never spoken to any of them, and just knew that one of them was kind of a known drug dealer in the school. They all sat together at a lunch table. Apparently there was this one other guy who was not really in their friend group, but they were cool with. That guy sat at their lunch table and didn't really talk much, but they just kind of let him sit with them. I think he was kind of a loner, or else just really shy or something. Anyways, this guy overheard the other guys talking about kidnapping me. They were planning it out, and it was going to be right after school on the day there was a lockdown. After the kid reported it, the school did an investigation. It was proven legitimate, and they locked down the school the next day and questioned the guys who cracked under the pressure. They were expelled, and the older guys were arrested. I think the younger guys were in a juvenile detention center for a while. The whole thing still blows my mind. I'm just glad that other kid spoke up. Who knows what could have happened?
This happened to me when I was living in a university town. I had only a semester left while my friends had 2 semesters left in school. So I rented a room in a house with 2 guys I found on Craigslist. I know that sounds creepy, but that's not the creepy part. I went for a run one morning, came back to my house, and hopped in the shower. With shampoo in my hair, I heard banging noises coming from the front door. I figured that my 2 roommates, who were friends with each other, had friends coming over, and I didn't think anything of it at first. I continued my shower, but the banging didn't stop. It continued to get louder. I started to hurry things along and started to become concerned. By the end of my shower, I heard a big crashing sound. Quickly toweling myself off to go investigate, the door to my bathroom opened. In the doorway was a man I had never seen before. He was looking at my naked body up and down while I desperately covered myself up. I asked the only question that came to my mind. "Who are you?" He didn't answer. He continued to look at me like I was a piece of meat. I asked the next most logical question. "Are you here by yourself?" Another man slightly peeked his head from around the corner of the hallway. The first man told me to get on the ground. I said no, and he hit me open-palmed in the face. He then said to me, "Do you want to die?" I had never been hit before. During the recoil after his hand connected with my face, time had slowed down. During that split second, I experienced the most intense fear in not knowing what to do next, not knowing what to do safely to get myself out of the situation. I was in this alone is what I thought. My cell phone was in my bedroom. My only plan was to get out of the bathroom and get to my phone. I tried leaving the bathroom, and this is where my memory fades and has only been filled in from what others have told me. My roommates had just gotten home from morning class and saw the front door busted in, so they knew something was wrong. They came up the stairs when they heard me screaming, "No, no, no." The first man grabbed me, but when he saw my roommates, he let go of me. The man demanded that my roommates give back his money. My roommates told the man, "We don't have your money." My roommates had never met or seen these guys in their life before. They must have been drugged up on something and got the wrong house if someone did owe them money. After my roommates told them the cops were on the way, which was a lie since they hadn't been called at that point, the men left out the front door. This is where my memory begins again. I fell to the ground sobbing uncontrollably. My face in the floor, I curled up like a bug and cried for a while. Once I regained control of my body, I went into my room and called my mom. I could barely get this story out to her by the time the police came. I had to throw on some clothes and talk to them outside. The banging and crashing noises were the two men kicking the original 1920s door in half to gain entry. It only took them a few minutes. I told the police what I remembered, which was minimal. They took DNA from fingerprints from the bathroom door. The police said they would do their best, but I never heard anything back, so I'm guessing that means they didn't find the man. Now, even if I'm home alone, I always lock the bathroom door or my bedroom door when I'm in there for that extra layer of security. This happened a long time ago. Back then, I lived in an apartment by myself. This would have been sometime in the early 2000s. So I was trying to call my friend one night on the home phone in my apartment. I had her number written down and had almost memorized it. My phone was kind of old and I didn't have caller ID or many modern functions. That wasn't a big deal to me though. So anyways, as I was dialing my friend, I must have dialed the wrong number because when the call got picked up, I heard a man's voice. I knew that my friend lived alone like I did. Still, I asked if she was there, and the guy said that nobody by that name lived there. So I said that I was sorry and I must have dialed the wrong number. The man said he understood and it was okay. Then I hung up. I dialed again for my friend, and this time made sure to dial each number correctly. When the call went through, I got my friend and then I started talking to her. We were best friends and we talked on the phone almost every day, many times for hours. So when we were talking, I remember that I heard another call coming in, but I didn't bother to hang up and answer it. I talked with my friend for about an hour and then hung up. After that, it was sometime at night, maybe 9 o'clock or so. I got another call on my phone and picked it up. I heard a man on the other end and realized that it was the same guy who I had accidentally called earlier. He said hi and that he tried to call me before. I told him that the line had been busy. He said that after I called him, I sounded cute and asked if I wanted to go on a date with him sometime. He also said that based on my area code, he figured that we lived in the same city. I realized that the guy must have had caller ID. To me, this did not seem like a good idea. For one, his voice didn't sound very attractive to me. But also, for me being a young woman, I didn't think it was smart to go on a random blind date with a guy who I accidentally called the wrong number. I told him that I just didn't want to, and it was nothing personal, but I didn't know him. He tried to convince me, but I really didn't want to, and I was finding it to be increasingly awkward. Finally, the guy said he understood and then hung up. But apparently, he did not in fact understand, because he called me back like 10 minutes later. I answered because again, I didn't have caller ID, and I didn't know who it was that was calling me. When I answered the phone, he asked if I had changed my mind yet. I said no, it's been like 10 minutes. He said that he just thought he would ask, and I said, okay, goodbye now, and then I hung up the phone. Then I called my friend again, because I just had to tell her about the crazy thing that had happened. For the rest of the night, the man did not call. The next day, I was at work during the day like usual. I got back to my apartment and was having a normal night with no strange phone calls or anything. But at about 8 o'clock, there was a knock on my apartment door. I didn't know who it would be because I wasn't expecting anyone, and I wasn't thinking about the man in the moment who had called me previously. When I looked through the peephole, I saw a guy standing there. He just had a creepy look to him and gave me a bad feeling, and I'm not just saying that. I had not remembered the phone calls in that moment. I was about to answer the door when I saw the guy reach into his pocket. I was curious, so I kept watching. He took out a cell phone and then started dialing a number. Moments later, my phone rang. That's when I realized who it was. I walked over to my phone, and for some reason, I answered. The guy asked me if I was at home, and I said, "What's it to you?" The man told me to open my front door. That's when I knew for a fact who it was, and I told him to go away. He said that I should go out with him and give him a chance. I told him that if he didn't go away now, I was calling the cops. He got offended and then finally hung up the phone. I went to the peephole again thinking that he had left, but he hadn't. He was still there. Then he loudly banged on the door. I still didn't open it. He yelled at me, demanding that I let him in, but I still wouldn't do it. By this point, I was about to call the cops, but he finally turned and stormed off. That's when I looked out of the door again for a while and made sure that he had gone. And after he was out of sight, I looked out into the hallway just to make sure that he was actually gone. He was. I was extremely creeped out by the guy. I don't know how he knew exactly where I lived. I think that maybe he looked me up in the phone book. It was a very scary experience, though. One night, I was home alone watching a movie on TV. I'd been flipping through the channels until I found something interesting, like I often do. I live by myself in an apartment, and it's a pretty average place for the most part. As it got to be late at night, I was starting to get tired. Out of nowhere, randomly, there was a knock on my apartment front door. At first, I thought that it was one of my neighbors complaining about the noise. The volume of the movie on my TV was pretty loud, to be honest. So I quickly turned it down and then got up from the couch and walked over to the front door. Before opening the door, I looked through the peephole. I saw a young woman standing there. She looked to be in her 20s, had dark hair and a few tattoos on her arms. I didn't recognize her, but then again, I didn't know most of my neighbors. Thinking she was still a neighbor, I opened the door. Before she said anything, I said, "Sorry, I didn't realize I had the volume so loud." In my mind, I was 100% sure that she was complaining about the noise because I had no idea what on earth else a neighbor would be at my door for. She looked confused for a moment and then said, "No, that's fine." Then she told me that she was in an awkward situation. She said her boyfriend had accidentally backed into my car in the parking lot. Her boyfriend was apparently over at the car and didn't want to leave the scene, so she came in to tell me. I parked my car in the same spot every day in the parking lot, and it was out there and our lot was sort of small. Things would get crowded with cars, so I was sort of annoyed by this, but was also glad that the woman was telling me about it and they didn't just drive away. I told her 1 second I would go and get my phone, and she said okay. I needed my phone for insurance stuff and to take pictures of the damage. I quickly went back into my apartment and my phone was still on the couch in the living room. When I got it, I was now at the back end of my apartment and near my balcony. There was a large window, and from there you could see most of the parking lot and sort of the area where I parked. I was curious, so I went over and looked out of the window. I saw the parking lot and it seemed completely quiet. When I looked to where my car was, I could just barely see it, but I could in fact see it, and it appeared to be just fine. There was nobody standing around it and no car right next to it or anything. I couldn't see any damage. Suddenly, this whole thing seemed really sketchy. I went back to the door and opened it again. The woman was still there. I asked her how much damage there was to the car. She said it was pretty bad and we better go to the car now. There definitely was not a lot of damage on my car. I told her that she must be mistaken. She mentioned my full name and asked if that was me. I said yes, and then she confirmed that yes, it was my car that had been hit. I was confused. I explained to her that I just saw my car out the window and it didn't look like there was any damage on it at all. She looked at me but did not say anything. Then the woman just turned and walked away without saying a word. She was quickly gone. I went back inside my apartment. Then I looked out the window again towards the parking lot. Things were really quiet there for a minute or two, but I continued watching. I saw the same woman as well as a man come into my view. Both of them walked into a random car which was not even close to mine and then quickly drove away. I was really creeped out by the whole thing. I had never seen that woman before in my life prior to that night. I couldn't help but feel that she was trying to set me up. She was with a guy, and maybe they were going to try to rob me or something. I'm really glad that I didn't follow her. But how did she know which car was mine? Or how did she know my name? That part is something that I still don't know.
A few years ago, I visited some friends out in Oregon who lived on a secluded 300-acre property in the middle of nowhere. We were deep in the woods, surrounded by nothing but trees and the sounds of nature. On the second evening, we were sitting around a fire pit enjoying each other's company as the sun was setting, making the whole sky orange. There was a total of 6 of us there, and 2 of my friends had brought their kids who were busy making s'mores. The others were having casual conversation, and I was comfortable in my folding chair leaning back and zoning out, just staring into the darkness. After a while, I noticed something strange. I kept staring at this one particular tree, trying to figure out what I was seeing. After I kept looking at it, I deciphered what looked like a giant hand wrapped around the trunk of the tree. I quickly turned to my friend Anthony, who was sitting closest to me, telling him to take a look at the tree. I motioned with my hand, telling him the direction to look. He also couldn't determine what he was seeing at first, but I told him to just keep looking and focus on it. Finally, he saw what I was seeing and whispered to me, "Is that a hand?" It blended in so well with the bark of the tree, but the more we looked at it, the more certain we were it was a massive hand gripping the tree. The fingers were thick, almost like tree bark. They had ridges and cracks, giving them a rough appearance. It was bizarre, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. I felt goosebumps cover my arms as we both stared at the hand. It was about 15 meters away, and it didn't move at all. We exchanged nervous glances, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. The kids were laughing and joking around the fire, and we didn't want to alert anyone else in fear of scaring the kids. After 8 long minutes, the grip of the hand suddenly loosened and disappeared behind the tree into the darkness of the forest. The movement of the hand disappearing confirmed to both Anthony and I that it wasn't an illusion. Anthony and I looked at each other wide-eyed and speechless, feeling that we had seen something that didn't belong in our world. Later that night, we finally got up from our chairs, and we wanted to check out the area where we had seen the hand. We walked towards the tree. When we reached it, we both paused, taking in its massive trunk. It was at least 2 feet in circumference, and it was hard to imagine how something with a hand could be that big. I inspected the ground around the base of the tree, looking for any signs of footprints, scratches, or anything that could explain what we had seen. But there was nothing. No imprints in the dirt, and no smell like you would expect from a wild animal. I've heard tons of stories of man-like creatures residing in the deep woods, and I'm a believer now. Whatever that thing was bigger than any regular human, and based off the size of the tree that its hand was wrapped around, it had to have been huge.
A few years ago, my partner and I decided to take a trip to California to see some of the state parks, ghost towns, and off-the-beaten-path things that don't get a lot of tourist traffic. For the first leg of the trip, everything went great. We camped in our car, found some great picturesque landscapes, creepy ghost towns, scenic views, and forgotten highways. I absolutely loved it. After about a week and a half on the road, we decided it was time to start heading to back home in Oregon. But we decided to take the scenic route for some of it instead of just driving straight home. Our meandering path took us through Death Valley National Park, where there was a short hike to a beautiful waterfall we had seen online and wanted to do before heading back. We found the trail without issue and began the mile hike to the waterfall. Death Valley is desolate, and it's a creepy place that has spooked me bad on more than one occasion, but something about this trail was different, sinister even. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I couldn't hear anybody around us though. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were no cars on the trailhead when we got there, so I figured we were alone, but I didn't feel that way. The feeling persisted until we reached the end of the mile hike and saw the waterfall. We sat for a moment, took a few pictures, and started hiking back towards the car. I still felt like something was wrong. I felt eyes on me and had a sort of feeling of dread for seemingly no reason at all. I tried to shake it off, but I just couldn't. I started walking a little faster to our car. We got there without incident. We started throwing our hiking poles and water bottles into the back seat of the car. I noticed there was a black SUV with limo-tinted windows parked next to us in the trailhead parking lot. The car was not running. I didn't see anybody around, and it didn't seem like anybody was in it. But where was the driver? The only place the driver could have been was on the same trail as my partner and I, but I hadn't seen or heard the driver on the trail. It was an out-and-back trail with very steep rocky cliffs on either side of the trail, so the chances of me seeing the driver were high if they were on the trail. The chances of them being off the trail were slim, as the undergrowth was extremely heavy until you got off the cliffside. I'm also certain that I would have heard somebody crashing through the undergrowth near the trail. As I was thinking about this and getting more and more anxious, I saw a huge man emerge silently from the bushes next to the trail to the waterfall. When I say silently, I mean it. He made no noise at all. He was easily at least 6'4", strong-looking, and covered in what my partner believed were criminal tattoos. He had a baseball cap pulled down low over his sunglasses, a long full beard, some kind of rifle slung across his back, and a large hunting knife on his belt. He was holding what appeared to be a cell phone in his hands and waving down my partner. I realized that this huge man had a gun, and the distance between him to us was irrelevant, but I was in panic mode. The man said that he found this cell phone near the waterfall and didn't want us to leave without it. We both quickly checked our pockets and realized that we both had our cell phones, and we both assumed that this was a setup for a robbery or something far more sinister. We jumped into the car, fired her up, and drove up the dirt road as quick as we could. The man just stared at us through the rear window as we drove off. It terrifies me to think that he was out there with us the whole time we were hiking, and we didn't hear him, see him, or even know that he was there. I never would have known the man was out there with us had he not chosen to make his presence known. I'm not going to lie, it really made me think twice about hiking alone in the woods or in isolated and desolate areas. I also find myself wondering what would have happened had we chosen to engage with him. Something really creepy happened to me one time in school. I was a sophomore in high school and randomly sitting in one of my classes. I was kind of bored and started to go on my phone. When I did, I saw that I got added by a random guy on Snapchat. I didn't recognize the name, but I thought that maybe he was a guy who went to my school. The high school was fairly large, so I maybe wouldn't know him. I added him back, and just like 5 minutes later, he sent me a Snapchat, and I was curious as to who he was. So I opened the snap, and when I did, it was not what I was expecting. It was a picture of a classroom door, the same classroom that I was in. I recognized it because my teacher had her door decorated a certain way with her name on it. I sent a snap back saying "what's up" because I thought it was a joke. I figured it to be another student, and I didn't even know why or how he was out in the hallways in the middle of a class period, but I thought he was just being funny and messing around. The next snap was also of the door, but taken from a different angle and a little bit farther down the hallway. It said, "Leave your class." I responded and said, "I can't, why?" The next Snapchat I got from him was a selfie of a really creepy looking guy. He was not a student, but a grown man who looked to be like 50. There was no caption to the photo at all. When I saw that, I blocked the guy. For a short time there was nothing, and then I went back to paying attention to my class. However, maybe 10 minutes later, the school went into a lockdown. Almost immediately, I had suspicion that the creepy guy who Snapchatted me might be responsible. Still, I didn't hear right away what was going on. The lockdown lasted for what felt like a really long time. I think that it was about 40 minutes. When it ended, I found out that there had been a suspicious man inside the school. The same guy who had sent me those Snapchats. The creepy thing is that I don't know how he got my Snapchat or even knew who I was, and how on earth did he know which classroom I was currently in at the time? That really gave me the creeps. I reported everything to the school and also reported it to the police. I didn't hear much more about it after that though. Thankfully, I never saw the guy again.
Many years ago, I used to live in this crappy apartment by myself. I had a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit on the second floor of the building. During the time of this event, I'd been living there for over a year. So one night, I was by myself, and I had been home for several hours. It was about 9 o'clock at night or so, and I was hanging out in the living room. I remember that I kept hearing the sound of somebody walking down the hallway. Like I said, the apartment was not the nicest, and it was kind of old. So the walls were pretty thin, and you could hear whenever somebody walked down the hallway. But it wasn't a big problem, because the building was usually pretty quiet, and there were maybe 10 or 12 units total on my floor. So it didn't happen very often where people would walk by. But I seemingly heard somebody walk back and forth down the hallway about 10 times in the span of like 5 or 10 minutes. After hearing this person walk by, I got curious as to what was going on. I got up and walked over to my door, and then looked out of the peephole. After looking out for maybe 10 seconds, I heard footsteps. Then I saw a man walk down the hallway right past my door. He was kind of tall, thin, and had sort of long hair, and I didn't recognize him as anybody who lived there, but I figured that he probably did. After walking past my door, he went down the hallway. I kept watching for a little bit, and then I started to walk away. But I heard the footsteps then coming back, like he turned around, so I walked back over to the door and looked out of it again. This time, the man started walking by again, but right as he got even with my door, he suddenly stopped, and then he turned his head and looked directly at my door. It was like he could see me, and I quickly moved back. It was really creepy. the guy started standing there right in front of my door. I did not go back to look. Instead, I went back into the living room. But a short time later, I heard a knocking on my door. I had a bad feeling about it, knowing that it was the strange guy who was walking up and down the hallways. Obviously, I had no clue what he wanted, but I also didn't want to know. So I did not get up and go answer the door, but he continued to knock. He would knock for a few seconds, stop, and then knock again. This went on for several minutes. I got annoyed, and I eventually got up and went to look again. When I did, I saw this guy still standing there on the other side. He started knocking seemingly louder than before, now pounding on the door with his fists. Then he actually tried opening my door. It was locked, but I moved away again, hoping that he wouldn't be able to somehow get inside. He kept alternating between pounding on the door and trying to open it. After this went on for a while, I heard the sound of someone else's voice in the hallway. I recognized it as my neighbor Jerry, who lived across the hall and to the right. The guy stopped banging on my door, and I heard the two of them talking. Then, all of a sudden, I heard some shouting and what seemed like an altercation. I went over to the door, and this time I opened it. I saw Jerry laying on the ground and just barely saw the other guy sprinting to the end of the hallway and then leave. I went over to Jerry and asked if he was okay. Jerry said that the guy had punched him in the face and attacked him. I went and called the police, and then Jerry and I waited for them. Jerry was fine, but he said that he had wanted to see what all the racket was about because he heard the guy knocking on someone's door. He went out and questioned the guy, and he said at that point the guy just attacked him. The police looked around, but the guy had left the building. After that, the man did not return. I don't know why he was trying to get into my apartment or what he was even doing there. I feel bad that Jerry got beat up, but I'm glad that he was okay. The whole thing was very strange.
This happened a long time ago. Back then, I lived in an apartment by myself. This would have been sometime in the early 2000s. So I was trying to call my friend one night on the home phone in my apartment. I had her number written down and had almost memorized it. My phone was kind of old and I didn't have caller ID or many modern functions. That wasn't a big deal to me though. So anyways, as I was dialing my friend, I must have dialed the wrong number because when the call got picked up, I heard a man's voice. I knew that my friend lived alone like I did. Still, I asked if she was there, and the guy said that nobody by that name lived there. So I said that I was sorry and I must have dialed the wrong number. The man said he understood and it was okay. Then I hung up. I dialed again for my friend, and this time made sure to dial each number correctly. When the call went through, I got my friend and then I started talking to her. We were best friends and we talked on the phone almost every day, many times for hours. So when we were talking, I remember that I heard another call coming in, but I didn't bother to hang up and answer it. I talked with my friend for about an hour and then hung up. After that, it was sometime at night, maybe 9 o'clock or so. I got another call on my phone and picked it up. I heard a man on the other end and realized that it was the same guy who I had accidentally called earlier. He said hi and that he tried to call me before. I told him that the line had been busy. He said that after I called him, I sounded cute and asked if I wanted to go on a date with him sometime. He also said that based on my area code, he figured that we lived in the same city. I realized that the guy must have had caller ID. To me, this did not seem like a good idea. For one, his voice didn't sound very attractive to me, but also, for me being a young woman, I didn't think it was smart to go on a random blind date with a guy who I accidentally called the wrong number. I told him that I just didn't want to, and it was nothing personal, but I didn't know him. He tried to convince me, but I really didn't want to, and I was finding it to be increasingly awkward. Finally, the guy said he understood and then hung up. But apparently, he did not in fact understand, because he called me back like 10 minutes later. I answered because again, I didn't have caller ID, and I didn't know who it was that was calling me. When I answered the phone, he asked if I had changed my mind yet. I said no, it's been like 10 minutes. He said that he just thought he would ask, and I said, okay, goodbye now, and then I hung up the phone. Then I called my friend again, because I just had to tell her about the crazy thing that had happened. For the rest of the night, the man did not call. The next day, I was at work during the day like usual. I got back to my apartment and was having a normal night with no strange phone calls or anything. But at about 8 o'clock, there was a knock on my apartment door. I didn't know who it would be because I wasn't expecting anyone, and I wasn't thinking about the man in the moment who had called me previously. When I looked through the peephole, I saw a guy standing there. He just had a creepy look to him and gave me a bad feeling, and I'm not just saying that. I had not remembered the phone calls in that moment. I was about to answer the door when I saw the guy reach into his pocket. I was curious, so I kept watching. He took out a cell phone and then started dialing a number. Moments later, my phone rang. That's when I realized who it was. I walked over to my phone, and for some reason, I answered. The guy asked me if I was at home, and I said, "What's it to you?" The man told me to open my front door. That's when I knew for a fact who it was, and I told him to go away. He said that I should go out with him and give him a chance. I told him that if he didn't go away now, I was calling the cops. He got offended and then finally hung up the phone. I went to the peephole again thinking that he had left, but he hadn't. He was still there. Then he loudly banged on the door. I still didn't open it. He yelled at me, demanding that I let him in, but I still wouldn't do it. By this point, I was about to call the cops, but he finally turned and stormed off. That's when I looked out of the door again for a while and made sure that he had gone. And after he was out of sight, I looked out into the hallway just to make sure that he was actually gone. He was. I was extremely creeped out by the guy. I don't know how he knew exactly where I lived. I think that maybe he looked me up in the phone book. It was a very scary experience, though.
This happened just a couple of years ago. I remember that I was with my girlfriend and we were driving back home from a concert. It was pretty late at night, and the concert was about 2 hours from where we lived. However, we did not want to spend any money on a hotel and knew that we could make the drive, even if it meant staying up really late. I remember that about halfway back, we stopped in a city to get some gas. It was a city that neither of us had really been to before. After fueling my car, I started to drive back onto the road. We were going to go back onto the highway, but before doing so, we noticed this old Toys R Us. It was a crazy sight to see, because neither of us had been to a Toys R Us or even seen one since we were kids. I'm not sure when most of them went out of business, but I know that there were only a few, if any, left around when this story took place. My girlfriend asked me to pull into the parking lot to see if it was still functioning. I'm a pretty spontaneous person, and I was curious too, so I pulled in. It was hard to tell at first, because obviously with it being late at night, the place would be closed anyways. The parking lot was completely empty, and the store was sort of by itself. There were no other stores connected to it, or in the same parking lot or anything. I ended up driving up to a parking space and stopped. My girlfriend then opened up her door and got out. I followed, and we walked up to the front doors to look inside. When we got to the doors, we noticed that the store was abandoned. It probably hadn't been open in at least a year. We looked around, and we were kind of exploring a little. Obviously, we couldn't go inside or anything. We were going to head back to the car when we noticed this guy standing by it. I really don't know where he had come from. The man turned and faced us, but did not say anything. I didn't get a real good look at him, but could tell that he had a somewhat long beard. Then the man walked right over to our car and tried opening the driver's door, which was locked. I could not believe his nerve with us right there. I yelled at him that was my car. The man did not answer. Instead, he randomly turned and started running towards us. It was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. My girlfriend and I both took off running. We ended up sprinting around the side of the Toys R Us building. There was a quiet little road which led to the back, and it just connected to another parking lot. The man did not chase us back there. We waited for a few minutes and then returned to look. By now the guy was walking around the parking lot, but a long distance away. My girlfriend and I decided to make a run for it. We thought that we could make it to the car if he decided to chase us again, and he wasn't really looking in our direction, so we both took off running. About halfway into the sprint, the man noticed us. He started to chase after us again. Fortunately, we were able to make it. We got in, locked the doors, and quickly drove away. The man was not able to catch up to us. Then we continued our drive back home. I'm not sure who the guy was or what he was doing. I would guess that he was probably on drugs. I haven't been back to that area since. This took place back when I was a kid. I believe that I was 10 years old or so. This was in the late 90s, and during this time, I would ride the bus home from school. It would drop me off at the corner, not far from my house. Then I would walk a short distance on the sidewalk
and go inside. We lived in a pretty standard neighborhood in the suburbs, and when I would arrive back home from school, both of my parents would still be gone at work. I had been trusted to be home by myself since I was 9 years old, and I didn't mind it. But in the afternoons, I would usually only be by myself for about 2 or 3 hours. I would just hang around the house and do homework or watch TV usually. So one time I got home from school like always. I was by myself, and it was maybe about 15 minutes or so after I got back home. I was in the living room when there was a knock at the front door. I looked over, and from where I was, I could tell that somebody was there, but I couldn't see who they were. Back then, I was a shy kid, and I didn't want the person at the door to see me, so I ducked down. The person at the door then knocked again. I was curious, so I carefully moved to a window and looked out to see who it was. There was a man there, but I did not recognize him, and he was just standing at the front step. After knocking twice, the guy then tried opening the door, which was locked. Then, he finally walked away. I thought that this was really weird. I watched him cut through the front yard and then go out of sight, heading towards the sidewalk. It was very confusing why this guy would be here. I was thinking that he had to be at the wrong house or something. I really couldn't think of any other possible explanation. But after the guy left, I moved on and forgot about it. It was certainly strange and a bit creepy, but it didn't seem that bad to me. My parents ended up getting home later, and everything was fine. But the very next day, I saw the man again. I remember that I rode the bus home, and I got dropped off. Shortly after I stepped off the bus, I remember noticing the guy. He was a long ways away, but walking down the sidewalk. I found it strange to see him here again, because until the previous day, I had never seen him before. I was not aware of him living in the area or anything like that. So I tried to hurry up, and I walked quickly to my house. Then I unlocked the door and went inside. Once I was in, I felt safe, and I didn't really think that the man would do anything. But maybe 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door again. I looked and saw that the same guy was back. Obviously, I was not going to answer the door. I tried to stay hidden from the view of the man. This time, he only knocked once, and again he tried opening the door. But after that, I saw him start to walk away. It was pretty much the same thing as the day before, and I saw him go out of my sight. This time, though, I was more creeped out because of the fact that he was here 2 days in a row. Plus, he saw me walk to the house, so there was no mistaking it. But for the next hour or so, nothing else strange happened. I was just hanging out in the living room. Then I decided to go out and water some of the flowers in the backyard. I went to the back of the house where the kitchen was, and then left out the back door. I took 2 steps into the backyard and saw the guy coming out from behind a bush. He was walking towards me. I ran back inside as fast as I could, and the man started running after me. I closed the door and locked it just in the nick of time. He nearly stopped me. He tried getting in, but couldn't. I ran out of the room and went to the phone in the living room. I dialed 911 and asked for police to come to my address. The man ran away at that point, though. I was glad he was gone. The police got there a while later and searched the entire property as well as the neighborhood. However, the man was long gone by then. There was a bit of an investigation done. I don't really remember much else, other than a neighbor about a block away remembered seeing a work van parked on the side of the road. They didn't know whose it was, and it was thought that maybe that was the guy's vehicle. After that, though, he never came back. I'm really glad that I was all right. I will never forget that scary experience.
I was alone on a morning run around 4 a.m. once when it was still dark out. I needed to drop off my car at the mechanic before my husband left for work at 5. It was early, but I figured I could run home afterwards. It was about 5 miles, a decent workout, and I could take our dog Max with me. He was a 30-pound retriever mix, sweet and fluffy, and had never barked since we got him 8 months ago. As I jogged down the streets, I felt calm in the cool morning air, and it was actually really peaceful at this hour. But then, without warning, Max suddenly stopped and turned towards the lilac bush next to us. He began barking like I'd never heard before. It was loud and fierce, and I was very confused, wondering if there was an animal in the bush. Max was straining at the leash, barking as if he was ready to attack. Then, out of the bush, a man emerged. The man looked startled and immediately began backing away from the dog. He started to jog down the street while looking back at me, yelling that he was just a runner like me and to stop being paranoid. The scene was actually quite funny looking back at it. Just a guy emerging from a bush and then jogging like he was on a run out of nowhere. However, at the time, I was scared and I knew whoever he was up to no good. I could see him clearly now as he jogged under a streetlight about 100 meters away. He wore jeans and unlaced work boots, topped off with a ski hat in the middle of July. I turned and ran towards the nearest house, a well-lit porch that seemed to be welcoming in the dark. I didn't have my phone with me, but the older gentleman I had woken up was nice and agreed to call the cops for me. The homeowner stepped outside with me. He glanced around and quickly pulled out his phone to call the police. While we waited for the police to arrive, he told me that there had been 2 muggings and 1 attempted assault in the area recently. I hadn't heard about those incidents prior, and my heart raced with the realization of how close I had come to danger. The police arrived not long after. They took my statement and began searching the area, but there was no signs of the man. However, they did have a better description of him now based off of what I saw when he was right under the streetlight, and hopefully they'll be able to track him down before anything else happens.
A while back, I accidentally called the wrong number on my cell phone. I was trying to call a mechanic to work on my car that had an oil leak. However, I must have dialed wrong. When someone picked up the phone, it was a man's voice who asked why I was calling in a sort of strange tone. I said my name, and I asked if this was a mechanic that I was trying to reach. He said no, and once again in a strange tone, he asked me why I had called that number. I said that I must have dialed wrong by mistake and I didn't mean to, and I apologized. The person on the other end of the phone just said, "Okay." Then they hung up. The whole interaction just seemed really weird to me, but overall I was glad that it was over. I dialed again and this time correctly got the mechanic that I was going for. But not long after I got off the phone with the mechanic, there was a call back from the first number that I had called. I answered and said hello, but was hung up on immediately without anybody saying anything. I didn't know if it was a mistake or what, but after that they didn't call me again. So during this time, I was renting a house and I lived by myself. The house was pretty small, and it was on a street with a lot of other houses that was fairly populated. It was common to see people walking down the sidewalk and stuff, and cars parking on the side of the street as well. But despite that, I started to notice strange things. The first was that I saw this car parked right across the street from my house really late at night. This was the very next night. I'm not sure exactly how I noticed the car parking right away. I think I just happened to be near the window and noticed it. But this man got out and he just kind of stood around by the car. He was looking around and I moved away from the window, but I kept watching him. The man looked in the direction of my house several times, like that was his main focus. By now, I was suspicious. However, the man did not really do anything. After about 10 minutes, he went back into the car. He didn't drive away though. Before going to bed, I saw that he was still in the driver's seat of that same car, and that was like half an hour later. I was really weirded out. Nothing seemed to happen though, and the next morning he was gone. The next day I saw these 2 guys walking down the street, but this time it was during the daytime. They were both wearing sunglasses, and I only noticed them because they went back and forth down the sidewalk a bunch of times. They kept passing by my house and kind of glancing over. They went by at least 10 times in the span of an hour, and I had never seen them before prior to that. They also weren't doing any work or anything like that. I didn't know what was up with them. Then, later on that night, I was passing by the front of the house, and I caught somebody running out of my front yard. I couldn't tell who it was, other than it appeared to be a man, and he ran off down the street and out of my sight. Things like that hadn't been happening prior to this. I didn't know what was going on. There were more small things that happened that I'm not really sure about. Things like cars pulling into my driveway just to turn around, people walking down the street late at night, or unknown vehicles parking on the side of the road across from my house at all hours of the day and night, and the driver never getting out. For like a week, these things happened all the time. I had no idea why. Slowly, they decreased though, and then seemed to stop. I wasn't sure if I was just randomly paranoid for some reason, or if something was going on. And the phone call was so strange, I feel like they might be linked, because prior to the phone call I didn't notice anything like that happening, and almost right after I noticed it. But overall, I don't really know anything. Nothing that definitive happened, like nobody tried to break into my house and nobody knocked on my door. It was all really sketchy and suspicious things that just makes me wonder. I'm just glad that nothing strange has happened since then and these things seem to have stopped. It remains a bit of a mystery. One night when I was younger, my mother and I had a scary situation involving a broken down car. It was just my mom, Kate, and I at home that night as my dad was out working late. It was a windy fall night, and I remember helping Kate make a late dinner right around sunset. We were in the middle of the process of cooking, cutting up a bunch of vegetables, when the front doorbell rang. I followed Kate as she went to see who was there. When we got to the door, there was a man standing right outside. I was instructed to stay out of sight behind the door, as Kate opened it slightly to ask the man what was going on. I listened to the short conversation as the man explained that he had a broken down car and was wondering if Kate could help by providing some jumper cables. Kate instructed me to stay inside as she put on her coat and proceeded outside in an attempt to help the guy. We did have jumper cables, and I watched from the window as Kate pulled her car around to face the man's car. It took a little bit to get it all set up, but finally they got the jumper cables and the stranger's car to turn on. The car seemed to start up, and after a brief conversation, the man thanked Kate and was on his way. At this point, it was getting really dark now, and Kate came back inside and we quickly resumed the preparation of dinner. We were hoping to have it ready by the time my dad got home. I'm not exactly sure how much time had passed. I'm guessing around a half an hour later though, and the doorbell rang again. Kate was visibly frustrated at the second ringing of the doorbell, and she went to go see who was there now. Since dinner was coming along and stuff was cooking already, I stayed in the kitchen to keep it going. As I was mixing the pot of food on the stove, I heard the sliding glass door just to my left make a noise as if somebody was trying to pull it open. The door, however, was locked. I placed the stirring spoon down I was using, and I took a couple of steps to my left to see what had made the sound. As I got closer to the sliding door to see, I couldn't really make anything out at first because of the darkness of the backyard, but I then saw a man's face emerge, and he pressed it against the glass of the door. Terrified by the jump scare I had received, I went backwards and screamed. It appeared to be the man from just a bit ago who Kate had helped jumpstart his car. I wasn't 100% certain it was the same guy, because I had only watched him from away through the front window, but he had the same color blue jacket that the man from earlier was wearing. Kate heard me scream and rushed back into the kitchen and immediately saw the man outside the sliding door, who was now violently trying to pull it open. The cops and my dad were both immediately called. My dad rushed home from work as soon as he heard about it. We went into another room and waited, but the man had fled by the time anybody arrived, and the making of dinner was an afterthought at that point. We ended up having to order pizza, as Kate explained the whole night's events to my dad and the police. Nothing was ever seen of the man again after that, but I will never forget that feeling when I saw the man's face.
This is a true story of something that happened to me and a few friends a couple of decades ago when I was still a teenager. My family had just moved from a big city to a quiet area in England, basically in the middle of nowhere. My new house was half a mile from an old ruin of a castle called Barry Pomeroy. The locals always said that the castle was haunted, but tours of the castle were regularly given during the daytime, so I didn't really believe it. One night, a few of my friends and I thought it would be fun to explore the castle at night. It was around 9 p.m. when we went to check it out. There was still plenty of light to see, but the summer sky was darkening. We walked up the valley, taking the steep footpath to the castle's gatehouse. We knew that we could sneak in pretty easily by climbing over a ruined wall, and at this point, they didn't employ guards yet to keep people from sneaking in at night. Once inside, we moved through the old dining room and climbed the ramparts to take in the views. It was dark by now, and the moonlight cast long shadows everywhere, making it a bit creepy. We were having fun though, and eventually decided to check out the dungeon. As we descended the stone staircase, we noticed tiny candles flickering on the steps. Tours for the day had been finished for many hours now, and the candles were freshly lit. At the bottom, we found what looked like a shrine. There were candles arranged in a circle, and something was drawn on the wall behind it. I don't remember the details of the drawing, but it felt eerie. The candles and the thought of someone else being in the dungeon area made us uneasy, so we quickly went back up the staircase. When we reached the top of the staircase, I realized my friend Alan was missing. I called out his name, and after looking around, we saw a figure walking around on the ramparts. He must have chickened out and never came down to the dungeons, even though we thought he was with us. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. Alan was coming up the stairs after lagging a bit behind, and was asking why I was shouting his name. Sure enough, I turned to see Alan standing behind me now. My heart dropped as we looked back up towards the ramparts. The shadowy figure I had seen that I thought was Alan was still up on the ramparts, watching us. It didn't move for a moment, then slowly slipped behind a pillar and vanished. We were all on edge now and decided it was best to leave. We hurried back the way we had gotten in, climbed over the wall and headed towards the footpath through the woods. As we walked, I glanced back at the castle. It loomed in the darkness, and I noticed the figure again. This time, it was perched on top of the wall, moving along it as if it was following us. As quickly as we could, we hurried down the path, trying to keep our footing in the uneven ground. When we reached the bottom of the valley, I looked back again. The castle seemed even more imposing now. This time, when I looked back, I saw a faint blue light glowing on the wall. It drifted slowly, then disappeared over the edge of the castle. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. That was the first and last time I ever experienced something I couldn't explain. I thought maybe it was just some guy trying to scare us off, but I couldn't shake the image of that blue light fading away. It looked so supernatural, and I began believing that the castle indeed was haunted.
For a stretch of about 6 months a long time ago, I worked at a Chick-fil-A. I was a 17-year-old girl at the time and was just about to graduate from high school. So the story really starts one time when I was working on a Saturday. I had started work in the morning and was working until sometime in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly when. But towards the end of my shift, I was working at the front counter taking orders. I saw this man start to approach me and I greeted him. Instead of ordering right away though, he just started to talk to me. The man asked me how I was doing and how work had gone. At first, I thought he was just being friendly and I was happy to answer his questions, although I did get a sort of bad feeling about him for some reason. The man continued to talk to me though and ask me more questions. He asked when I got off, and I told him that I would be off in just a few minutes. Then he started asking more personal questions. He asked if I had a boyfriend, asked if I lived around there, and he asked if I was in school. By like the 5th question, I was getting kind of weirded out by it and wondering if he was going to order. After talking to the man and answering his questions, giving as little information as possible for like 2 minutes, I asked him what he wanted to order. By now, another man had already entered and got in line behind the first guy. The man then started asking me about the menu like he had never been there before. He asked me what my favorite thing was and what the best sellers were and stuff. He talked to me about the menu for about another minute or two at least. He was asking tons of questions, and by that point somebody else was also waiting in line now, so he was holding them up. The guy was now seeming creepy to me and not just friendly. Some people are very talkative, but they're just friendly. This guy didn't come across that way. Finally, after talking to me about myself and the menu for a total of at least 5 minutes, he ordered. The guy just got a Diet Coke, and that was it. It almost made me wonder why he even came to Chick-fil-A if all he was going to do was order a Diet Coke. So the man got his order pretty quickly, and then I continued with helping the next customers. A line had formed because of the man taking so long. I was kept busy for the next 5 minutes or so taking orders from these people, but at one point I looked up and I saw the guy was still there. He was just standing by the doors drinking his Diet Coke and kind of looking at me. I kept an eye on him and he still hadn't left like 5 minutes later after that. Then I thought that maybe he was waiting for me. I got off in just a few minutes from now and I had told him that. Why else would he just be standing by the doors? It definitely looked like he was waiting for someone. I just hoped that wasn't the case. I kept working until I was finally off a very short time later. I went back and clocked out and stuff. When I went to leave the Chick-fil-A, the man was still standing right by the doors. As soon as I walked out, he turned and started walking out with me. He asked me if I was glad to be off work. I said yes, and then told the man to have a good night, indicating that we were going our separate ways. But the man did not seem happy with that. He asked if I needed a ride home, and I said no thanks, I drove. Then he asked me if I lived around there. I completely ignored his question and just said good night, and it was only like 3 p.m. Then I went to my car and didn't look back. The man thankfully did not follow me to my car or anything. When I had made it inside, I felt very relieved and could not believe how strange that was. Then I started to drive home. But when I did, the guy started to follow me. I never had the idea that he would try to follow me home. I figured he had already left. But when I began driving back, I noticed a car behind me. It was daytime, so I could sort of see pretty good who was behind the wheel, and it was the same man. I just hoped at first that it was a coincidence, but the closer I got to my house, he was still behind me. I lived in a very large neighborhood. There were tons of streets with many houses on each of them. It was a neighborhood that was easy to get lost in if you had never been there before. So when I entered the neighborhood, I did not go to my house, but just started driving around instead. I kept randomly turning and going up and down just about every street. The man stayed with me for probably the first 5 minutes or so. Then he eventually turned off and left me alone. After that, I finally went to my house and was very careful to make sure that I didn't see the guy and he was not following me. I think that the man must have realized that I knew he was following me and that I wasn't going to actually go to my house, so he gave up. That was pretty crazy looking back. I'm just thankful that I never saw him for the rest of my time working at Chick-fil-A. He was a really creepy guy.
I had been having a rough summer a couple of years ago and needed some time to get away and clear my mind. My mom suggested a camping trip out on the countryside. It seemed like a good idea, so she dropped me off at a remote area in the woods. I had my tent, some supplies, and a portable charger for my phone. I found a secluded spot that felt right. It was private land, but it was late, and I didn't want to be near any other campers. I pitched my tent as the sun dipped below the trees, and then I pulled up some YouTube on my phone, hoping to relax a bit. I noticed my phone battery started draining really quickly, even while charging, so I put my phone away and just laid down and listened to the woods. At some point as I was laying there, I heard heavy footsteps crunching through the leaves, getting closer. It sounded like a good 30 steps continually coming closer. I was worried that maybe it was the property owner coming to kick me out or something like that. Panicking, I unzipped the tent, ready to face whoever it was. But there was nothing, just silence. The footsteps vanished as quickly as they had come, leaving me in the quiet of the forest. A chill ran through me. Something felt wrong. I slowly turned my head, my instincts screaming that I wasn't alone. That's when I saw it. About 20 feet away, frozen in place, was a huge skeletal creature. It looked like a hairless dog, but was really thin. Its face was a blank mask, lips pulled back to reveal jagged teeth. Fear surged through me as I scrambled back into the tent, zipping it up tightly. I curled into a ball on the floor, my mind racing. I couldn't process what I had just seen. I had never seen a wolf in person, but it didn't look like a normal wolf. Instead, it appeared to be some deranged type of animal, and the no hair part was really weird. I just sat there silently, hoping whatever it was wouldn't bother me. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, I remembered my phone. It was dead, so I fumbled with the portable charger and waited, heart pounding, until it finally turned on, with barely any battery left. I sent a quick text to my mom, begging for help, including my location and to come get me now. The phone died again before she could reply. So for a while, I huddled in my sleeping bag, listening to every sound from the outside of my tent, the rustling leaves and the other forest noises. Each noise sent me deeper into panic, imagining that creature was still out there. Finally, I heard a car engine in the distance. I risked a peek outside and almost wept in relief when I saw it was my mom's car that was pulling up. I grabbed my bag and ran to her, leaving my tent and everything behind. To this day, I can't explain what I saw that night. Maybe it was a hallucination or a trick of the light making an ordinary forest animal look strange. The only thing I know is that I felt pure, unfiltered terror, the kind that stripped me of all rational thought. I haven't gone camping since.
I'm a female, and this is something that happened a while back when I was in high school. It was almost 10 years ago, and this was pretty early on into the school year. So randomly one day, I saw that I got added by somebody new on Snapchat. I looked and it was a guy named Michael something, but I didn't recognize his last name at all, so I did not add him back and I deleted it. Just a few days later, I got added on Snapchat by him again, and once more I deleted him. However, probably just a few days after the second time that I deleted the guy, I realized that he was actually in one of my classes and went to my school. I had never talked to him before, and he sat in the back middle of one of my classes while I sat towards the front and one side. So I would never really notice him much, but I did recognize him. He was a new student in the school, and prior to that class, I had never seen him before. Well, he added me again for a third time. This time, I decided to add him back, just because I knew that he went to my school now and that he was new. I still did not know anything about him other than that. I was surprised though that he kept adding me, even after I would not add him back. Well, finally adding him was something that I would quickly regret. I think it was the very next day, early on in the school day, and he sent me a picture of himself. It was just a basic selfie pretty much with no words. I responded sending one back, but he then sent me like 5 random pictures. We were both in different classes at the time. Some he took of other students, and others were just of the floor and whatever. I opened them up and did not reply because it seemed kind of weird. Later on in the day, we had the class that we were in together. This teacher did not like it when students would be on their phone during class, so I did not go on my phone at all during the class until the very end when we were done and all waiting for the bell to ring. When I did, I saw that there were tons of notifications on Snapchat from this Michael guy. I looked, and he literally sent me at least 20 pictures. I opened them all, quickly going from one to the next. They were all pictures of me that he took from where he was sitting. I found this pretty creepy. After opening them all and not responding, I decided to confront him in person. The bell rang at that point, but I caught up to him outside of the classroom in the hallway. I asked him why he had taken so many pictures of me in class. He just stood there not saying anything. I told him I thought it was really weird, and I was going to tell him not to do it again, but before I could, he just turned and ran away. It was very strange. Michael was now seeming like sort of a creep to me, and I decided to delete him on Snapchat, so I did. A few days went by, and I saw him in class, but didn't talk to him or anything. Then he added me on Snapchat again for a 4th time. This time, I blocked him. I really wanted nothing to do with the guy. Well, that very same day, I left school when it was over. I drove to and from school and had a car during this time. I remember that I left school, and when I was on my way home, I noticed that Michael was driving behind me. I had never noticed this before and was immediately suspicious. When I made it about halfway home, he was still behind me. I didn't think that he lived near me, and I figured that based on his previous behavior, he was possibly following me. When I had made it almost all the way home, he was still there, and after making it less than a mile from my house, I did not want to go any further, so I pulled over to the side of the street. Michael slowed down in his car but did not pull over. He ultimately drove past me and kept going. Then I went home. I didn't really know what to do about this whole deal. Over the next few days, I noticed Michael in class and I completely ignored him. Luckily, he didn't try talking to me or anything. He also did not add me again on Snapchat or try following me home. And probably a week or 2 after this, I stopped seeing him in class. Eventually, I asked around, and I found out that he apparently changed schools or something. I'm glad that he did. That whole situation is something that I would like to forget. This story is from when my wife, who was then my girlfriend, and I lived in South Africa. There are a lot of game farms and lodges in South Africa, especially around the area of Kruger National Park. This incident took place on a very tranquil 4-star game farm close to the southern tip of Kruger National Park. We had frequented the lodge over the 5 years before this incident as it was a favorite spot for my girlfriend and me. The lodge had a very nice central area with a pool and restaurant, and the tented chalets were spread out around the property. The chalets were very private and set up in a bush so that you could not see the next one over and could only hear your neighbors if they were very loud. Sadly, the lodge had fallen on hard times and had gone backwards a bit. The weekend this incident took place, only 2 of the 25 units were occupied for the Friday night, and we were the only ones there for the Saturday night. It made me feel a little bit uneasy. To make matters worse, the lodge and farm manager came by on Saturday morning, saying he was leaving the farm for the weekend. He said if we needed anything just to help ourselves in the restaurant fridges and to leave a note and we could settle the bill the next week. It was nice that we would have the pool and jacuzzi all for ourselves. We left to go visit different parts of the national park after the manager left, and we stayed out for most of the day. We got back around 3 p.m., and as we got out of the car, I got goosebumps. It was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit out, so I didn't feel cold. As we approached the chalet, I noticed large shoe prints over my and my girlfriend's prints from the morning. That seriously put me on edge. I approached the chalet and noticed the prints turned around and walked back the way they came. Everything seemed in order at the chalet. We went for a swim and had a game drive around the farm and returned around 5:30. We started to make the fire, barbecue our meat, and prepare some other food. Both my girlfriend and I seemed quite on edge and very quiet. We sat down to eat at around 8 p.m. As we sat down, I looked at my girlfriend and noticed she looked very worried. I asked her what was wrong, and she said that she had a bad feeling and that we needed to leave now. I said I felt the same and we should probably leave after we ate. She refused to sit down and eat though, saying that we needed to leave now, as in immediately, not after we ate. I didn't argue with her, so we chucked our food in the cooler, grabbed our bags, and ran to the car. As we drove out the gate, we dropped the keys in the box and drove away, and the feeling of dread slowly went away. We made the almost 100-mile drive home in the dark and slept in our own bed. We woke up Sunday morning and went about our day as normal. About 4 p.m. that afternoon, my phone rang, and I saw it was the number from the lodge manager. I answered, and he frantically asked if we were okay. I told him that we were safe and sound at home and that we had left the national park last night. He started explaining what happened after we left, and I got ice cold. Apparently, the lodge was broken into and ransacked the Saturday night. They took everything of value, and what they could not take, they destroyed. It was a group of 5 men that did it. Apparently, there was evidence that they ransacked a chalet as well. Only one. The one that my girlfriend and I were booked into. The one that we would have been sleeping in had we not so abruptly left the previous night. So it meant they had been watching us, and the boot prints was somebody keeping tabs on us. The lodge had cameras, but the chalets did not. We left just after 8 p.m. Probably about 8:10 is when we had everything in the car and started driving down the road. It was probably about 8:20 when we left the farm, as it's a few miles drive from the lodge to the gate down a gravel road to exit the national park. The cameras at the lodge caught the first signs of movement at the lodge just before 8:30. At least one of the men was visibly armed with a firearm in the footage, and a few had machetes. We had probably missed the intruders by only 5 to 10 minutes at most. I shudder to think of what would have happened had we been there. There was nobody nearby. We were completely alone on the farm. Only a little bit of cell reception at the lodge, and none at the chalet itself. We would not have been able to call for help. Needless to say, we did not go to the lodges or isolated areas for a long time after that. And sadly, the lodge and farm went under not long after, and it got sold in an auction. That incident has shocked us both a bit, and we vowed to always trust our instincts and intuition, and to tell each other if something felt off. We both had that uneasy feeling since about 3 p.m. that Saturday afternoon when we came back, and the reason none of us said anything to each other was because we didn't want to spoil the weekend for one another. That almost cost us possibly the ultimate price. I was on my way home from a long day when my car started acting up. It had been sputtering for a while, and then without any warning, it just gave up. The engine had died, and no matter how hard I tried, it would not start again. I was stuck on a deserted stretch of road with no cell phone service. It was late, maybe around 11 p.m., and the only light came from the moon and the occasional passing vehicle. Other than that, it was pretty dark out. I got out and I tried to flag somebody down, but the cars that did pass didn't even slow down for me. After a couple more failed attempts of trying to flag down a car, I decided my best bet was to try hitchhiking to the nearest town. I was about 15 miles away, and I figured that somebody might be willing to help me out. I started walking, and after a while, a car finally pulled up beside me. It was a beat-up old sedan, and the driver was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. I was hesitant but desperate, so I explained my situation and asked if he could give me a ride to town. He said he was heading that way and that I could come along with. I got in and we started driving. At first, we started talking and having friendly conversation. The man asked me about my car and I told him what had happened. He talked about his own car troubles and how he knew a good mechanic in the town. It seemed normal enough, but something about him made me uneasy for some reason. Maybe it was the way he kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror, or the fact that he didn't seem to be driving the most direct route. As we drove, the conversation shifted to more personal topics. He asked me about my family, my plans, and then started asking me more probing questions about where I was going and why I was alone. I answered as vaguely as I could, and he seemed to be fishing for information. Then, about halfway through the ride, the man suddenly turned onto a smaller road. It was dark and there were no streetlights at all. I asked where we were going, and he said he was taking a shortcut. Of course, that gave me a bad feeling. This road was uneven and twisted through the woods. I was starting to get really anxious, and I told him that I appreciated the offer, but maybe I should just get out and walk if we were going off the main road. He laughed and said not to worry. I started to think about my options, realizing that I might have to jump out if things got even worse. Finally, the man pulled over, saying that he needed to check something under the hood. I stayed in the car, but I was ready to bolt if I needed to. He got out and he popped the hood. I watched him through the window. He was fiddling around, but his movements seemed oddly calm. I started to panic and decided that I was just going to make a run for it. Just as I was about to open the door, though, the man got back inside the car. He said it was just a minor issue and we could keep going. I just nodded, trying to stay calm. We drove for a little bit longer until we finally reached the town. I thanked him and then I got out as quickly as I could. Without hesitation, I headed straight to the nearest gas station where I could call a tow truck for my car. I did so, and then while waiting for help, I kept glancing around, still feeling uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with that ride. When the tow truck arrived and I explained what happened, the driver seemed concerned. He said he'd heard of similar stories before, where people had been led into the woods and then robbed, or worse. I got my car towed to the garage and I spent the night at a nearby motel. I didn't get much sleep that night and the whole experience was very odd to me. Maybe I was overreacting because I had never been in a situation like that before, but I kept thinking about that night and how things could have turned out differently. He could have just been a quirky guy with bad timing, or maybe he had something more sinister planned. Either way, if that ever happens again, I plan on being more cautious about the whole situation. Back in 2016, I was living with my then boyfriend's family in their home. Each morning, I would wake up and be the only one home. On this morning, I woke up to loud banging and crashing at the back of the house. I decided to call my boyfriend's mom just to make sure that it was her and nothing to worry about. Unfortunately for me, she didn't answer my phone call. Out of curiosity, I peeked through the blinds of my bedroom, which faced towards the backyard. I happened to see the top of someone's head, or what seemed to be a gray beanie. At that moment, my phone rang. It was my boyfriend's mom calling me back. She wasn't home and wasn't sure what the banging was. I asked if her daughter could possibly have forgotten her keys and maybe was trying to get in the back of the house. She told me she wasn't too sure if it was her or not, and that was the end of the conversation. At that point, I was a little on edge. I suffer from anxiety and overthink everything. I decided I might need something to defend myself just in case, and tried to figure out what to do next. I decided to have another peek out the blinds to see what was going on. As I pulled my blinds open, I was looking straight at a young man dressed in all gray. He looked at me dead in the eyes and then just smiled at me. He then proceeded to walk to the back door. At this point, I was panicking. The banging was getting more intense, and I knew that this person was trying to break in, and he knew I was inside now. I stayed in my bedroom and locked the door. The banging finally stopped, and I was thinking that he had finally given up. Then I heard the sliding door that connects to my room roll open slowly. I was really nervous and I knew I was in some form of danger. My bedroom doorknob slowly rotated, but like I said, I had locked it. I heard a female voice faintly calling my name. It was my boyfriend's sister. It turned out she had been home all along. We came out of our rooms and searched the house to see that the man had nearly succeeded in entering the house. The door frame was torn from the wall and the sliding door was off the tracks. We called the police and had 2 squad cars to the house within 3 minutes. He was never caught. A couple of weeks later, my license plates were stolen, and my car had been in the driveway of the house the day of the attempted break-in. Weeks and weeks after, I was followed by a young man in a van. He followed me to the gas station and would stop in his car near mine and smiled at me. He would stop in his car in peak hour traffic to get a glimpse of me. He was hanging around the front of my house, the neighbor's house, and the street for weeks following the incident. Everything was reported to the police, and they found the van's registration through the state. The vehicle was registered in a fake name or someone else's name. I don't know how I didn't notice this, but the license plates on the van were my plates that had been stolen from my car earlier. Thankfully, nothing more ever came of this, and the whole ordeal ended after I moved and bought a new car. I have a huge fear of home invasions now and being home alone in general.
Years ago, a store called Blockbuster Video used to be a really popular place. The stores were everywhere, and it was the best place for renting movies and DVDs when they were popular. The stores were always fun to walk inside, and I used to love going there when I was younger. I could probably spend hours inside of them when I was a kid just looking at all the cool movies and stuff. Well, this story takes place in the early 2000s. I was a young adult at the time and living by myself in an apartment building. I lived pretty close to a Blockbuster Video store, and I would go there all the time. I probably rented movies there at least once a week. One night, I went there like any other. After work, I stopped at another nearby store and then went to Blockbuster. It was quiet inside the store because it was getting kind of late. I was looking for a couple of movies to watch over the weekend. After getting inside the store, I walked around checking out the different categories and new movies that were out on DVD. I slowly made my way around the store, looking at movies and reading the back of the DVD boxes to learn more about the films. I was inside the store for probably a good 20 or 30 minutes. Then, I had finally made my selections, picking out, I believe, 2 DVDs. I don't remember which ones though. After I went to the front of the store, I checked out with the cashier and then I left. Now, like right after I stepped out of the store, I remember noticing this guy kind of standing around. He had big glasses and kind of longish hair, and also had dark hair, a goatee, and was fairly tall. He was holding a VHS movie in his hands and stopped me when I was walking by. The man went on to say that he had to buy the movie in his hands and asked me if I wanted it for free. Apparently, he took too long to return it, and with the late fees, he was better off just buying it. He had already seen the movie and didn't want to keep it, but didn't want to give Blockbuster the satisfaction of getting it back. I understood and I said sure I would take it. I was always down for a free movie. I didn't even look at it and took the movie and went to my car. The man then walked away. When I got inside of my vehicle, I looked at the movie for the first time. It was a film called Shanghai Noon, and after seeing the box, it looked interesting and I was happy to get it for free. So I went back home, and over the weekend I watched the movies that I had rented myself. Sometime the next week though, I didn't have any new movies to watch and I remembered Shanghai Noon. I put the VHS in to watch, but it was not what I expected. The movie was not Shanghai Noon. It looked like a home video. Clearly the guy had put a different actual video in the case of the movie. But why would he do that? I was curious, so I kept watching it. It appeared as though the man was filming with his own video camera outside in a parking lot at night. He also appeared to be filming from inside of his car. Then he focused his camera on another car in the parking lot. I quickly recognized it to be my car. Then it showed me getting out of the car and walking inside the Blockbuster store. When I saw that, I was really freaked out. Then the man walked inside the store while still filming about a minute later. As the video went on, it showed him walking around the store. Then I saw myself on camera again. The man had walked into the store and started filming me. I had never noticed this at the time, and he was filming me from a couple of aisles away. I was too busy looking at different movies and stuff. The man walked away from me a couple of times, but kept returning. It was extremely creepy to watch. After a while, the man walked out of the store and the video stopped. I was shocked at what I had seen. I hadn't known any of it was taking place. After that, I did not go back to that Blockbuster for a while. When I did, I luckily didn't see the same man there again. I still wonder about it sometimes. Was it just a random prank, or was the man trying to scare me or stalk me? I really don't know. It's always creepy when somebody's filming you, but today everybody seems to have phones. Back then, you really needed an actual video camera, and for some reason it seemed a lot scarier then. Nothing else strange happened, so I really don't know what exactly that man's deal was. I worked at a hotel for many years when I was younger. I eventually got promoted and earned better pay and shift hours, but when I was first working there, I was on the night shift. The night shift was from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., and the only workers in the building would be me and another person working at the front desk check-in area. The hotel wasn't a 5-star hotel by any means, but it was fairly nice, but most people we encountered and checked in the middle of the night weren't problematic. One night at about 2 a.m., a grumpy-looking middle-aged man came in asking for a hotel room for the night. We got him set up with his room, and then asked for the payment before giving him his room keys. He informed us that he wasn't able to pay currently, but would pay before he left in the morning. We clearly weren't allowed to do that, so we informed him that he could either pay for his room now, or he wouldn't be allowed to stay here. The man got quite angry and proceeded to cuss us out. The other guy I was working with that night, who was much more confrontational than I am, stepped out from behind the front desk, telling the man to leave or he'd make him leave. I was about ready to call the cops, when all of a sudden, the man took off into the hotel, running down the hallway. Both of us workers jogged out into the hallway a bit to see him enter a stairway and appear to head downstairs towards the hotel's basement. The hotel's basement was already creepy enough as it was, being much older than the rest of the hotel, and having a bunch of storage stacked high everywhere. My coworker wanted me to go down there with him, but as I said, it was already creepy enough without the possibility of a crazy man down there. I called the cops, and they came to search the basement, where they found the man hiding in the storage area with a knife in his hand. They were able to detain him without anybody getting hurt. I'm so glad that I didn't let my coworker talk me into us going down there. Who knows what the man would have done if it had only been us two to find him down there instead of a group of police officers. We didn't get any more shady characters like that during the time that I was on the night shift, but I still felt a bit relieved when I got promoted and was able to work regular hours during the daytime. This happened just last year. I'm a pretty average guy for the most part. I work a job and I have my own little apartment near the city. One day I was added by a seemingly random girl on Snapchat. This is not something that happens very often. My first thought was actually that it was a bot account probably. Still, I was curious, so I decided to add the account back anyways. Well, within probably 20 minutes of adding it back, the account sent me a snap. It was a woman named Avery, and when I opened the snap, I saw a selfie from a good-looking blonde woman who appeared to be around my age. She said hi. I responded sending one back of myself and saying hi. She then typed in the chat instead of sending back another picture. Avery told me that she didn't know if I knew her or not, but she went to my gym and occasionally saw me there. I would work out every day at usually around the same time, which was right after I got off of work. There were lots of regulars that I would see at the gym, as well as other people who I did not know. A lot of people went there, and it was a pretty large gym. However, I never really talked to anybody there before and wasn't friends with anyone. I thought about if I had seen her before, and I didn't necessarily remember her exactly, but I thought maybe she looked kind of familiar. She also told me that she wanted to talk to me at the gym, but didn't want to bother me. We got to talking, and it seemed like she liked me. She was very nice, and we had a few things in common. I tried to look her up on Instagram, but I couldn't find any results. There were a few accounts that possibly could have been her, but I didn't know her last name. I couldn't really find anything. After talking for 2 days on Snapchat, Avery asked me if I wanted to meet up sometime. I agreed and said yes. Avery said that she worked at a local bar which was downtown in our local city. She said that I should come and meet her after work that night, and said there was a park right across the street from the bar and we could go there. I agreed, and she said that she got off at 9 p.m. I didn't really think at the time that it was strange to hang out in a park at nighttime. Looking back, it was kind of weird, but I drove to the park and got there. When I did, I went into the parking lot and saw that there was just one other car. I didn't know if this was Avery or not because I was a couple of minutes early. I texted her, but did not immediately hear back, so then I just waited. But after 10 minutes, I was wondering what she was doing. Then she finally texted me back, saying that she was in the park and I should join her.
It just seemed sketchy. I told her I was in my car, and I never saw her driving there, and now she was just in the park? The only thing that would make sense is if the other car belonged to her. I had a bad feeling though. For a moment, I didn't know what to do, and I thought about just leaving, but I decided to stay. However, about a minute later, I saw somebody get out of the other car that was there. It was a man wearing a hooded jacket. He began walking over in my direction. I did not know what he wanted or what was going on. So the guy walked all the way over to me, and when he was approaching my window, I just took off. I realized then that I had likely been catfished. After leaving, I blocked the account. I was frustrated by the whole thing, but at least I didn't get robbed or anything, or who knows what would have happened. Looking back, it was strange how she didn't give me any real clear information. I could not find a Facebook or Instagram for her, and she only sent me one picture of herself. It honestly seemed real, and I don't know how that was done, but I know for sure that I've been catfished. Hopefully nothing like this happens again. One cold evening, just before dusk, I was driving home from work on a quiet stretch of country road. My car was in good shape, but the road that I was on was very poorly lit and was not traveled very much by most people. That's when I noticed the headlights of a car ahead stopped on the side of the road. As I approached, I saw that the car had its hazard lights blinking. From the looks of it, it had been there for a while, so I pulled over to make sure everything was okay and to see if they needed any help. A man was standing next to the car, pacing back and forth. When I rolled down my window, he came up to me. His clothes were a bit shabby, and he looked like he hadn't slept in a while. He said something like, "Hey, thanks for stopping. My car just died, and I don't have a phone. Can you help me out?" I agreed to take a look, and we both went over to his car. The hood was already up, but the engine was cold. I wasn't a mechanic, but I could check the basic things. There were no visible issues with the engine or the oil. The man seemed anxious, glancing around the darkening woods that bordered the road. I told him that I could call for a tow truck as I reached for my phone, but he told me not to bother and that he already had called one and it was on its way. I told the man I could keep him company and made some small talk about if he lived nearby or was from the area. The only thing he really gave me was that he didn't live too far away. He wasn't really in the mood for small talk, and I didn't really blame him as it seemed like he was having a bad day with the whole car issues. I turned back towards my car to grab a flashlight, Windex, and the roll of paper towels I kept in my car. I figured as long as I was waiting with this guy and he was not in the mood to talk, I may as well go ahead and clean my windshield. I grabbed the items from the trunk of my car and came around to the front of my car to discover that the man was now gone. I walked over to his car to see if he had decided to lie down inside or something, but he was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't believe it. He had just vanished. Shining my flashlight around the side of the road and into the woods nearby, I saw nothing, no trace of the man who had just been there. I got back into my car, uneasy about what had just happened. The car remained on the side of the road, empty and abandoned. I called the tow service, telling them about the situation, and they assured me they would send someone out as soon as possible. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. It didn't make sense why he would leave his car like that, especially when it was so close to being fixed. A few days later, I heard on the local news about a missing person report of a man who matched the description of the one I had been trying to help. The authorities searched the area, but no trace of him was found. The man's car had been found, still abandoned on the roadside, but with no sign of the man's belongings or any clues as to where he might have gone. To this day, I wonder what happened that night. He had to have run into the woods for who knows what reason and gotten lost, or maybe something else happened to him there. I have no idea. It was by far the strangest encounter I've ever had in my life. This is a crazy experience that I had several years ago now. I should mention that I'm a female, and I was at a park one day. This was a city park that I was walking through on the way back from work. It's a pretty large area within a large city, so there are usually a lot of people there. As I walked though, at some point, a guy started to follow me throughout the park. I noticed him when I stopped for a moment to look at something, and saw him just kind of standing around.
Then, as I was walking away, he started walking behind me. Soon, I left the park and went onto a city sidewalk. When I was waiting to cross the street and saw him standing there around me, each time that I looked near the guy, it appeared as though he was looking at me as well. To this point, though, I didn't know for a fact that he was following me, but I just suspected it. I had to walk about 10 more minutes to get back to my apartment. I checked behind me every so often, and each time that I did, the man was still there following me. This was the first time that something like this had ever happened. When at last I reached my building, he was maybe 20 feet behind me. I quickly went inside and then used my key to enter the building. Then I closed the door behind me and the guy did not enter. I'm not sure if he tried to or if he just kept walking past when I went in. I remembered what he looked like, but I hoped that I would not see him again. Several hours later that night, I got a notification on my phone of a new Instagram follower. When I opened the app, I saw who the follower was. When I noticed his picture, it was the same guy who had been following me around. I had no idea how he knew my name or found my profile. After seeing this, I blocked him. I was really creeped out by how he found me. The very next night, when I was home in my apartment, I got another Instagram notification. The same guy had followed my second profile. I had a second Instagram account where I posted more random things, and it was only followed by my closest friends. The account was private, but he was requesting to follow me. And this account was so private that I didn't even use my name, and I didn't even follow myself with it. I was more freaked out than anything when I saw that he had found it. I blocked him on that profile as well. Only about 30 minutes after this, there was a knock at my door. I walked over and looked through the peephole. The same guy was there. Obviously, he knew where I lived. I didn't know how he knew which unit was mine, though. I wasn't going to open the door. He knocked again after about a minute or so. I kept watching him, but he didn't leave. He just kept standing there. I called the police and kept an eye out. The man was just standing there as if he was expecting me to open the door for him. Occasionally, he paced around a little, but he kept returning to right in front of my door. The police got there within about 10 minutes. When they arrived, the man was still there standing outside of my door. I remember that they talked to him, and I heard him claim that he must be at the wrong address. He claimed that he had no clue why anybody would call the cops, and he was trying to see his friend Jason. I think the police knew that he was lying. They basically just told him to leave me alone, though, and not to come back to the apartment building. I talked with officers as well and told them what happened. They said that if he came back, to call them again, and luckily he didn't. I never saw him again after that night. I still can't believe how much of a creep that guy was. Something really crazy happened last year. It was a weekend, and I went out to a couple of bars with some friends. We were in the city and started the night at a restaurant before going to one bar and then another. Each place that we went was very busy with it being a weekend. People were pretty much everywhere. The last bar of the night that we were at, we arrived at probably about 11 o'clock or so. I was with my friends hanging out and drinking. After being there for about an hour or so, I remember that I was standing kind of near the bar and my friends. That's when a man approached me from the side. He came right up to me and said that he had to talk to me. The guy seemed angry, but I didn't know why. I asked him what was up. Instead of talking to me though, the guy actually shoved me. I was really confused. The guy didn't seem like just some random angry drunk shoving me for no reason. He seemed to have a legitimate problem with me. I asked him what his problem was, but the guy just started cursing at me and walking towards me again. This time, I wanted to fight him, and I took a step towards him. However, my friends saw this and stepped in. They stopped the man and me from reaching each other. The man ended up turning around and walking away to another part of the bar. My friends asked me what that was all about, and I told them that I had no idea. I did not know who the man was or why he was seemingly so angry at me. He had said he needed to talk to me, but apparently he just wanted to fight for some reason. I looked around but no longer saw the man and figured that he left. So I went back to hanging out with my friends near the bar area. Another hour or so went by, and we still didn't see the man or anything. We then decided to leave. My friends and I walked out of the bar, and we sort of split up at that point. There were 5 of us, and 3 of my friends took an Uber together. My other friend walked back to his apartment downtown because it was pretty close by. I lived the other direction, so I was going to get a different Uber. After leaving the bar, I waited with my friends for them to get their Uber, and then I ordered one as well. Theirs came before mine, and when they left, I noticed that the guy who tried to fight me earlier was outside. He was standing on the sidewalk to the left of me, about 50 feet away. I'm not sure if he had been there and I hadn't noticed because of my friends, or if he had just got there. Either way, he was here now, and just after I noticed him, he started walking over to me. I didn't want to fight this guy, and I just wanted to go home, so I turned and started walking away. After a few moments, I looked back and saw the guy walking after me, and he was walking extremely fast. So then I just started to run. I took off and sprinted down the sidewalk away from him. He started to run after me. However, I was much faster than him, it appeared. I continued to run, and I soon made it several blocks away. I could barely see the guy. I turned again and kept running until I lost him completely. Then I finally stopped, caught my breath, and called another ride home. I wouldn't be able to take the other Uber that I had ordered previously. I was left extremely confused about the whole thing, and I'm still confused. I think that maybe the guy got me confused with somebody else. And he must have been really mad at this person, whoever he thought I was, because I can't really think of any reason why he would be angry at me.
Last year, I was working late one night. I worked at a department store that was connected to a mall. We were open pretty late, and we were the last store open in the immediate area. Surrounding us was a good number of other stores and businesses as well. So, after leaving work, I walked out to my car in the large parking lot. I was all by myself, and my car was the only one parked in that entire section of the lot. It was kind of far from the building, and as I was making my way towards it, I saw a woman kind of walking towards me. She was also a good distance away, coming from the opposite direction. She appeared to have come from another nearby parking lot that was connected, but separated by some trees and bushes. I wasn't quite sure where she was going or who she was, but I kept walking to my car. Eventually, as we both got closer, I heard the woman say hi, and then she started to wave at me. She asked me to wait, so I did not get in my car, and I asked her what was up. She approached me and then said that she was having car problems nearby and really needed some help. Now, I know a little bit about cars, but not that much. I can jump start a car and I can change a tire, and sometimes I can have an idea of what's wrong with a car, but other than that, I don't know a whole lot. The woman overall came across as friendly though, and seemed like she genuinely needed help. I asked her first if she knew what was wrong with her car, and she said no, and it wouldn't start. Then I asked her where her car was. She told me that it was in the Chick-fil-A parking lot not too far away. I couldn't see the lot, but I knew where the Chick-fil-A was. It was pretty close by and separated by some trees and sort of on the edge of the property. The woman also claimed that her phone was dead. I asked her if she wanted to use my phone to call her road service. She asked me if I could take a look at her car and get an idea of what was wrong with it, because she knew absolutely nothing about cars. Then she wanted to call her road service after that. I agreed and followed the woman to the end of the parking lot and up a short grass hill and beyond some trees. We made it to the Chick-fil-A parking lot, which was almost completely empty. There was just one car that sat in a space, and it was a silver 4-door sedan that looked to be about 10 years old. We got to the car and started to look at it. The hood was open, but I was more interested in trying to start the car to see what kind of noise it made, if any. The woman walked over to the hood, and as I asked her to try to start the car, I noticed something. Beyond the car, about 50 feet away at the end of the parking lot, there was a man hiding in the bushes. The guy was blending in pretty good, and I feel lucky that I even saw him, but he was kind of watching us. I kind of zoned out for a second when I noticed him. The woman then told me to get inside of the passenger seat and she would try to start it. I interrupted her and quietly said, "Who's the guy in the bushes?" She stopped talking, and without even looking, she said, "What? There's no guy in the bushes." I told her to look, and I glanced in the direction of the guy. She looked right over there for a good 5 seconds, and then said that there was nobody there. She seemed very confident about it, and that seemed suspicious. Then she told me again to get in the car and she would try starting it. I just started walking away. I felt like I had been set up. As I left, the woman yelled at me to come back. I did not, though. I continued to the end of the parking lot. As I was doing so, I looked to the bushes and saw the man emerging. He then started to run straight for me at about full speed. I took off running and was maybe 50 feet ahead of him. I left the parking lot, went back down the small grass hill, and got into the large mall parking lot. I sprinted all the way back to my vehicle, got inside, and left. I was able to make it with some time to spare before the man could reach my car. He never got to me, and I drove away and left and reported it to the police. I'm pretty sure that the man and woman easily left though before the cops got there. Looking back, I'm really thankful that I saw the guy when I did. Had I not, who knows what could have happened.
This is something that happened back when I was a kid. I think I was about 12 years old. One night, I was left at home by myself. I really don't remember where my parents went, but they were gone for most of the night. We lived in a pretty typical neighborhood that never really had anything strange happen in it. I remember that for most of the night, I was enjoying having the house to myself. I was watching TV, flipping through the channels, and sitting on the couch in the living room. We had a dog at the time who was a German Shepherd. I let him out in the backyard for a few minutes, and then I let him back in. It was a nice and quiet night from what I remember. I also recall that I was on the couch again for a while, but at one point, my dog kept barking near the back door. I had just taken him out, so I knew that he didn't have to go again. He would bark quite a bit at squirrels or whatever, though. He continued barking at something in the backyard, and eventually I got up and I walked over. When I looked into the backyard, though, I did not see anything. I told my dog to calm down, and then I went back into the living room. He was quiet for a little while, but then he started barking again. I got up and once again looked around, but didn't see anything and assumed that it was just a squirrel or something. So I took my dog and walked him to my bedroom and then put him in there. Then I went back into the living room again. Things were fine for about 10 minutes or so, but then all of a sudden I heard the back door to the house opening. I could not see it from where I was, but I didn't dare go over there. Right after hearing it, I got up from the couch and I ran into my bedroom where my dog was. I went inside and shut the door. Afterwards, I heard the sound of somebody walking inside of the house on the other end. I was terrified. In my bedroom, I did not have a phone, and I didn't have a cell phone either at the time, so I had no way of calling the police or my parents or anyone. I didn't know who was in the house or why, but I realized that I had forgotten to lock the back door. This was common because we never really had crime in our neighborhood that I was aware of, and I had been letting the dog in and out. The person walked around, and I could tell that they were soon in the living room. Then they started walking closer. I didn't know what to do. My door did not have a lock on it, so if this person wanted to enter it, they would be able to. I sat there on the floor with my dog, and he didn't seem to know what was going on. But then the footsteps got even closer. Soon they reached the same hallway that I was in, and they seemed to be approaching my door. At that point, my dog suddenly started barking again, probably sensing somebody approaching. It was loud, and I then just yelled as loud as I could that I was going to release my dog if the person didn't leave. Now, my dog was very nice and not vicious at all. He had never bitten anyone, and other than barking and tugging on his leash during walks, he was very well behaved. But he was still a big dog, and his bark was pretty loud. I hoped that whoever it was in the house was possibly afraid of dogs. Nothing happened at first, though. I was expecting the door to open at any moment, and my dog continued to bark loudly. Then I heard footsteps moving away. They got farther and farther away, and I soon stopped hearing them. I stayed in the room with my dog for a while. After not hearing anything for at least 10 minutes, I finally left the room with my dog. I looked around the house and saw that the back door was open, but nobody seemed to be inside. I called my parents and then called the police. Both my parents and the police were home within probably 20 minutes of that. Whoever had broken in was long gone, though. I felt really lucky that they didn't enter my room. Nothing was stolen in the house either, so I'm not really sure what they wanted. I'm grateful to my dog for possibly saving us, though.
I am a 26-year-old female. Earlier this year, I met up with one of my best friends, Courtney. It was a Friday night and we went to a local village. Next to the center of town, there were some restaurants, and there was also a park with live music being played. We had made reservations to the restaurant, but got there about an hour early to walk around and enjoy the night. It was very nice weather that evening, and lots of other people were out. Courtney and I walked over to the concert, and there was a bit of a crowd standing nearby. We hung out there for a while until it was time for our dinner reservations. While we were over there, I took a picture of Courtney and I and posted it to my Snapchat story. We later went to a nearby restaurant and then walked around the plaza. After we left, we each went home. Now, after arriving back to my apartment, I saw that I had a few Snapchat notifications. One of them in particular caught my eye. A guy who I did not know responded to my story. He responded to the picture of Courtney and I and said, "I was behind you guys." I did not have any clue as to who this guy was, and I did not even remember becoming friends with him on Snapchat. I realized that he must have recognized us though, and also been at the concert thing. I responded with something like, "Oh, haha, that's funny." He then said something like, "Yes, I was watching you the whole time." I was a little bit creeped out by this response, but hoped and assumed that he was just joking. I did not respond. However, the man then sent another message a very short time later. I looked, and he asked where I was going next weekend and said that he would watch us then too. I asked the man who he even was. I was wondering why and when I became friends with him on Snapchat. The man did not respond, but left me on read. After that, I blocked him. I then started talking to Courtney and telling her of the situation. Courtney said that the guy had also sent her some Snapchats that same night. She also mentioned how he was being creepy, and she too did not know who he was. After that, she blocked him as well. I remember that for a few days, and the next time I saw Courtney, I was a little bit paranoid. Luckily, nothing strange has happened since, except I never saw what the guy looked like, and I still don't know. I'm not sure if he was actually at the concert thing and watching us, or if he was just saying that on Snapchat. I honestly don't know why. I'm just hoping that I never encounter him again. This took place in September of last year. I had just started working at Walmart, and someone on Instagram asked me if they could use my picture for a portrait. They told me that I would get paid for it, so I said sure. I really wanted the money since my job wasn't paying me yet. They ended up sending me some money, which I was really happy about. Not long after this though, they asked for some of the money back and told me that I could keep part of it. This wasn't a red flag to me yet, so I gave them the money back. The next morning, I got another text from them asking for more of the money. I told them that I was getting ready for work. They told me to just send the money and even tried calling me. I didn't answer and decided to block them. During work, I got a text from another number saying, "Why did you block me?" I blocked that number as well. But I ended up getting a text from yet another number after that. This text said something like, "I am an assassin, and if you keep ghosting the money, I will kill your loved ones and you." Then they sent me 3 gruesome pictures. I was so scared that I texted my mom. After work, I told my mom that I had to get a $200 Apple Card to pay them, or someone would send an assassin after me. My parents and I decided to call the police. I told the police the entire story, and they told me that they could assure me that nobody was coming to my house. When I asked them how they knew that, they said they had gotten many calls about the same type of thing. Most likely, the person was not even in my country. I felt better after talking to the police. Afterwards, I called my bank and told them about the incident. I asked for all of the money that wasn't approved to be sent out yet to be sent back to me. At least I was safe though, but I was still a little shaken up. That's the scariest story that I have.
This story occurred during the summer between my sophomore and junior years of high school in 2003. I remember that it was a Friday, and 2 of my good friends, Amelia and Jessica, came over to my house. My parents went out that night, and my older brother was off at college. The 3 of us were going to have a sleepover, and we hung out in my bedroom for a while. We wanted to rent a movie because the 3 of us had already seen everything in my parents' movie collection. There was a Blockbuster Video close within walking distance, so that night we decided to go there. It only took like 15 minutes for the 3 of us to walk there. We went inside the store and started looking around at all the movies. A few other people were in the store as well, and it took us a while to all agree on something. I remember that we went all around the store and were there for a little while. Finally, after agreeing, we got a movie and went up to check out. That's when we met the guy working that night. I had been to this Blockbuster many times before, but I had never seen this guy, so maybe he was new. The man was not that much older than me, maybe 20 years old, and he had dark brown, spiky hair. He started talking to us, asking us what we were doing that night. Pretty soon, I remember he said that he got off of work soon and asked if he could join our movie night. I remember I figured he was joking, but it sounded kinda creepy, and we all just laughed and said no. He then said he was serious, and it got kind of awkward. He asked us if we wanted to hang out, but none of us wanted to hang out with this guy. Soon though, we were able to take the movie and were done checking out, so we left. We walked back and then got home to my house again. We were still the only ones home, and I made a pizza and we started watching the movie. The three of us were in the family room, which was at the back side of our house. It was basically like a second living room, and I found it more comfortable than the actual living room. So about an hour into the movie, and I remember I heard this noise come from the window behind us. I didn't think too much of it, but I casually turned around to see what it was. That's when I saw the guy from Blockbuster standing there in the backyard. The three of us all noticed him at the same time, and we were really creeped out by him being there. He then proceeded to knock on the window. After a few seconds of confusion, we started telling him to go away. Then Jessica ran out of the room towards the kitchen. The man did not appear to be friendly or happy or angry. He just stood there in a kind of way that was really strange. Then he started walking away to the right and went out of sight of the window. Moments later, Jessica came back into the room, saying that she had just locked the back door. I guess she had seen earlier that it was unlocked, and I'm glad that she did because I hadn't known. Well, just moments later, the man tried opening the back door. We heard it rattling, and thankfully it was locked now. We then went around the house and closed every shade on every window, and I called my parents. They did have cell phones, and they said they were coming home. At that point, we didn't know where the guy was, if he left or if he was still out in the yard. We went to a few windows and carefully looked out of them, but didn't see the guy. For the next few minutes, we kept watch, but didn't see him, and we all figured that he left. My parents got home a while later, and we told them about what happened. I remember that then my dad went outside and looked around. We didn't really have a big yard, but in the back there was a small woods that led to the neighbor's yard. My dad went all around the property, and when he got to the backwoods area, he saw the guy. The man had been hiding in the woods. When my dad saw him though, he took off running and left. After that, he didn't return. I was nervous for the whole night that the man would come back, but thankfully he didn't. The guy ended up getting fired from the Blockbuster, so he didn't last long there. I'm really glad that he didn't get into the house.
A couple of years ago, I used to work at a department store. It was pretty large, and I would drive my car to and from work in my apartment. However, my car was sort of old and not the greatest. It broke down and wouldn't start one morning, so I had to take an Uber to work. I didn't have that much money at the time, and would have to wait until my next paycheck to get my car fixed. When I was at work that day, I was talking with a coworker, Tiffany, about the fact that my car broke down. Tiffany and I were not really friends, but we talk at work sometimes, and overall she seemed cool. I remember that she told me that her and her boyfriend had an extra car that I could use until mine was fixed. This sounded crazy to me at first, and I said no. Tiffany insisted though, and said that they didn't use the car at all and it was just sitting there. I felt reluctant because we were not close friends and it was just too large of a favor, but Tiffany kept insisting. I even offered to pay her and she said no. She seemed to really want me to borrow her car. It was very nice of her and I finally accepted, and she told me that she would give me a ride to the car after work. So after we were off that night, Tiffany gave me a ride to her place. It was a house on the other side of town than mine that looked kind of run down. She warned me that the car was kind of old, but it ran well. That was fine with me, and I didn't really care as long as it ran. I was very grateful for the opportunity to borrow the car, and she gave me the keys, and then I drove it home. The car was an orangish color Mercedes-Benz S500 that had these custom wheels on it. I felt kind of weird driving the car, but overall it was nice to have transportation. The next time I had work, I drove it to my job. However, I remember after leaving work when I was off that night, I was going back home, and at some point on the way, this one car started to follow me. I thought that it was really strange. I was just driving down one of the main streets in my city, and I saw a car come up really close behind me. I thought that it just wanted to pass me, so I moved over to the right. However, this car did not move past me and just continued to drive behind me. By this point, it was pretty obvious that they were intentionally following me, but I did not know why. I continued to drive towards my apartment. Then I got lucky. As I was driving down the next street, I just so happened to pass by a police car. Before I reached it, the car behind me turned right at another street. When I passed by the cop car, it was parked on the side of the road, and I don't even think anybody was inside of it. After that, I was able to make it home all right. I wondered why somebody had been following me, and I really had no idea, but overall, I just moved on. However, a few nights later, when I got off of work again, I was followed once more. It was very shortly after I started to drive home. They got right up on my tail again and started to follow me. I was so confused and had no idea why. I drove most of the way home with the car right on me. A few times they flashed their brights and stuff. When I got to my street, I wasn't going to turn on it, but I saw the car go down another road. I didn't know why they did, but I thought maybe they just gave up, so I turned onto my street where my apartment was. Then when I pulled into the parking lot and was about to park my car, I saw the headlights return. The car came racing down the street towards me. At that point, my plan was to park the car quickly and then run inside. So I parked in a spot and then got out of the car. I started running to my apartment. I remember that as I was running, I heard the car go into the parking lot. I didn't look back and I made it inside quickly. After getting in though, I looked out of the window towards the parking lot. I saw this man come running to the doors and even try entering the apartment building. Thankfully, it was locked. The guy then started yelling and cursing, but I couldn't really make out much of what he was saying. He did not leave, so I called 911 and reported him. I was really confused as to why this guy seemed to be after me. I had no idea who he was. The guy kept pacing around out front, and every now and then he would yell something. The cops showed up about 5 minutes later. I remember that they talked to the guy for a while, and I had no idea what was going on. Later on, an officer came over and talked to me. The guy who followed me wasn't really saying much, I guess. Apparently he claimed that he was confused and thought that he knew me. He was able to leave then. After talking with the police more though, they saw the car that I was driving home and stuff. I found out that my coworker Tiffany's boyfriend was a known drug dealer in the city. I think he ticked off the wrong people and they were kind of after him. That must have been why Tiffany dumped the car onto me. After that night, I contacted Tiffany saying what happened and that I was giving the car back. I remember that she didn't respond for the longest time. Finally, sometime the next day, she said okay. I gave the car back and just took Ubers to and from work until I got my paycheck. Then I was able to get my car fixed and eventually I got another job. Tiffany didn't work at the store much longer though, and I remember that she just stopped showing up for work one time. I don't exactly know what the deal with the car was and the guy who was after it, but I hope everything is alright.
This is something that happened back when I was in college. I was a senior at the university, and like most college kids, my friends and I liked to go out to the bars on weekends. I lived in a house with 3 other girls, and we were all good friends. On one particular weekend, I had a lot of studying to do, and I was not going to be going out, but all 3 of my roommates were. They really wanted me to go, but I just had a lot to do, and I told them that I would go out with them the next weekend. So they left without me, and they met some of our other friends at one of the many bars just off of campus. I was upstairs in my bedroom studying, and I knew that I would be up late anyways with my work, so I had told my friends that if they needed rides, I would be able to drive them. As the night went on, I got a Snapchat from my roommate Ashley at probably about 10 o'clock. She said that there was some creepy guy following her around the bar. I asked her if she wanted to leave, and she said that she did not want to go yet, so I kept working. I didn't hear from her for several more hours, but a little after midnight, she called me. I picked up the phone, and right away Ashley seemed to be a little bit drunk. However, she said that they were at a different bar now, and the same man was still following her around. She said that he was really creepy, and asked if I could give her a ride home now. I said yes, and then we hung up, and I left to go to the bar. It was maybe a 5-minute drive, and was pretty close by. The bar that Ashley was at now was in downtown of the small city our college was located in. I parked my car on the side of the road up the street, and then went inside the bar. It was very busy with it being a weekend and stuff. I looked around trying to find my friends. I saw some people that I knew, but not the specific friends that I was looking for. But after making my way in a little bit, I was finally able to see one of my roommates. However, it wasn't Ashley. This was Molly, and I asked her if she knew where Ashley was. Molly said that Ashley had left. She also mentioned that some creepy guy kept staring at her and stuff. I asked her if she knew where Ashley had gone, but she said no. So I then tried calling Ashley, but she didn't pick up the phone. I was a little bit worried because I didn't know where she was, especially with the fact that some creepy guy seemed to be following her around. I tried calling her again, as well as texting her, but she didn't respond right away, so I left the bar to try to look for her. I thought that maybe she went to another bar that we would go to sometimes. There were about 4 or 5 that we often went to in the city, but I really didn't know. I left the bar and then walked down the sidewalk at first, and I didn't see her. There were not many people out on the sidewalks, so I started walking down one just looking around. I tried calling her again, but she still didn't answer. I remember that I turned a corner and started going down another sidewalk. I was walking very quickly and going towards another bar, but I was also going in the direction of where we lived. There was also a slim chance that maybe she tried walking back home. It would take probably 30 or 40 minutes to walk back to our house, but it was possible. So after going about another block in that direction, I actually saw her. She was way up ahead, and I noticed that walking behind her a ways was a man. I went faster, and I basically started jogging. When I got within a close enough distance, I started yelling her name. She heard it and turned around. When she did, the man stopped and turned around as well. After that, he started walking down a different street. I ran over to Ashley, and I told her that I would give her a ride. We started walking back to my car. On the way back, though, the man returned. He started trailing us, sort of a far ways back, but was still there. Ashley said that he had been following her all night to multiple different bars. We walked quickly and were able to make it back to the street my car was on. After getting inside, I drove Ashley home, and then I went back to pick everybody else up and give them a ride. Ashley said that her phone had died, so she left the bar to walk home because she couldn't contact anyone. I'm really glad that I was able to find her. The guy seemed really determined to follow her wherever she went. I'm not sure what would have happened if Ashley had tried to walk the whole way home. I was driving home late one night, taking the back roads to avoid the interstate traffic. The road was narrow and lined with dense woods, just a common quiet backwoods road. It was around midnight when I felt the sudden jolt. My truck swerved slightly before I managed to pull over. I got out and I saw that one of the rear tires was completely flat. Thankfully, I had a spare in the back, so I had to change the tire and then I would be back on the road. As I was working, I started to hear a sound from the woods. It was a steady, rhythmic thumping, like somebody was tapping a drum. At first, I tried to ignore it, focusing on the task at hand of changing my tire. But the thumping continued, and it seemed to get louder. It wasn't just the thumping anymore. I also heard faint whispers that I could barely make out. I stood up and looked around, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness beyond the reach of my headlights. The sound of the whispers and the thumping was very unnerving. I finished changing my tire as quickly as I could so that I could get back onto the road. Just as I was about to lower the truck back to the ground, I heard a new noise. It was a low growl coming from the edge of the forest, unlike any animal noise that I had heard before. My heart started to race. I glanced around trying to spot anything moving in the dark, but I saw nothing. The growl came again, closer this time, and it was accompanied by a series of sharp snaps, like twigs breaking. I hurried to finish up, and my hands were shaking. The growling and the snapping sounds seemed to be getting closer. I was terrified now, and I didn't want to stay there any longer. As I packed up my tools and prepared to get back in the truck, the growl stopped abruptly and was replaced by deafening silence. The whispers had also stopped. I was just about to get into the truck when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. The only thing I could make out was a shadow moving between the trees. It was quick and seemed to dart from one tree to another. I tried to make out what it was, but the darkness made it impossible. I jumped into the truck, slammed the door shut, and started the engine. My hands were trembling as I put the truck in gear and drove away, speeding out of there trying to get away from whatever was back there. I was able to make it home,
but I still think about that and wonder what exactly happened and what those noises were.
I used to work at a Blockbuster video store back in the day. I think that I worked there for about a year and a half, and I was able to work my way up to manager. One night, I was by myself towards the end of the shift. It was a quiet night, and I was closing. At my store, it closed at 9 p.m., and for the last hour or so, we didn't really get any customers. So as far as I was aware, the store was completely empty besides me. When 9 p.m. was approaching, I went around to make sure nobody was there and straighten up a few things. However, when I got towards the back end of the store, I heard a noise. It was the sound of somebody walking, and I realized that I wasn't alone. It was strange because I hadn't heard or seen anyone in the longest time. Whoever was in here must have almost had to be hiding or something. I called out asking who was there, but I got no response. I said that we were closing soon, but there was still nothing. The footsteps were not that far away, and whoever was in here was just a few aisles out of my sight. I walked closer. I looked around but still couldn't see anything. I could hear them walking away like they were trying to move away from me. After walking faster and going around a corner, I finally saw for a split second a woman go around another corner away from me. She was wearing a winter coat and hat and had dark hair. I called out to her asking what she was doing, but she still didn't answer me. The woman had a slightly disheveled appearance. I stopped hearing her move around, so I kept walking up and down each aisle. Eventually, I spotted her. She was hiding behind a DVD display. When I saw her, she got up and ran to another aisle. I was so confused and wondered if something was wrong with the woman or if she was crazy. I asked her if she was all right, but she still didn't answer. It was very weird. She didn't seem to enjoy running around, like she wasn't smiling or laughing as if it was a game. It was like she was very seriously trying to run away from me. I told her again loudly that we were closing and she would have to leave. Of course, she still didn't answer me. As confused as I was, I went back over to the counter where I worked to finish up some things. I didn't know what I was going to do about the woman hiding in the store, but it was like 8:58 at that point. Then, when I was facing the other direction, I heard the doors to the store open. I looked over and just barely saw the woman walking out. I was glad that she was gone. Very quickly, I walked over to the doors and locked them. Then I was able to do a few tasks before leaving. I left the store at probably 9:05 or so. The parking lot was very quiet, and I walked out to my car, which was the only one there. Right when I got inside, I heard footsteps approaching me. I looked and saw the same woman walking in my direction, but she looked a little different now. Her hair had looked sort of messy before, and her hat had been crooked. Now she looked very neat. Her hair was perfectly in place, and her hat was neatly on her head. She also had a more friendly look on her face. I rolled my window down, and the woman said hi to me. She then very politely asked me for a ride. I was so confused, and she mentioned nothing about why she had been running around the store hiding from me. It almost seemed like a different woman, but no, this was definitely the same person. Remembering her past behavior, I told her no, I could not give her a ride. The woman asked if I was sure, still being polite, and I said yes. Then she said okay, and I put my window back up. She started to walk away towards the back of my car. When she did though, she suddenly reached for my door handle really fast and tried opening the back door to the car. It was thankfully locked. After finding out she was locked, she loudly banged on it twice and appeared to kick at my door. I then hit the gas and drove away. I left the woman standing in the parking lot looking at me as I drove off. I have no idea why she did the things that she did. My best guess is drugs. She acted so different and normal when she was talking to me though. I luckily never saw her again in my time working at Blockbuster. When I was about 13, my family lived in a remote area in the middle of nowhere, Canada. One winter night, I decided to unwind in the hot tub on our deck. It was around 2 or 3 a.m., and the world was quiet, blanketed in knee-deep snow from a recent snowfall. As I sat there watching the trees and listening to the night sounds, something caught my eye. Emerging from the darkness of the woods was a massive wolf. It was unlike any wolf I had ever seen. Its silver coat shimmered in the moonlight, and its green eyes pierced through the night. The wolf walked along the fence that bordered the property. For a moment, it paused and locked eyes with me. I was up on the deck and the wolf was far away below, but I was still terrified and I sat as still as possible, waiting to see what would happen. The wolf continued on its path towards the barn where our horses were kept. As it approached the barn, there was a light on the outside on the other side that illuminated the inside just a bit. The barn was dark inside, but I could clearly see the outline of the wolf moving through the barn. Halfway through the barn, the shape of the wolf totally shifted. It was like it morphed into something more human-like, although it was big with broad-shouldered, and seemed to stand at least 7 feet tall. The horses weren't skittish at all and were completely silent, which was strange. The tall figure rounded the corner, but did not appear on the other side of the barn. I strained to see if it would reemerge from behind the barn at some point, but it never did. It must have just vanished into the darkness on the other side of the barn. I had no idea if there was a trick going on with the light and shadows inside the barn, but I had no idea what I had just seen, and I had never seen a wolf that big. Later, I found that my brother had experienced something similar. He told me that he woke up one night feeling a strange sensation, like he was being watched. When he looked out of his window, he saw the same large wolf walking away from his window. I have yet to see the wolf again, and I wonder if I ever want to. I used to work night shift security, and by far the scariest thing I had ever encountered was when I chanced upon a robbery in progress. I was patrolling one of our assets around the start of my shift at 10 p.m. Walking around the perimeter of the building, everything looked in order, except an air conditioner near ground level that had fallen out of place. The air conditioner didn't fit well in the hole, so there had been a wooden plank to prop it up and keep it in place. I assumed that the stick had somehow been nudged and the AC unit had fallen out of place. It wasn't very heavy, so I propped the air conditioner back into its hole in the wall, positioning the stick to keep it in place. I continued my walk around the building, reaching the next window, and to my surprise, someone was there. The light in the room wasn't on, but there was a bit of light entering the room from the hallway that the office space was connected to. It wasn't uncommon for a worker to stay working late on a project, or either use their code to re-enter the building and grab something they had forgotten earlier. I pressed my face to the glass to see who it was and if I would recognize them. Once I was peering through the glass, I could make out that it definitely wasn't an office worker. The person was wearing a ski mask over their face. They noticed my face pressed up against the window and hustled out of the room. Realizing that a robbery was in progress, I quickly put 2 and 2 together, figuring out that the fallen air conditioning unit hole was most likely the way they had entered the building. I immediately pressed a button on my phone in an app that my company used to notify police if they needed to send cars to my location. I was still standing only about 100 feet away from the AC unit, so I ran over to see if that was going to be how the perpetrator would attempt to escape. Sure enough, shortly after I had reached the AC unit, it came flying out at me as the intruder pushed it forcefully from inside. The AC unit was knocked straight backwards into my chest, and I watched as the person in the ski mask flew through the hole in the wall, barreling into me and the AC unit that I had somehow managed to catch. The suspect ran into a nearby neighborhood, but the police arrived soon after and had them cornered in a city block, shutting down the entire street and eventually capturing them. It felt good to say that I had stopped an attempted robbery in progress, but I'll never forget the image of the person flying through a dark hole in the wall directly into me. It was quite terrifying, and I had nightmares about it for the next couple nights afterwards. This happened one sunny Saturday morning in 1993. I'm a female and was 13 years old at the time. I remember that my mom had to do some shopping and I went with her. It was just the two of us, and we went to this strip mall that was fairly close to where we lived. The strip mall had several different stores as well as restaurants in it. We went to a store where my mom was shopping, and I found it pretty boring. There was also a Blockbuster store that was right next door, which was always interesting. So I told my mom that I was going to go next door to Blockbuster and look around. My mom said it was fine, and when she was done, she would come and let me know. So I left the store and then walked into the Blockbuster. When I got inside, I started to walk around and look at the movies. Within being inside of the store for maybe 5 minutes, I remember noticing this man kind of staring at me. He was standing at the end of the aisle, and I saw him out of the corner of my eye. I couldn't tell at first, so I looked over. The guy was just kind of staring at me. I didn't know him or anything. I stayed there for about a minute or so, and so did the man. Him just standing there though and seemingly looking at me was getting uncomfortable, so I walked away. I went to another aisle to look at stuff. Before long though, I noticed the man slowly walk into that aisle as well. After that, I started to walk around the store. Wherever I went, it didn't take long before the man would show up. I was not sure where he had come from or what, but I decided to leave the Blockbuster and go back to the store that my mom was in. I walked out and then went to the store next door and went inside. I found my mom and I did not tell her about the creepy guy. For the next few minutes, I just shopped with her. Then I noticed the man was now inside of this store. He was not following me around, but was kind of standing at the complete opposite other side. He was looking in my direction though. By this point, I was very weirded out by his behavior. I didn't know if he was really trying to follow me around, but it sure seemed like it. I tried to just ignore it though. I didn't really feel in danger now that I was with my mom again. Still, I was very surprised that the man went in this store as well. We didn't shop there for much longer in that store. Soon my mom checked out and then we left. We got into our car in the strip mall parking lot, which was not that large. It was basically just 2 long rows of parking spaces. After getting in the car, I noticed the man walking out to another car that was parked a ways down. I was sure to realize which car he entered. We started to leave, and then I noticed the man's car start to leave as well after us. This shocked me. After pulling out of the lot and the man doing the same thing, I told my mom about it. She noticed the car, and when she heard the guy had been following me around Blockbuster, she stopped and then made a U-turn. The guy behind us did as well. My mom then went back into the parking lot of the strip mall and stopped the car. At first, the man did the same thing. My mom then got out of the car. She was angry and I guess wanted to confront the guy. However, after my mom got out, the guy backed up his car and then turned it around. He quickly drove away again, leaving the strip mall and going out of sight. After that, we were able to go home. I'm glad that I told my mom about the guy and he stopped following us. I'm not sure what would have happened if not.
This happened years ago now. It's something that I want to forget, but probably won't anytime soon. I happened to be at Chick-fil-A one night with my best friend Ashley. We were just talking and sitting kind of in the back corner of the restaurant at a table. At one point, this Chick-fil-A employee came up to us. It was a guy who appeared to be around our same age. He told us how they were doing some contest, and if we signed up, we would get a gift card. The contest was to win Chick-fil-A for a year, I think, and all we had to do was enter our phone number and address, and we would be entered. Ashley and I both did it, and the guy then walked away. But before leaving, he gave us these Chick-fil-A $5 gift cards. Ashley and I stayed there for a while longer and then left. Later that night, I got a text on my phone from somebody who I did not know. As you can guess, it was from the guy who I had given my number to, but I didn't know that at the time. He said hi, and I asked who it was. At that point, he sent a picture of himself. It seemed like he had a creepy smile on his face. I don't think it was supposed to be creepy, but to me it looked creepy. I realized it was the guy from the Chick-fil-A. I asked him how he got my number, but then I remembered the contest. Then he said that he didn't even work at Chick-fil-A. Realizing that I had been duped, I was pretty angry. Then he texted me something like, "My bad, oh well, but since I have your attention now, we may as well get to know each other." I said, "No, we may as well not." The guy then started to text me a bunch and asked me to hang out with him. I was angry and told him no. He tried to call me as well as FaceTime me, and I declined them both. Then the guy said that he had my address and asked when he should come over. I realized then that he did in fact have my address. I had given it to him earlier when I thought that he worked at Chick-fil-A. I told him no. I then told him that my dad lived with me and he had a bunch of guns. Then I blocked his number. I was hoping that that would deter him from coming to my house. And thankfully, I think it did, because I never saw the guy and wasn't aware of him ever coming to the house. However, I did find out that the gift cards he gave us were fake. And also, my friend Ashley said that he texted her as well, and she blocked him immediately, not knowing who he was. That guy was definitely creepy, pretending to work at Chick-fil-A like he did. I'm hoping that he didn't do that to anybody else. A while back, I accidentally called the wrong number on my cell phone. I was trying to call a mechanic to work on my car that had an oil leak. However, I must have dialed wrong. When someone picked up the phone, it was a man's voice who asked why I was calling in a sort of strange tone. I said my name, and I asked if this was a mechanic that I was trying to reach. He said no, and once again in a strange tone, he asked me why I had called that number. I said that I must have dialed wrong by mistake, and I didn't mean to, and I apologized. The person on the other end of the phone just said, "Okay." Then they hung up. The whole interaction just seemed really weird to me, but overall I was glad that it was over. I dialed again, and this time correctly got the mechanic that I was going for. But not long after I got off the phone with the mechanic, there was a call back from the first number that I had called. I answered and said hello, but was hung up on immediately without anybody saying anything. I didn't know if it was a mistake or what, but after that they didn't call me again. So during this time, I was renting a house and I lived by myself. The house was pretty small, and it was on a street with a lot of other houses that was fairly populated. It was common to see people walking down the sidewalk and stuff, and cars parking on the side of the street as well. But despite that, I started to notice strange things. The first was that I saw this car parked right across the street from my house really late at night. This was the very next night. I'm not sure exactly how I noticed the car parking right away. I think I just happened to be near the window and noticed it. But this man got out and he just kind of stood around by the car. He was looking around and I moved away from the window, but I kept watching him. The man looked in the direction of my house several times, like that was his main focus. By now, I was suspicious. However, the man did not really do anything. After about 10 minutes, he went back into the car. He didn't drive away though. Before going to bed, I saw that he was still in the driver's seat of that same car, and that was like half an hour later. I was really weirded out. Nothing seemed to happen though, and the next morning he was gone. The next day, I saw these two guys walking down the street, but this time it was during the daytime. They were both wearing sunglasses, and I only noticed them because they went back and forth down the sidewalk a bunch of times. They kept passing by my house and kind of glancing over. They went by at least 10 times in the span of an hour, and I had never seen them before prior to that. They also weren't doing any work or anything like that. I didn't know what was up with them. Then, later on that night, I was passing by the front of the house, and I caught somebody running out of my front yard. I couldn't tell who it was, other than it appeared to be a man, and he ran off down the street and out of my sight. Things like that hadn't been happening prior to this. I didn't know what was going on. There were more small things that happened that I'm not really sure about. Things like cars pulling into my driveway just to turn around, people walking down the street late at night, or unknown vehicles parking on the side of the road across from my house at all hours of the day and night, and the driver never getting out. For like a week, these things happened all the time. I had no idea why. Slowly, they decreased though, and then seemed to stop. I wasn't sure if I was just randomly paranoid for some reason, or if something was going on. And the phone call was so strange, I feel like they might be linked. Because prior to the phone call, I didn't notice anything like that happening, and almost right after, I noticed it. But overall, I don't really know anything. Nothing that definitive happened, like nobody tried to break into my house, and nobody knocked on my door. It was all really sketchy and suspicious things that just makes me wonder. I'm just glad that nothing strange has happened since then, and these things seem to have stopped. It remains a bit of a mystery.
I'm a female, and I used to work at a bar as a bartender several years ago. I did it for about a year, and I worked at a place that would often get really busy. There were a lot of regulars that would come in as well. I got to know some of the usual customers, and overall, I enjoyed the job. Towards the end of my time working there, an event took place though that ultimately made me quit. It all started a few weeks prior to the event. Like I mentioned before, after working there for a while, I picked up on many regular customers. I would recognize faces and talk to some of the customers that would sit at the bar. There was one guy that I noticed who would come in a lot. I'm not sure of the first time that he was there, but I know that he started coming in very frequently. He didn't say anything to me the first few times. I know that because I remember asking him what he wanted, but he just shook his head. He was never with anybody else, so he would just sit at the end of the bar by himself. I also started to notice that he was often just staring at me. This was not a big deal, until after noticing him several times over the course of a few weeks, and he did start talking to me. He started to sort of hit on me in a pretty creepy way. I was not too bothered though, but we started getting complaints from other customers as well. Apparently, he had made some other people in the bar uncomfortable several times by staring at them or talking to them and apparently saying creepy things. I know that he got asked to leave the bar at least once, maybe twice, and he did leave, so I figured that he was just a creepy guy. One night, he came in again and was sitting at the end of the bar. I noticed him staring at me once more, but this time, he waved me over. I walked over to him, and I just remember him asking me to come over to his place when I got off or something like that. I said no, and when the guy cursed at me after that, I told him to leave. He got up and left the bar at that point. Then I went back to work. That did not seem like a very unusual event given the guy's track record. I remember even thinking that we should probably ban the guy or something. He rarely, if ever, bought anything, and he only seemed to cause problems. But for the rest of my shift, I didn't see him. I got off later that night when we closed. After leaving the bar, I was able to walk home from work, so I started going back. I had an apartment just a few blocks away, and it would take me maybe about 10 minutes. Things were very quiet now, and when I got back to my apartment building, I went up to the second floor where my place was. However, when I entered my hallway, I saw the man from the bar standing right in front of my door. I noticed him about the same time that he saw me. We both looked at each other, and my first reaction was to turn around and go back. I saw the man starting to walk after me. I quickly went to the stairs and went down them to the first floor as fast as I could. By this point, I was running, and after going downstairs, I sprinted right out of the building. When I got outside, though, I realized that the man did not follow me out. I felt better, but I also realized that he was probably just going to stay in front of my apartment door, knowing that I would have to return because I lived there. I did not know how this guy even knew where I lived. I started walking down the sidewalk back towards the bar. It was closed now, but I wasn't really sure where else to go. After calming down, though, and coming to my senses, I called the police and told them about what happened. They said they would send an officer to come to my apartment. So I walked around the quiet streets waiting for a while. When the police officer got there, we went into my apartment building. After getting to my floor, we saw that the man was still there. When he noticed us, though, he started walking away. The officer told him to stop, and the guy did. I remember the guy telling the police officer that he was trying to go to his friends. He claimed that it was an honest mistake and he must have been at the wrong door. But when he was asked what his friend's name was, he said he couldn't remember. The guy ended up getting told that he had to leave and not come back, so he did. I was then able to get inside of my apartment, but I was really worried that the man would return. He must have followed me home without me knowing at one point. I don't know how else he would have known my address. The next time I was at work, I told my boss about it, and he agreed to ban the guy from the bar. Apparently, he came in one time that I was not working, and they banned him. So luckily for me, I did not see him for the rest of the time that I worked there. Still, I decided to get another job a short time later. I also moved out of my apartment when the lease was up, and moved to a different one. So hopefully, I never see that creepy guy again.
This happened last year and still creeps me out when I think of it. So I was at home one night by myself. I was just in my bedroom scrolling through my phone. All of a sudden, I saw this Snapchat notification from a name that I did not recognize. I was curious, so I went to Snapchat and opened the snap to see. It was a selfie of what appeared to be a man. However, this photo was taken extremely close to his face, and he also appeared to be in a very dark room. I could barely see his face at all, and didn't recognize it to be anybody that I knew. The picture honestly looked very creepy. There was no words with the picture, and that was it. I guess at some point, I must have become friends with this guy. I didn't know when though. I had Snapchat for probably 10 years. I did not send a picture back, but instead typed a message for the guy, asking who he was. Then he sent another photo. When I opened it, I saw that it was much like the one before. It was honestly so creepy. I wish I would have screenshotted it, but I didn't. I thought that maybe the person sent a picture like this by mistake, but after the second one, I realized that it was not. I asked again who it was. The person's response, though, really shocked me. He simply said, "I'm coming over now." I thought that he had to be joking, but I also realized then that I had my location on Snapchat. I quickly went into the settings and turned my location off. If this guy was serious, I was hoping that he would not know where I was. Then I blocked the mysterious guy. I thought that was it. I returned to what I was doing, but I couldn't help but feel a little bit creeped out by the whole thing. Well, roughly 30 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. I had a terrible feeling instantly. I think by now it was like 10-something at night. Not a normal time for somebody to come to the door. I carefully left my bedroom and went down the hallway. Eventually, I got to a window that I could look out and see who was there. When I did, I saw a man wearing a ski mask standing there. I couldn't believe it. The guy must have got my location before I had turned it off. I watched him knock on the door again. Then he started to look around. When he did, I quickly moved back and away from the window. I heard the guy walk off the step, but did not know where he was going to. The next thing I knew, I heard him right outside one of the main windows. I ran back into my bedroom and then called the police. I locked my bedroom door and covered my window. Then I just waited. I did not hear anything during this time. I wasn't sure what was going on, if he was trying to break in or maybe if he left. About 10 minutes later is when the cops arrived. They came to the front door and I told them about what happened. They offered to look around, and I almost said that they didn't have to, but I ended up saying sure. Then they looked around my backyard and surprisingly found the man hiding in some bushes. When they located him, they asked him to come out. He ignored them and then tried to run. However, the police caught up with him before he left the yard. It was the same guy who had been Snapchatting me. I'm not sure what his plans were. I'm just glad that he was caught.
I used to work at a Blockbuster Video back in the day. This is when they were really popular and all over the place. I was 17 at the time, and the Blockbuster by my parents' house was one of my first jobs. My time working there was mostly good. I enjoyed Blockbuster and my coworkers because I became friends with a number of them. After I had been working there for a while, I remember that we got a new coworker though. He always seemed a little bit strange and mysterious. I remember that he was around my age, maybe slightly older. His name was actually Justin, but my coworkers always referred to him as Timberlake. It was because of his name, but also because he slightly resembled Justin Timberlake. But that was really just because the guy's hair was dyed blonde, and at the time, Justin Timberlake's also was. But this Justin guy at work was known for being kind of odd, like I mentioned. Personally, in my experiences working with him, he just seemed kind of unfriendly. I never really talked to him or even worked with him all that much. However, one night I worked with him until a little bit later at night. We didn't really talk to each other much from what I could remember, and we both got off of work at around the same time that night. I recall that I drove home back to my parents' house, which was a little over 5 minutes away. It was nighttime and the roads were very quiet. I didn't have to go on any roads that were that busy either, so I noticed that Justin appeared to be driving right behind me the entire way. He was sort of a far ways back though, but every time I would turn, a short time later, I would see his car turning around the corner. As I got closer to my house, I was wondering why he was driving behind me. I didn't think that he lived in my neighborhood, because I knew he hadn't gone to my school. Soon, I came to my street, and he turned onto it after me. When I reached my house though, I pulled into my driveway, and he did not. He kept driving down the street. I went inside and then looked out of the window. A short time later, I saw Justin driving back down, and then he went out of sight. I didn't really know why he did this. It was very strange, but for the most part, I just forgot about it. It was just a few days later when something really crazy happened. It was late at night and I was the only one who was still up. My parents had gone to bed and I was in my room. It was probably about midnight. I just remember that out of nowhere, I heard the back door to the house suddenly fly open. I had a bad feeling about it immediately and was afraid that somebody was breaking in. I heard someone walk into the house, but I told myself that it had to be one of my parents. Maybe they had gone outside without me knowing, because obviously we locked all the doors every night, and I just couldn't imagine somebody would break in. After hearing the person walking around near the back end of the house for a short time, I kept telling myself that it was my dad, but I just had to see for myself. So I left my bedroom and started walking down the hallway and then down the stairs. Soon I reached the main level of the house. When I got there, every light was off. I looked around and then saw him. Justin from work at Blockbuster was standing there inside of our house. I really couldn't believe it. He looked surprised to see me, but I will tell you, I was way more surprised to see him. As soon as he saw me though, he turned around and took off. He ran to the back of the house and then left out the back door. I walked over there, still in shock. The back door appeared to have been pried open with maybe a crowbar, but it had been locked. I then woke my parents and called the police. Justin was long gone, but I knew exactly who he was. He was quickly found and luckily hadn't stolen anything. I later found out that Justin had somehow heard that my parents were wealthy, I guess from a coworker. Yes, my parents did have some money and our house was nice, but we weren't filthy rich or anything. I mean, I still worked at Blockbuster to get my own money, but apparently Justin thought that he could rob our house. That also explained why he followed me home, to get my address. I will never forget that crazy experience.
A few years back, I was FaceTiming my friend late at night. It was my best friend Matt, and we would FaceTime quite a bit. During this time, I lived in an apartment by myself. So we had been on call with each other for a few hours, just chopping it up. Then I got another FaceTime call from some random number. I didn't know who it was, and I told Matt about it. He said that I should answer the call and see who it was. I was pretty curious as well, so I ended the call with Matt and answered the FaceTime. When I did, I saw this man who I did not recognize. His eyes were really wide, like he was purposely opening them almost as big as he could, and he was also holding the phone super close to his face. It made him look just really weird and creepy in general. I asked who the guy was, and he responded by saying my name. I was confused and asked him how he knew me, but he basically just started threatening me at that point. He was talking in this weird, half-whispered voice and saying a bunch of nonsense, like he was saying that I needed to watch my back and that he was coming for me and that kind of stuff. It was hard to understand everything he was saying because he was talking weird and rambling on. He was also talking pretty quiet. Now I had no clue as to who he was and how he even knew me. I tried asking him a couple of times, but he never answered me. It was so strange that eventually I just hung up. Then I called Matt back and told him the crazy story of the guy. Of course, Matt thought that it was really funny and couldn't stop laughing. I was laughing too, but I didn't really find it as funny. I mean, some random creepy guy was threatening me as if he was a stalker or something. What if he really was? I didn't know how he knew my name, number, or any other information. As I was talking with Matt, he called again like 5 minutes later. I told Matt this, and I once again answered the guy's call. This time, it was more of the same, as he continued his rant. I tried to interrupt him, and asked him several times who he was and what he wanted. The man then just started staring right into the camera with extremely wide eyes. He stopped talking entirely, and was just staring. This went on for an uncomfortable amount of time. Now, I was asking him things, and he wasn't saying anything at all. At that point, I told him that I was blocking him, and I hung up. Then I actually did block his number. I called Matt again, and told him about what had happened, and we continued to talk. The guy didn't bother me for the rest of the night. I was wondering if he would call back with another number or something, or show up at my apartment maybe, but luckily he didn't. And for like 2 weeks, nothing strange happened. I had basically forgotten about the entire thing. But randomly, like 2 weeks later, I got another FaceTime. I don't know why, but I answered it. I was at home, and it was sometime at night. It was the same guy doing basically the same thing. As soon as I saw him, I hung up the phone, and I blocked this number as well. I really didn't know what to make of this. I figured that he would call back again with another number or something. But after that, I never got another call. I still wonder about it. Who was that guy? And how did he know all that information about me? I've thought about it over and over again, and I can't come up with a good answer. It still gives me the creeps to think about it. But I'm just glad that he hasn't bothered me since, and hopefully never will. When I was young, for a while, I was driving this old junk car from the 90s. The thing had like 200,000 miles on it, and the engine didn't sound very good most of the time. A couple of times it didn't start right away, but usually after a few tries it would. I had got it extremely cheap, and I didn't even know what exactly was wrong with it. I really don't know that much about cars. It never left me stranded or in a bad spot though. That is, until the night of this story that I'm about to tell you. So, I worked late one night and was on my way home. I lived with my roommate Maggie in our apartment, which was about 20 minutes from work. It wasn't the country, but it was a little bit of a quieter area. As I was driving home, I was on a quiet road, still about 10 minutes from our apartment. My car started to die, and I didn't know what I could do. It ended up coming to a stop on the side of the road, which was surrounded by woods on both sides. I hadn't seen another car in this road at all because it was about 11 o'clock at night, and this road really wasn't that busy at any time. I waited for a minute or two and then tried starting the car again, but nothing happened. Then I called my roommate Maggie and told her of my situation. Thankfully, she was still awake, and she said that she would come and pick me up right away. I then popped the hood and got out of my car and walked over to the engine. I looked at it as if I knew anything about cars. Really, I'm not sure why I did that. It's not like I was going to see something obvious. As I was doing that though, I noticed a car coming down the road towards me. For some reason, I got nervous at the sight of it. I expected it to just pass me by, but the car was going pretty slow. Then when it got about even with me, it stopped. The window rolled down, and a man was inside. He asked me if I needed a lift. I looked over and saw that the guy was maybe in his 50s, and he had a beard with kind of long hair. I said no thanks and that I was fine. The man said that he insisted, saying that it was late and I shouldn't be out here by myself. I told him that it was okay because my roommate was coming to pick me up. The man asked me if I was sure, and I said yes. The guy kind of creeped me out. He didn't really seem like a normal guy based on the first impression. After that, though, he rolled up his window and started to drive away. But he did not drive completely away. Instead of going down the road, he went a little bit in front of my car and then pulled over to the side of the street. When I saw his car stopping again, I had a really bad feeling. I thought about running to my car and trying to start it again, and I probably should have, but I didn't. Instead, I just kept standing there by the hood. I thought that maybe I was wrong about the guy. Maybe he was not a creep or anything. And maybe he just knew a lot about cars and wanted to see if he could help me fix it or something. The guy got out of his car and then started walking over towards me. He got within maybe 5 feet of me and started to look at my engine as well, but he didn't say anything. It was really awkward. This guy and I were just standing there on the side of the road looking at the engine of my car. I wanted to ask him, "What are you doing here? I said I was fine, so go away." But instead, I just asked the man if he knew much about cars or engines. He replied and just said, "Nope." That was not what I wanted to hear. I just hoped that Maggie would hurry up and get there soon. As we were standing there, the man moved closer to me. Then he told me that we should get going. I turned to him and said that I did not need a ride. Then I closed my hood and I started walking towards the driver's door of my car. The man followed me and was walking really close behind. Just then, I saw headlights off in the distance, and I really hoped that it was Maggie. I did not get into my car, but I just looked to the road. The man was standing super close to me and it was really uncomfortable. As the car driving down the street got closer, I recognized the headlights and the shape of the car to in fact be Maggie's. I didn't wait around, and I ran to the road straight towards Maggie's car. The man did not run after me. Maggie saw me running and stopped her car in the road. I sprinted to her passenger's door and quickly got in. She obviously did not know what was going on, but when I got into her car, we were facing the man and it gave me a chance to see where he was. The guy was now walking from my vehicle towards his own. I told Maggie to make a U-turn right there in the road. It was kind of a narrow road, so she tried, but she had to back up a little. As she did, I watched the man, and he was getting into his car now. Then Maggie got it going the other way, and we quickly started driving off. I told her to turn at the first opportunity, and she did. We drove around randomly for a while, and while we did, I explained what had happened to her. Luckily, the man was not able to find us, or else he didn't try to follow us, because I didn't see him. Then we were able to go back home. Later on, I called AAA to tow my car. That ended up being the last straw for me, and I got a new vehicle a short time after that. For some background to the story, I'm a female and was 17 at the time. I was a senior in high school and lived with my parents. I have Snapchat and have had it since middle school actually. It was a very common way for me to talk to friends in high school. Occasionally, I would get added by random people who I didn't know. I would say it happened about every week or two. However, I never added anybody back unless I knew exactly who they were. I added some random people back when I was much younger, and some of them were kind of weird, so I stopped doing that. Well, I remember one day, I got added by some random guy on Snapchat. I did not add him back and deleted it. So I think it was the next day or else a couple days later, I got added by one of my friends from school. It was not one of my best friends, but somebody who I knew decently. I already was friends with her on Snapchat, so when I saw it, I figured that she made a new account. In high school, it was not that uncommon for people to make new accounts for various reasons. I didn't think too much of it, and I added her back. That afternoon, after I arrived home from school, I was just in my bedroom at my desk, and that same friend messaged me on Snapchat. She asked me what I was doing, and I said that I was just at home doing homework. She then told me that she was going to come over. I said okay, but it seemed a little bit odd. She had maybe come over like once or twice, but it had been a really long time. I also hadn't really hung out with her in a while. During this time, my parents were still gone at work, and I was at home by myself. About 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the front door. I assumed it to be my friend, and I was still a little bit confused that she was coming over at all. But she also did not text me on Snapchat to say that she was there or anything. So I left my bedroom, and I walked out into the living room. I soon saw that there was a random man standing on the front step. I had no idea who he was or what he was doing at my house. I decided not to answer the door. Luckily, he did not see me when I looked out of the window. I then went back to my bedroom. When I did, I saw that my friend had now messaged me on Snapchat. She told me that she was outside and asked to be let in. Now I knew what was going on. This was not my friend at all, but this man must have been pretending to be her. I instantly blocked the account. I then went back out into the living room and saw that the man was still standing there. I wasn't sure what I was going to do about it, but that's when I noticed my dad's car going down the street. He was coming back home from work. As soon as he started to pull into the driveway, the man at the front step just took off running. He left the front yard, going back out into the street. My dad came inside and mentioned how he saw a guy running from our yard. I told him what happened, and he called the cops. We talked to them when they came out, and they said that they would look into it. That man must have known my friend's name if he pretended to be her. How he even knew who I was, I do not know. My best guess is that he saw me on Facebook or Instagram or something, or maybe even in person. He must have looked at my friends list on probably Facebook to get her name and then impersonate her on Snapchat. It was crazy, but luckily I never heard from him or saw him again.
This happened last fall. I went to a local bar to watch a football game with my friend Garrett. There was a big game that we wanted to see, and I went to the bar and met him there. The bar was very crowded with lots of other people, probably there to watch the game as well. We were luckily able to get an open place to sit at a table. Garrett and I ordered some food, and we were watching the game and talking. I remember that my wallet fell out of my pocket at one point, so I put it on the table. And we were at this round table, and Garrett and I had positioned our chairs to get a good view of the game. So because of this, I wasn't really paying the greatest attention to my wallet. And in the crowded bar, a guy came up and tried to steal it. Luckily, I noticed just in time. The guy, who was kind of skinny but had a lot of tattoos, came over, and I sensed him just standing next to our table. When I turned around, I saw him holding my wallet. After noticing me, he dropped it, and the guy quickly walked away. I knew that he didn't work there or anything, and he didn't offer any kind of explanation. I yelled at him asking what he was doing, but he didn't answer and just kept going away. The guy quickly disappeared into the crowd of people standing around by the bar. I put my wallet back in my pocket and made sure that it wouldn't fall out. The guy must have seen my wallet sitting there and that Garrett and I were facing the other direction. Still, I could tell that he was standing near us before he tried to take it. A little while later though, maybe 30 minutes or so, the guy came back. He was just standing around by us again. I looked over and saw him just by our table. I asked him what he wanted. The guy just gave me a dirty look and then sort of walked away. He was definitely very suspicious. A while after that, I did notice the guy standing a ways away and looking at me. He was still giving me a dirty look. I did my best to just ignore him after that, although if he did decide to come back over to us, I was going to give him a piece of my mind, but he didn't. A while later, the game ended, and many of the people started to leave the bar. Garrett and I were going to leave and go our separate ways. We walked out, and there was the parking lot for the bar to the side of it. When we walked out there, I noticed the same guy again. He was standing right outside of my car next to it. When Garrett and I saw him, we had a bad feeling. I didn't know what this guy's plans were. I was parked kind of in the back corner of the parking lot, and I just didn't want to go near the guy. Instead, I went to Garrett's car with him. I sat inside Garrett's car and we talked about the situation. We were hoping that the man would just leave, and from where we were, we could not see my vehicle. So eventually, I decided that I would just go walk over and ask the guy to leave if he was still there. If he chose to try to fight me or something, then whatever. So I got out of Garrett's car and walked over to mine. When I did not see the guy. It seemed as though he had actually left. I went to my driver's door and started to open it. That's when I just heard the sound of somebody approaching. I quickly shut the door and locked it, and then saw the man arrive at my driver's window. He tried opening my door and entering my car, and when it wouldn't open, he started banging on the windows. I quickly backed out and then left, leaving him standing in the parking lot. I went home and called Garrett and told him all about it. That was one of my craziest bar moments for sure. I don't know who that guy even was, and I don't know why he kept messing with me.
A little over 5 years ago, I worked at a Chick-fil-A. I worked there for almost a year, and overall it was a decent job. Of all the fast food jobs I've worked, which is 3, Chick-fil-A was by far my favorite. However, there was one crazy event that took place that I will never forget. I was working until close one night at the Chick-fil-A. It had been a pretty busy night to that point, and was pretty typical. Finally, things started to quiet down significantly in the last hour. I was the only person left working behind the counter to take people's orders. There were a couple of people inside the dining room, maybe like 2 or 3. At about 10 minutes before closing or so, I remembered that a man walked in. I thought that he was going to go to the counter where I was and order something. Instead, though, the man turned and then walked into our dining area and kind of out of my sight. I didn't think too much of it, though. Eventually, within the next 5 minutes or so, the people who had been inside the dining room left. Now the dining room appeared empty at glance, but I knew that the man was still in there somewhere because I hadn't seen him leave. When it was time to close, one of my coworkers came over to lock the doors. I mentioned that somebody was still in there, and then I went to go find the man and tell him that we were closed and he would have to leave. After I started walking into the dining room, I had a bad feeling because I couldn't see the man anywhere. But I was telling myself that maybe he had left without me noticing. But no. As I walked farther in, I saw the man suddenly come out from behind some tables in the corner. I started to tell him that we were closed now, and at first I thought the man knew instantly what I was saying and was going to leave. Because after looking at me, he started to jog past me and seemingly go to the front of the restaurant. But he did not leave. Instead, he stopped near one of the tables towards the front and then got on top of it. I was so confused. I walked over to him and told him again that we were closed. The man didn't even acknowledge me. Instead, he just stood on top of the table and looked around. This was really weird, so I went back towards the front of the restaurant and my coworker already saw the guy. She was watching him with a confused look on her face. Then the man hopped down off the table and then jumped onto another one. He stood on that table and my coworker yelled at the man to get down. He looked at her and then leaped off the table and then knocked over a chair and then ran to another table. We both did not know what to do. The man was running around the dining room, jumping from table to table and almost doing parkour, it seemed. But this guy was no professional. In fact, a couple of times he slipped and fell and knocked over chairs. But he wasn't getting hurt at all, which I couldn't believe. He would just get right back up and keep going. We figured that we would have to call the police because the man had to be under the influence of some kind of drug. We tried to warn him, yelling that we were calling the cops if he didn't leave now, but he still ignored us. The guy ran around the place and then he stopped jumping on tables. He pivoted into then flipping the tables over. My coworker and I, as well as 2 other coworkers who had been in the back, all tried to stay away from him until the cops arrived. When they got there, they were able to stop the man's rampage and they arrested him. He was on some type of drugs. The dining room was completely messed up and we had to stay late to fix it. But overall, we were glad that nobody was hurt or anything. That was the craziest thing that ever happened to me when I worked at Chick-fil-A.
I'm a former bartender. I used to be one of the main bartenders at this smaller place on a corner. It was at the edge of the city, and I really enjoyed working there. The bar was pretty cool and had lots of fun pictures on the wall and stuff. So one night, I was all by myself. It was a quiet night, and we had just got a few people. As it got later, I was the only person inside the entire bar. But then, a man soon entered. He was wearing this mask over his head. It was either of a celebrity who I didn't know or just a random person, but I didn't recognize it, and it was basically a full fake head mask. This was a creepy enough sight with it not being any time near Halloween and the man walking in alone. The guy didn't say anything and walked up to one of the stools at the bar. I went over to him and asked what he would like to drink. The guy did not respond to me. I asked him what's up with the mask. He still didn't say anything back to me. I was confused about it and also kind of creeped out as well. After some awkward silence, the man just got up and walked out of the bar just like that. I'm not going to lie, I was glad that he was gone, but I was still wondering what on earth that was all about. The bar was quiet for a little while until a group of people came in. It was about 5 or 6 people who seemed to all be in a friend group. They came in and sat down together at the bar and ordered some drinks. The group was very nice and friendly, and as I was getting them drinks, we were all talking and stuff. Sometime as I was getting them drinks and stuff, I remember I looked up and the masked man was back. He must have entered when I was making a drink or something, because I hadn't noticed him coming in. He sat at the far end of the bar now. Once again, I had a bad feeling about him being here. The others at the bar noticed him too, but didn't say anything. Then the guy randomly got up and walked out again. The whole thing was pretty strange. The group of friends stayed for a while longer and then all left. After them, we didn't get any more customers for the night. A while after that, it was time for closing, so I got up and locked the doors. I went to do some final things before I would leave for the night. I was turning off lights from signs and stuff and doing a little cleaning. During this time, the masked man returned again. He did not come inside, but he tried to. When he couldn't get in the building, he just stood there, looking at me through the window. I did my best to ignore him, and I went out of his sight for a while. When I came back, he was finally gone. When I left that night, I was worried that I would see him again, but luckily I didn't. I was able to make it back home okay. And after that, I never saw the guy again. It was really weird though, and I still wonder about it sometimes.
This is something really bizarre that happened not too long ago. I still have no idea what happened or how to explain it. So one morning I got up to go to the store. It was a Saturday and I had to get a few groceries and things. I work a pretty normal job where I'm in an office 5 days a week. So as far as I'm aware, it had been a normal week and a regular Friday the day before. I live in a small house in a busy neighborhood and I park my car out front on the side of the street because I do not have a driveway. There's an alley and a small garage detached from my house, but I just find it faster to park out front. A lot of other people also park their cars out front as well. Anyways, I left my house in the morning and went to my car. It wasn't until I got inside that I noticed something. My windshield wipers were gone. It was a sunny day, but it had rained the previous night a little and my car was parked below a tree. So there was some water on my windshield and I went to turn on the wipers, but they just weren't there. However, they appeared to be broken off at the ends. It was like somebody came up and snapped them off. I was angry and I thought that maybe some neighborhood punk was going around and doing this to people. I got out of my car and looked at them some more. I also looked at the other cars on my street, but they all still had their wipers. I had thought that maybe somebody was just going down and taking them all, but now it seemed like I was targeted. Of course, I didn't know who could have done it, but I realized that I needed to get some new wipers now. So before going to the store, I first drove to Advance Auto Parts to get some new windshield wipers. I parked my car and went inside. With it being a Saturday morning shortly after opening, they weren't very busy. I went over to the aisle I was looking for and then started to find the wipers that fit my vehicle. As I was standing there in the store looking, a couple of minutes went by. Then I remember hearing somebody enter the store and start to walk towards me, but I didn't really pay any attention to them. Soon though, this person walked really close to me and I turned around to see who it was. There was a woman standing there holding windshield wipers. She said, "Looking for these?" Then she slammed them onto the ground and stormed out of the store. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. This woman must have been the person who had stolen my windshield wipers. But why? I didn't recognize her or know who she was. I picked up the wipers from the floor and they were in fact mine. Then I walked to the front. The woman was gone now. I heard a car start to drive away, and I went to the window to see a white sedan driving out of the parking lot. The employee behind the counter at the store saw me looking out of the window and said, "Girl problems?" I walked over to him and started to tell him my story. He had thought that the woman was my ex or something like that. He seemed very amused by the story, and I ended up buying some new wipers. Then we installed them in my car, and I went on with my shopping. For the rest of the day, I was trying to figure out why the woman stole them, and how did she find me at the Advanced Auto Parts. The only thing I can possibly think of is that maybe when I was driving home from work the previous day, I had made her upset. I drive home during rush hour, so there's tons of other people, but I consider myself to be a good driver. I always use my turn signal, and I try not to cut anybody off. But maybe she thought that I did, though. I couldn't recall doing anything out of the ordinary, though. That might explain why she followed me and stole the wipers, but how would she know I was at the Advanced Auto Parts store? Did she camp out all night and follow me or something? That seems far-fetched, but somehow she knew where I was. I haven't seen her since then, and I'm hoping that nothing like that happens again. This is the craziest and also scariest thing that's ever happened to me. My name is Jenna, and at the time of this story, I had some problems with my car. It was kind of old, but to that point had never had anything really wrong with it. I lived by myself in an apartment at the time, and I remember that nearby I would always see this car place. It looked really small. It was down a street that was mostly residential, and there was a small garage with an old sign that said auto repair. When my car started having problems, I thought this place might be cheaper than taking it to a larger shop. I also thought that the chances of getting scammed would be smaller. So I went to the garage one day and a man was there. I met him and his name was Dan. He said he ran the whole place by himself, and he seemed nice for the most part. He had long black hair and a goatee. I remember that he told me he hadn't had any customers in a while. I didn't really know if that was bad or good. He said that he could look at my car and would call me if he was able to fix it. So then I was able to walk back home and I left. I did not have work the next 2 days, which was nice. Dan called me a while later and said that he was able to fix the car and would have it done sometime the next day. The price that he gave me was also not too bad. I thought everything was working out well. So I went and got my car when it was done, and sure enough it was fixed and I went back home. Now for the next few days things were fine. Then one night I was going out to see my friend. It was a little bit later than I usually leave, probably sometime after 9 p.m. But my friend and I hang out all the time at all kinds of hours because we're really close. So I left my apartment and went out to my car in the parking lot. Right after I got inside of it, I heard this noise from behind me. Then I felt someone start to grab me from behind. It took me by surprise, but I looked back to see Dan in the back seat of my car. My instant reaction was to try to fight him off. I didn't know anything about why he was in my car or how he was in my car, but I knew that he was grabbing me in the head pretty much. I started swinging my arms behind me and I whacked him a few times. As I continued to struggle, Dan started moving forward. He didn't have great leverage being in the back seat, and I tried to pull away and open my door, but then he started to grab onto my arm. I tried to get him off of me and I started screaming as well. This caused him to try to cover my mouth. When he did, it freed up my arm and I tried to bite his hand. I didn't get a great bite, but I got him a little, and then I was able to open my door. I broke away from him and I left the car as fast as possible and started running away. Dan left the car as well and began to chase after me. I went towards the apartment building with Dan maybe 20 feet behind me. I didn't know if I would be able to make it inside on time, but then I noticed a man standing outside towards the end of the building smoking a cigarette. I ran towards him. Dan was still chasing me, but when I approached the guy, he stopped. I yelled to call 911, and the guy smoking looked over and saw what was happening. Dan was now sprinting in the opposite direction. I told the smoking guy the basics of what was going on. He called the police and waited outside with me until the cops got there. They were pretty fast to arrive, and when they did, I was able to tell them who the guy was because I knew of Dan's auto shop. He was located within a few hours. It turned out that Dan had made a copy of my car key when I had the car in the shop. I'm not sure what exactly he was planning to do. I'm just really glad that I got away from him. Several years ago, I used to work at a bar, so I would get off of work really late. Most of the time, it was after 2 a.m., sometimes 3 a.m. One night, after getting off of work, I started driving home. About halfway back, I was on the highway and my engine just started smoking. I didn't know what was wrong with my car at all. It came to a stop on the side of the road. I was really frustrated at first. I was tired after the long shift at work and I just wanted to go home. The engine was still sort of smoking and the car completely shut off. I sat in the car for a few minutes and eventually the smoking stopped. I tried to look on my phone for my roadside service information. I knew that I had it with my insurance and stuff, but I never kept those things very organized. As I looked through my phone, I remember noticing headlights coming up on the road behind me. This was the first car that I had seen out on the highway other than me. It was pretty quiet with it being so late at night. I didn't really think much of the car. However, as it got closer to me, I did notice that it seemed to be getting slower. It was an old-looking car that was pretty small. It went past me, but then I saw brake lights and the car start to pull over. It seemed really creepy not knowing who this person could be, but I was hoping maybe it was just a concerned citizen. With it being 3 o'clock in the morning though, I couldn't help but wonder if it was somebody dangerous or something like that. I just wanted to drive away, but I really couldn't. The car sat there for a while with the engine running in front of me. I just kept watching to see if somebody would get out. After like a minute, I started alternating between looking on my phone for my roadside service and looking to see if somebody would get out of the car. After another minute or so, the suspense was killing me. I wished that whoever this was would just drive away. Then, suddenly, the driver's door opened. A man stepped out wearing a jacket and a hood. He very quickly walked straight to the trunk of his car and opened it up. Then I saw him take out a shovel. I knew that this was not anything good. He then turned and started walking from my car. He was about 30 or 40 yards away probably, and moving just on instincts, I got out of my car, turned, and ran away. I sprinted as fast as I could down the side of the road and then went into the ditch. I didn't stop there though. I entered the woods that was on the side of the highway. As I was running, I started to hear the sound of the man hitting something. I looked back just for a moment and saw him taking swings at my car with the shovel. This guy had to be seriously insane or something. I had no clue as to what he was doing. This made me run faster into the woods. At that point, I knew that I needed to call the police. When I ran like 50 or 100 yards into the woods, I finally stopped, caught my breath, and hit 911. I continued to walk through the thick forest as I spoke to the police. My adrenaline was really going, and I wasn't even cold even though it was about 35 degrees out that night. I kept walking through the woods, hoping that the man wouldn't come looking for me or something. I stayed on the phone with 911 as I waited and continued to walk in the forest. After like 10 minutes of this, they were arriving at the scene. I turned and made my way back out towards the highway. Within a few minutes, I got there. I saw flashing lights coming down the road and I flagged them down. One patrol car stopped for me and the other kept going towards my car. I told the officer everything that happened. My car was sort of damaged and 2 windows were smashed. The man's car was still there, but he was nowhere to be seen. I waited in a police car with an officer while more police arrived there. Within 20 minutes, they found the man hiding in the woods, that same woods that I had walked through. He had gone after me, it seemed. I have no idea why he came at me like that. He must have been really crazy or something. I'm just grateful to have made it out of there alive.